there's alternatives available. So I announced yesterday, again, 11,000 hotel rooms coming online immediately to help folks who need to be quarantined. This is all moving quickly. So anyone who needs that quarantine, who's in a situation where they can't properly socially distance from the people around them, again, they're symptomatic or they have a test positive, if they want to be in one of the hotel rooms, it will be provided to them for free. So that's available now. We'll be acting on that immediately, and it will fit directly with this community-based testing. Okay, so that's one important piece. We also have to keep our focus always on our healthcare heroes. And they already are a priority for testing for sure, but we want to keep deepening those efforts. So we are partnering with a private healthcare organization, One Medical, and with a labor union, 1199 SEIU, that represents so many healthcare workers. And together we'll be opening 5 new test sites beyond the ones I mentioned previously, 5 additional test sites, 1 per borough. Brooklyn and Queens will open now. Staten Island, the Bronx, and Manhattan will be open on Monday. So these sites will be up and running quickly. Their testing capacity will be about 3,500 per week. And again, this is one where we're going to be really clear about eligibility. The frontline healthcare workers who are members of 1199 SEIU will have the opportunity to go there. Essential workers, including employees of adult care facilities and employees who care for people with disabilities. This will be sites where they can get tested. And these people do such important work. I want to say to everyone who's in those adult care facilities, everyone who's caring for people with disabilities right now, again, you are among the unsung heroes of this crisis. It has not been easy for you. You deserve the praise and appreciation, and you deserve the opportunity to get the protection you need and the testing you need, and this will be part of how that happens. And then beyond that, these sites will be open to New York City residents in each borough, 65 years old or older with pre-existing conditions. So sticking to that notion of the focus on folks who are older and have pre-existing conditions. So thank you to 1199 SEIU. Thank you to One Medical for this great effort. We're happy to partner with you, and that will expand capacity greatly. Anyone who needs to schedule an appointment and fits those criteria, you can call 1-888 1MED1, so it's 1-888 1MED1. It's ONEMED number 1. Or go to onemedical.com and use the code NYCCARE30. So between those two efforts, 10 new community-based testing sites in the places that need it most, scaling up fast. But again, this is a small beginning of where we example where we really need to go, which is truly widespread testing so we can get out of this phase and move forward. Now, talking about getting out of this phase, it's important to recognize it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a long fight. But if we get it right, we will thank ourselves. If we get it right the first time, months from now, we'll look back and say, thank God we did that. One chance to get it right. That is what I believe is true for New York City. And this is a conversation I had with the President of the United States. I said there's one chance to get the restart right. If you rush it, if you ignore the warning signs, if you minimize the dangers, you're going to end up with a boomerang effect. And that's the last thing we want to see. So we're going to do this step by step, be smart about it. And we understand it's going to take a while. We understand it won't be pleasant. No one wants to go through this. But we are going to appreciate it because we're going to get it right. We're going to appreciate it when we're down the line a few months and we actually are able to steadily move towards normal and not see that boomerang effect. And so we got to be smart about what to prioritize. I told you over and over, safety, health, food on the table, roof over your head, those are our core priorities. And we think about what we're going to allow and not allow going forward. It fits those priorities exactly. So one of the things we think about that we love about this city, but doesn't fit those priorities, to be honest with you, is a lot of the special events We look forward to them all year. The parades, the street fairs, the concerts, the festivals. It's a lot of what makes New York, New York. It's a lot of what we cherish. Literally, we look forward to it 12 months a year until that day comes. We love those events, but what do we know about those events? It inherently means large numbers of people crowded together in a pretty small space. That's New York City. That's who we are. But guess what? That goes against everything that we need to do to fight back the coronavirus. So we have to be smart. We love those things. We'll miss them when we don't have them, but they will be back. They will be back. And by knowing when it's time to temporarily let them go so we can get to a greater goal, we're going to actually look back and say that was the smart thing to do. So right now, events in this city that had been permitted by our city government through April, those were already canceled. And we missed those already. But now it is time to be clear that non-essential city-permitted events for May need to be canceled as well. Not happy to tell you that, but I want to tell you the honest truth. It is a smart thing to do to protect the health and safety of New Yorkers. I don't think many of you watching right now are particularly surprised by this concept, but I think it's important to say it out loud and lock it in so people know what's really going on and so people can plan, including these people who put together these amazing events, and we really honor them. We appreciate them. They do something so special for New York City every single year. They deserve some certainty too. So things like the Brooklyn Half Marathon, things like Summer Stage in Central Park, things that were going to be happening in May or starting in May, we are making clear we're not issuing any permits for the month of May. We're canceling those events. Now, I want to be clear, these kind of permits are for special events, community events, cultural events. This does not mean permits necessary for any kind of medical site. Those, of course, will continue to be approved. For hygiene stations, those will continue to be approved. And for anything related to food, one of those 4 basics we're focused on. Farmers markets, meal preparation, meal delivery, any sites needed for that will, of course, be permitted. And the same goes, as I said, medical sites, those field hospitals, all that, of course. Now, June will be here soon. And again, June is when we start to really feel the summer and even want those big, wonderful events more. But we got a lot we got to get done to be safe for June. We are far from out of the woods. So we're talking to the people who organize those big June events. There's a lot of really, really major events in June that we cherish. But we're talking to the people who really have the most important ownership stake in those events, the folks who organize them, put them together each year. A lot of them spend the whole year planning them. We're talking to them now. This is an important decision to make, whether it really makes sense to have those giant gatherings, and some of them are huge in June, whether it makes sense to have them or not. We'll talk it through with the organizers. I'll come back soon with an update for all of you. But this is an area, again, if we have to make particular sacrifices, I think those huge gatherings, which run so much risk for the health and safety of New Yorkers, those are things we're going to set a real high bar on whether we want to continue that in the short term, because job one is to get out of this crisis and move us forward. Now I want to talk about another thing that we need to do to get us out of the worst of this crisis, and it gets back to what New Yorkers have done so well. You have been absolute heroes at social distancing, at putting on those face coverings, the shelter in place, staying at home. People have been amazing. You all have to learn how to do it in a few weeks. It goes against everything we're used to, but you've done it. Now, one of the things that I've emphasized is to keep us all moving forward. We got to keep doing that, and we need enforcement sometimes to make sure that everyone understands. And NYPD, FDNY, Parks Department, Sheriff's Office, Buildings Department, many, many agencies have participated. They've done a great job. Part of why they've been able to identify and act on any problem, some group of people's gathering on a street or in a park, there's a overcrowded subway train, there's a grocery store or a supermarket that has a line that's not socially distanced. We've seen these problems. Part of why we've seen a fast response by enforcement agency is that people have been calling 311. And we need that. We need those calls to 311 to target where a problem is so we can get enforcement out immediately, solve the problem, save lives, protect lives. Okay. That depends, of course, on the 311 system functioning well. And historically, it's functioned very well. It's actually a great part of New York City, something that actually has worked for so many New Yorkers to have that place to turn 24/7 and get real answers and guidance. But there are problems that have emerged in the 311 system, and I have been asking my team over the last weeks to do more and more quality control to check, because it seemed quite evident that we were depending on 311 more and more, and we had to make sure it was working for everyone. And I want to just take this opportunity to thank everyone at 311, those folks who every day answer your questions and follow up on your needs and connect you to the right people. They are doing incredible work. I visited with them a few weeks ago. Thank you to everyone who works at 311. We need you more than ever. That is the obvious truth. But there are real questions about whether people can get through the right way, get the information they need in this crisis we're in. So I want to thank one of our journalists in this city, who's a veteran journalist, done great work for years, Juliet Papa of 1010 Wins, who raised the question to me yesterday at my press conference. And I want to say, today I'm praising Juliet, but I want to say to all journalists out there, anytime you raise these concerns, I want to make a point to say thank you. Several journalists raised to me a similar issue. This was related to food, both what Juliet raised and some of our other colleagues raised about food deliveries not happening at Independence Plaza. That issue got addressed quickly, but I'm very appreciative that it was raised. This is, the free press at its best, seeing things that need to be addressed, raising them so they can get fixed. So, Juliet, special thanks to you, because you did the smart thing and you tested the 311 system yourself, and you found it was not providing the service that was needed for someone who was hungry, that I said has to be the standard. A New Yorker's hungry, they need food, they call. If they're the kind of person who's vulnerable, who can't get out of the house, a senior can't get out of the house, a disabled person, they need a delivery. We need to make that delivery happen quickly, or we need to help get them connected to a local food pantry or soup kitchen who can get them food quickly. Whatever it takes, we need a system that works and works every time. So as a result of Juliet's call, some important work was done yesterday. And I want to give a special thank you to Commissioner Jessie Tisch, who is our information technology leader in this administration. She did some great work helping to address these issues, along with Deputy Mayor Laura Anglin. Thank you to both of you. So here's the deal. 311 calls have grown exponentially during this crisis. Before, so go back to February, typically 311 got something like 55,000 calls a day. The peak in April was 200,000 calls in a single day. So to be able to address this level of demand, we're taking some immediate steps, literally since yesterday morning. One, more and more we're going to prioritize for 311 that it be about the response to the coronavirus. There are a lot of other things that people turn to 311 for. We're going to more and more encourage people to go online and get that information or use the 311 app. That's where we want to try and get people who have non-COVID-19 concerns more and more. But what we're doing specifically at 311 for folks who call in, and remember, a lot of folks are going to use the phone. A lot of the go-to for a lot of people will be the phone, particularly for seniors. We want, if you need food, you get an immediate response. Not be put on hold for 10 minutes. You get an immediate response. You get immediate clarity about when food will start to arrive. So that's going to be the standard going forward at 311. If you're calling about food, you go to the front of the line, you get an immediate response from a human being. We also want to make sure that things that are absolutely crucial, like calling in those social distance violations, those must go to 311, or if someone can report it online, that's even better, faster. You can go to nyc.gov, and now you can send a photo directly. If you see a social distancing violation, take a photo, text it to 311-692. So again, just take that photo, text it to 311-692 or through the 311 app. All we need is the photo and the specific location. Just put the address down and we're good to go, and enforcement will happen right away. And then to keep 311, to make sure to keep up with this demand, and particularly the COVID-related issues, we're going to hire 120 more staff for 311 immediately. So again, anyone who's got any concern related to the coronavirus, if you can go online to nyc.gov or use the app, that's ideal. But if you need to call 311, of course, the priority will be on 311 for coronavirus calls. The non-COVID calls, if you do need to call 311, if that's the only way that you can communicate and you have a real concern, even if it's not related to coronavirus, please, whenever possible, try and do that later on in the evening or on a weekend when it's a little slower. That would be really helpful if you can do that. So you're going to see a much stronger capacity at 311 immediately, because I am 100% clear with all of my colleagues in city government, those four basics: keeping people healthy, keeping them safe, making sure there's food on people's table, making sure there's a roof over their head. That's what we're doing. That's how we're going to handle this crisis. The food part, we cannot miss on. If someone needs a meal, they need it right away. We've got to make sure that happens. Now, want to do the part of the report, the update each day that is in many ways the foundation of everything we'll do going forward, which is tracking our progress and what's going to help us on the pathway to getting back to normal. We have a high bar. We have a high bar here because we have to make sure we get it right. So we'll look at our indicators today. And the first one, again, is the daily number of people admitted to hospitals for suspected COVID-19 cases. And that number went down, thankfully. Again, 2-day lag in the data. So from April 14th, 386 to April 15th, 329. That's very good. The daily number of people in ICUs across our public hospitals for suspected COVID-19, that number went down as well. From 887 to 874, also moving in the right direction. Now, percentage of people tested positive for COVID-19. Citywide, the number went down from 55% to 46%. The only indicator went in the wrong direction, and only by a little bit, was the public health lab testing went up from 78% to 82%. Look, this was a good day, definite movement in the right direction, not a perfect day yet. We want to have those really clear, positive days, good days, moving in the same direction over the course of 10 days to 2 weeks to start to then talk about the next steps we can take. But this is progress nonetheless. It all goes back to what all of you are doing, and this is clearly a better set of indicators than what we saw over the last couple of days. So definite progress, and thanks to all of you for what you're doing. Okay, speaking of thanks, I want to thank some people who have really stepped up for us. And the big story here is what New Yorkers have done for each other and the heroism of New Yorkers and the ingenuity of New Yorkers. But we also want to thank everyone who's come forward to help us. And a lot of great examples today helping our healthcare workers in particular. I want to thank Delta Airlines and Southwest Airlines that are providing free flights to get doctors and nurses and healthcare workers here to serve us. That we appreciate that deeply, and previously have thanked United and JetBlue. Really thank the airlines for stepping up to help make sure we have the healthcare personnel we need. To Harry's, which specializes in men's grooming. I want to thank them because we all know so many of our medical personnel barely have had any time to take care of themselves in the middle of this fight. Harry's donated $500,000 worth of razors and lotions to health and hospitals, healthcare workers. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Target just gave $50,000 to our Fund for Public Health. Thank you. Peloton, 90,000 N95 masks. This is fantastic. This is really one of the personal protective equipment that we need the most. So the N95 masks, particularly appreciated. Thank you to Peloton. AmeriCares has sent us 300,000 pieces of PPE equipment. That includes masks, gloves, eyewear. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you, AmeriCares. Now, focusing on our students, our young people in motion entertainment, donating 6,400 pairs of headphones to students in homeless shelters and temporary housing to help them really do well with remote learning. That's very much appreciated. And now, many, many good examples today. Here's the biggest, and this one's really fantastic. I want to thank the Open Society Foundations. They are working literally all over the world to address COVID-19, and I want to really appreciate the Open Society Foundations. They're so often looking to how to help people where, they're not getting the help they deserve and need, and they're oftentimes there even before governments are there, and protecting people and uplifting people that others don't. So I'm so appreciative. $35 million flowing through the city of New York to help people in need. $20 million for the Immigrant Emergency Relief Fund, and that will work through our mayor's fund. That is to help immigrants who are bearing the brunt of this crisis in so many ways. And that includes those immigrants who will not be getting any of that federal relief. And we have to be clear, they're our neighbors, they're our fellow New Yorkers, they're part of our communities, but they are not being included in a lot of those important relief programs. I am so thankful for those relief programs to help everyday working people. We need them. But there's a lot of people who are working people but happen to be undocumented who've been left out. This money will help them to have the basics for their families and keep going through this. And $15 million for our fund for public schools for online learning and to help provide support and care for the children of essential workers. That's fantastic. That's going to help us a lot. Deep and profound thanks to George Soros for his kindness and generosity, and everyone at the Open Society Foundations who made this happen. And a special thank you to a dear friend of mine, Patrick Gaspard, who runs the Open Society Foundations. Patrick used to work right here in this building. We worked here together during the administration of Mayor Dinkins, and loves the city he grew up in deeply and has really come through for us. So to my old friend Patrick Gaspard, thank you, brother. This is tremendously helpful, and it's going to help so many New Yorkers. So that shows you that a lot of people are stepping up. And that shows you that people see New Yorkers fighting back. They see New Yorkers helping each other. They see the amazing, heroic healthcare workers, first responders. We see the world stirred by what New Yorkers are doing. And the fact that folks are coming to the rescue in so many ways is because they see what New Yorkers are doing and they're moved by it. They're inspired by it. They're touched by it. We need our leaders in Washington to feel that same feeling. They're the missing piece here. Look, the federal government has been the elephant in the room in this entire crisis. We needed the testing, it wasn't there. We still need it, it's still not here. But the federal government has a chance to get it right, and they could get it right literally today. So I'm appealing directly to President Trump and to Senate Leader McConnell. Here's a chance to do something heroic. Here's a chance to be as good as New Yorkers. And particularly in the case of President Trump, here's a chance to step up for your hometown. Look, all of you like to praise our healthcare workers and our first responders, all the leaders in Washington. But President Trump, Leader McConnell, don't just praise our healthcare workers. Don't just praise our first responders. Actually help them. There is right now an opportunity. Negotiations happening right now in Washington on what's being called Stimulus 3.5. With literally the stroke of a pen, you can ensure that our healthcare workers, our first responders, all the public servants of the city have the security of knowing that their work can continue, that New York City will be able to provide the basic services necessary to help us out of this crisis and to help us towards recovery. Anyone who wants to see a recovery, anyone who wants to see the economy restart, needs to understand that the American economy does not restart without the nation's largest city, without the economic center of this country. This is one of the great economic engines of America right here. So morally, Mr. President, morally, Mr. Leader, you should want to make sure that that Stimulus 3.5 includes the money to make New York City whole, New York State whole, all cities and states whole that have lost billions upon billions of dollars in revenue and will never get it back and won't be able to fund basic services without it. You should want to do it because it's the right thing to do. But if you need a pragmatic reason, you will not be able to restart your economy, our economy, unless you get this right. This could happen today, literally today. So, look, I've asked and I've asked nicely. Mr. President, your hometown needs you. Leader McConnell, your nation needs you. Let's get this right now. Everyone knows right now you two could get it done. And Mr. President, I dare say, if you were to say out loud, we need stimulus 3.5, and we need to make sure that all cities and states are made whole, that their lost revenue is replaced by the federal government, if you said it out loud, I guarantee you the Republican Senate would go along. So it's time to say it out loud. With that, everyone, let me turn to a few words in Spanish before we turn to questions from our colleagues in the media. Sé que todos los neoyorquinos quieren volver a la normalidad. Gracias por los sacrificios que han hecho. Pero la única forma de vencer a este virus es con exámenes a gran escala. Estamos aumentando los exámenes lo más rápido posible. Y necesitamos que el gobierno federal ayude a la ciudad más grande del país. Okay, we will now turn to media questions, and please let me know the name and the outlet of each journalist.
We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we have Dr. Barbeau and Dr. Katz also available to answer questions.
Speak up a little more.
The first question will go to Andrew from NBC.
Hi, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew, how are you doing?
Good, thanks. I hope you're doing well. Question is about the June events and the discussion you're now having with the organizers. Based on what you said yesterday, which is that you cannot envision a scenario where the beaches could be open this summer with groups of people, what is the discussion even about with these June organizers? Is there any scenario, for example, where the Pride Parade takes place?
It's a great question, Andrew. Look, and again, I'm the first to say, it's important to frame this, none of us knows yet the future of what's going to happen with the coronavirus, because Lord knows the coronavirus has thrown us a curveball more than once, and there's still no one on earth who fully understands this disease. What I said about the beaches was, we can't give you a plan to open the beaches because we don't know what's going to happen going forward. I would love it if we had sustained good news and progress and we could drive down those cases to such a small number that then the day could come where we could open the beaches. That would be amazing. But I'm trying to be honest with New Yorkers that I can't see that yet because we don't have the facts to back it up. As you just saw, we did the indicators for today. They were better, but they're still not even beginning to be what we need them to be. So when it comes to the events, again, we're doing them step by step. Now we're in the second half of April. There's time to make sense of things. But I think your underlying point is fair. Can I envision as early as June mass gatherings like some of these huge events? They're beautiful events, but they're really mass gatherings. Hundreds of thousands of people, in some cases more than 1 million. I can't see it, but I want to talk to the event organizers. I want my team to talk to them. I want to see what they're feeling. Look, I suspect a lot of them, from what I've heard so far, they don't feel confident that they can do the events properly. They don't feel confident that they could keep them safe. So I want to hear what they want to do, and I suspect some of them are going to say, hey, we just don't feel good about it, and we would prefer to have certainty. But we want to have that conversation because these, again, are truly huge, important events. We'll do that quickly, and we'll have the announcement quickly because we want to give people a clear picture going forward. But I think this is the thinking we're going to have to do from this point on is what kind of decisions do we have to make when to stay ahead of things, but to always focus on this number one truth. We got to get it right. We got one chance. We cannot allow the disease to boomerang back. So I don't see it for June, but we're going to have the conversation carefully and then have an announcement real soon.
The next question is Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Juliet.
Yes, and thank you for your very kind words and your response. We're all out here trying to help. I followed up, as you asked, And I have a two-part question. I made the second call this morning to 311, and this is after WINS received many emails and tweets regarding, various problems with the food distribution system. So I am glad that is being addressed, as you said. So the call went much better today. I was directed to a food specialist who could register me, provide an interpreter, and directed me to food pantry locations. All well done, and I was on hold for like a minute. We did have some emails yesterday involving language barriers, however. A Mexican family in the South Bronx had a language issue trying to get through on 311. And another pointed out that the Arthur Cunningham School in Brooklyn is listed as a free meal location, but that its doors were closed and that there was no personnel there April 6th and April 8th. So I guess I'm asking, how will you be addressing that, what's online in coordination with what's out there on the street?
Juliet, I give you points for persistence. I'm very much appreciative because this is exactly what helps us, honestly. I keep telling everyone on my team, and they're all working through this crisis, literally every day, 12, 14, 15 hours a day, nonstop since the beginning. So people are doing their damnedest, but I keep saying quality control. Think from the perspective of everyday New Yorkers trying to get access to this. So I, again, appreciate what you're doing to make sure that things are really what they're supposed to be. And I'm the first to say in a crisis, it's understandable sometimes things are not what they're supposed to be because just there's so much going on, some signals get missed. But that's not acceptable to me. I understand it, but it doesn't make it any better. So the school you mentioned, we're going to follow up on that immediately. That's unacceptable entirely because we need people to go to those free meal locations and have total confidence that the meals will be there when they're supposed to be. If not, a family could go hungry. That's unacceptable. So we'll follow up on this immediately to understand what happened to that location and fix it. The translation is supposed to be available instantaneously. So again, that's another issue we'll address. If that isn't, there's something profoundly wrong because that way before the crisis, that was supposed to be available for anyone and everyone who asked for it or obviously needs it. We'll fix that immediately. That should be easy to fix. But I'm glad you were only on hold for a minute. I don't even want you to be on hold for a minute, is the truth. I'm going to keep pushing people that sometimes I get it. If just a whole lot of people called in simultaneously, just dumb luck, I get it. Sometimes someone might have to be on hold even for a very, very brief period of time. But my goal is to not even have that. And I'll tell you why, Juliet, because I'm particularly concerned about a senior or someone vulnerable who is feeling worried, who's anxious, who doesn't literally know where their meals are going to be coming from, and many of whom are not going to be confident when they're making that call. I wish they would assume that everyone's going to care and be there for them, but a lot of people, understandably, feel a little hopeless or feel like they're not being seen and heard. I don't want anyone to ever feel that. So if someone calls, I want them to know immediately they're getting help. So I'm glad you had a better experience today. I want to make it better than that even. But we will follow up for sure on these particular missteps and get them fixed. And again, thank you to you and to all your colleagues in the media. I will always endeavor in this crisis to say thank you when you point out these things to us because I'm telling everyone we need quality control, and I know people are trying to do it, but we're going to need even more, and you guys are helping us to do that. So anytime you help me do this work better, I will make sure to thank you.
Next is Henry from Bloomberg.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My question has to do with the focus on low-income neighborhoods for testing. I'm interested, first of all, how soon the test results will come, but mainly I'm trying to figure out what's the rationale for focusing on a few neighborhoods other than to demonstrate that your administration cares about them. I mean, I don't see, you yourself said you test negative one day, you can test positive the next day, And we're a city in which, as you know, is a mosaic in which people are traveling around the entire city. So I'm not sure I understand exactly why a resident of the Upper East Side or Upper West Side or Dumbo isn't as important to the city in terms of testing as these neighborhoods are.
Now, Henry, respectfully, I know it's an honest question. I appreciate that you often ask very thoughtful questions, but this one I'm just going to contest. It's not about whether people are important. Now, everyone's important. Every New Yorker we're here to serve, and everything we're doing is for 8.6 million people. This is about sharp, clear disparities that are becoming clearer all the time that align immediately to things that we know that are facts. We know more and more not only what general kinds of communities are bearing the brunt, but specific neighborhoods that are bearing the brunt. We know the kind of people, the kind of individuals who are most vulnerable are folks who are older, have pre-existing conditions, and in so many of those neighborhoods, lower incomes, less access to health care for a long time, particularly vulnerable people. That's what we've been seeing with all the data that's coming out. By getting to people quickly, as often as we can, with the limited testing we have now, but again, something I expect to grow greatly over time, we're going to be able to protect people. If someone is infected, we have a greater chance of protecting them if we know that. If they're not, that's good news, but we're going to keep educating people to never get overconfident about it. It is not perfect. Perfect would have been 100% widespread testing from day one, but it will help in a targeted fashion. And what we're talking about here, 6,000 tests a week to begin between the two initiatives, that's going to ramp up greatly. If you're one of those 6,000 individuals who's vulnerable and you're getting the testing, it's very important to you. And we're going to keep getting it to more and more people over time. So no, it is not a statement of anything but focusing on the people whose lives are in greatest danger. And that's what we'll continue to do.
Next, we have Anna from the Daily News.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to see if you had any response to some council legislation that Corey Johnson is introducing next week that would require the city to close streets to cars. They say up to 75 miles is the goal. I wanted to see if that's something that you would be willing to work with them on, and if you could talk about it in context of a lot of the stuff happening in summer that is going to be canceled or potentially canceled, like pool hours and beaches. So maybe streets would be an alternative for kids to just get some air.
Yeah, Anna, I'm always ready to talk with the council, with Speaker Johnson and the council about any idea they have. Over these last years, there's been a real partnership and a lot of good work together, and we've always been able to resolve issues positively. On this particular issue, the important point for me is safety, health. Like, that's what it comes down to, the safety issue, the health issue. Whatever we do, is it helping us to turn the corner on this crisis? Is it keeping New Yorkers safe? The proposal, I haven't seen the details. I look forward to seeing the details. But the proposal, I think, builds on some of the notions we've seen in other parts of the country. But again, and we talked about Oakland the other day, very, very different realities. And plans that would not work here if adopted the way they were in other places. So I want to make sure that anything we do with our streets keeps in mind the following: that we do not put any New Yorkers in danger. We do not create a situation where people think they can walk in the middle of a street, but in fact there's still vehicles there. We do not create a situation where emergency vehicles and crucial deliveries can't get through. We do not create a situation where we need to use enforcement personnel we still don't have enough of, drawing them off of other things that are crucial. These are my concerns. We're going to look at how everything evolves. Maybe the situation opens up over time and we have other options. So I'm going to hold a high bar for that, but we look forward to a real conversation with the council.
Next is Marcia from CBS.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing today?
Good, Marcia. How are you?
Good. I actually have a follow-up question about summer. I'm wondering, given the fact that we often have a lot of hot days, heat waves, 100-degree days in New York City, I wonder if you're working on a plan, or you're going to work on a plan to what you will do in terms of, opening up streets, opening up parks, allowing cooling centers to open. Because people have right now there's no pools, there's no beaches, you've canceled a lot of public events. People are going to want to leave their hot apartments. What will they do? Will you need to have the NYPD do special enforcement? And also, if somebody were to give you $12 million to open the pools, like a private donor, would you accept that as a possible solution, especially in these hot days when probably tempers are going to flare, people are going to want to go out and get out of their hot apartments? What's the city going to do?
Excellent questions. So, okay, thank God it is April 17th, so we have some time to plan. But this is exactly the kind of thing we're going to be going into planning mode on now. Your first question, absolutely crucial. While we're dealing with one crisis, one problem, we can't take our eye off of other problems. So today, we're not dealing with heat waves, but we sure did last summer, so we should be ready. When you think about June, July, August, that's when we have to be ready for, and I think you're exactly right. If we don't have some of the options we're used to having for providing cooling, what do you do? And I think what will be important in the discussion with our healthcare leadership is, how do you balance the factors? If we're at that point where we still need to practice social distancing, you could, in principle, have a cooling center, for example, where folks could go to get cool, but with clear social distancing rules. Now, the pools are hard, and this is something we're grappling with. We did not put the pools in the budget at this point because of everything, because we have taken a huge hit on revenue, and we just don't have the money to spend. But also because if there's something that defines people getting together in a small space, it's lots and lots of. I've been to the pools in summer. Last summer, I visited a number of the public pools. I mean, there's a huge number of people crammed together. There's locker rooms, there's lines. It's everything you don't want if you're trying to still use a strategy of shelter in place and social distancing. So the pools didn't make sense for a variety of reasons. It's not just if a donor came along. We would be very grateful for anyone who wanted to help us out. But the pools, until we are in a much better situation health and safety-wise with this disease, the pools present immediate challenges. But I think your bigger point is an excellent one. We have to have a plan to prepare for the potential of a hot summer and make sure we can keep people safe in that vein. We will. We will for sure, and we'll publish it when we have it. But it'll be a different kind of plan than what we've had in the past.
Next, we have Julia from the Post.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, good morning. I'm wondering if you can tell us, where do you see the city coming in on the reopening scale for President Trump's plan? He listed June, July, August, September. Where are we at? And then I just wondered if you could respond to former Parks Commissioner Adrian Benepe, who said that if you close pools, city kids, largely minority kids who don't know how to swim, are going to get relief in the city rivers and park ponds and lakes and drowned.
Yeah, I just fundamentally disagree with him. We've seen already New Yorkers of all ages adapt to this really, really tough crisis. And we have to protect people. And we cannot set up a situation where we gather large numbers of people together and then exacerbate the coronavirus crisis again. We're going to make sure that whatever we face up ahead, there's going to be a lot of enforcement out there, a lot to protect people. But no, we do not see, and we've never seen, our young people swimming in city rivers in large numbers. I don't buy that. I think it's right to say, whatever we do, we have to be careful. Yes, we need enforcement. Yes. But no, you cannot say, let's do something that's going to exacerbate the coronavirus crisis and put people's health and safety in danger because we fear some other outcome. No, let's do the smart thing and then make the adjustments we need to to keep people safe. That's to that point. To the point about where we are on the spectrum, we're obviously different from many other places, Julia. We have to be smart and careful. We have borne the brunt. We've been the epicenter. We're the most densely populated city in the country. We have special challenges here. We're going to be careful. We're going to be smart. So I think, the plans that have been put forward so far, very broad, obviously. It's clear that we're going to take this slowly and carefully. And we need our indicators. One of the things we have, which I actually think predated some of what the president's put forward, is we've put out very clear indicators that we've said have to move in the same direction for 10 days to 2 weeks to even begin to start trying to relax some of the standards, and then to do that to see if it's working. Well, keep watching those indicators. It has to keep working. So no, I think we're going to be slow and careful. Other places may feel they can forge ahead, and they better be right if they do that. They better make sure they know what they're doing and they're doing it right, and they better be watching their indicators carefully. We're going to make sure we prove that we're getting out of the woods before we take some of those steps.
Last question for today goes to Katie from the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, Mr. Mayor and everyone on the call. I wanted to ask, it's a two-parter. I'll be quick, though. The first is the city's health and hospitals announced today that 26 of their employees working in city hospitals died, but they haven't released where they were working or who they were, and I'm curious why there is this sort of lack of information being shared. And the second is, and it's bouncing off Julia's question, do you really think that you can responsibly say that people won't go in the ocean when it's 95 degrees if there's no lifeguards? They go in unguarded beaches even when there isn't a global pandemic. So do you have a plan to expedite this plan? Will you expedite the release of this plan? Because you have a lot of worried people about what's going to happen at the city's beaches this summer. Thank you.
Yeah, Katie, on the second part, I'm going to speak to that. But the first part again, I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment on... Did you have that, or you wanted just to repeat it?
Oh, which one do you need me to repeat? I'm sorry.
First part of your question.
First is health and hospitals. 26 employees, it was announced that they died. They won't release where they worked or who they were. I want to know why this data isn't being released. Yeah, and the second is about safety in beaches.
On the, yes, I look, again, in the middle of a crisis, the first thing has been saving lives and, making sure we were doing all we could to protect people. And I remind you, as recently as Sunday, April 5th, we expected to be going into a huge upsurge, and that's where all energy was going to make sure the hospital beds, the equipment, the doctors and nurses were ready. In the last days, we've had a chance to have a little bit of a relief and do more work on things like giving updates about specific things that have happened and where they've happened, and that's important. So yes, I agree with you. We need to keep getting out more and more information. I'll talk to health and hospitals and certainly let them know it's important to put out the details. We'll do that. The question of the beaches, I want you to separate the point that was made about the rivers versus the beaches. My point was we have not seen over the years, I've been watching for a long time. We have not seen large numbers of city kids swimming in our rivers in generations. So that was my point. I do not believe that is going to happen. If we saw anything like that, we would create the enforcement to deal with it. I think your point about beaches is a very different point. I understand that there'll be a temptation, and we have to guard against it, and that's going to be a lot of enforcement. The beaches are there, but they are a finite area. We can put out a lot of enforcement to protect against it. But again, when you think about not doing something that makes the crisis worse, this is the bottom line. The pools, I don't even think I have to lay it out to people. I think people are smart. Lines of people to go into the pool, then they go into the locker room in the pool, which is a small area, then they go into the pool, which is a small area. You could attempt to do that with social distancing. Good luck to you. I think you'd have a very, very tough experience. And we don't have the money for it. The beaches are big open spaces, that's true. But big open spaces historically where a huge number of people gather. And we are not in a position to do that yet. Now, simply making sure the opposite problem doesn't happen, that people go there of their own volition and they're hot and they want to go in the water and it becomes dangerous, we have to guard against that. We will have a plan to guard against that. And we will have a plan to deal with heat waves. But we're not going to exacerbate the crisis before us, because this is what's killing people right now. This is what's putting people in danger right now. And if we don't turn the corner, we'll be in this state for a long time. So I'm not going to, say yes to something that I think will make the situation worse. But we will protect people. If we have to come up with new ways to do it, of course we will. Any more?
We have time for one more. We'll do Jeff Mays from the New York Times.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask you about some of the budget cuts. There's been some concern about how the cuts affect young people, specifically lower income young people. And you've already been asked some of these questions about the pools and some of the other programs. But do you have any sort of plan to mitigate that specifically for young people and lower income young people, the impact of some of these programs not being available this summer?
Yeah, Jeff, what we are working on now is, different scenarios. We just could not, both because of the financial crisis we're in, but also just because it was so unclear what would be possible this summer. We couldn't move ahead spending a lot of money when we're still at a point where literally no one's supposed to be traveling around who's non-essential, no one's supposed to be gathering. It just didn't make sense. We're going to have ready a variety of options. Department of Education is working on this right now. If we're in a very tough situation like we're in now, what would we do to continue distance learning and to do things to engage young people from home over the summer? If the situation improves, what are our options? That's being planned out right now. But the traditional summer programming it was not possible to approve it in this atmosphere. Again, I think our path out of this crisis will take time. So we'll do everything we can possibly do online and giving kids options they can use from their home. And then if we see, a real break in the clouds, if we see real sustained progress, actual indicators that are factual telling us we can start to turn the corner, then we'll do that carefully, slowly. We'll keep watching those indicators. That might open up the possibility of doing some things differently. Even as I said with the beaches, I'm saying right now we're not going to be in a position to open them next month when they would normally open. Let's imagine a scenario where we had absolute proof that we had turned the corner, where there's very few cases anymore, there's strong containment. That's a scenario where you could talk again about opening beaches and other activities for young people. So we'll have different scenarios ready. But the physical ones, the ones where people gather together in large numbers, those just can't be approved until we see constant progress. We'll have Plan A and Plan B ready for sure. Okay, everyone, thank you. And just, remembering that we know that what we've been doing is helping us towards that day. We want to get back to normal. Stick to the plan because it's working. We're working every day to get that testing we need. Again, we need the federal government to come forward, especially with that stimulus support. That's going to be absolutely crucial to getting back to normal. Think of it this way. New Yorkers, every one of you are doing what you're supposed to do. Our healthcare workers are doing what they're supposed to do. Our first responders are doing what they're supposed to do. So many people are stepping up. Washington needs to step up. Make us whole financially so we can survive, so we can provide basic services. Help us help ourselves with testing, and that's the pathway to getting back to normal. It won't be easy, but we will get there together. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the mayor of New York City. Let's continue to roll on here. Just wrapped up, but we're playing it for you in full. Governor of Florida speaking now.
Well, good morning. Testing has been a crucial part of our strategy here in the state of Florida to fight COVID-19. We are kind of neck and neck with California for being number 2 in the country, usually when we report, since we're East Coast, we'll go ahead of them in total tests. Then they usually nip us when they report later. So we're very close to them, usually around number 3 in the country. Per capita, we've increased tremendously. We've done over 225,000 tests. Probably by the end of the day, will be about 235,000 completed tests with results. One of the things we wanted to do early on was provide easy access for testing for folks. So the first place that we worked in conjunction with the Florida National Guard and local officials was right here in Broward County when we did the first drive-through test site. Probably one of the most successful sites that anyone's done in the country. We have national leaders from the National Guard will come down, watch to see the best practices, and uniformly these guys say this is one of the best sites. It's been incredibly successful. All the drive-in sites throughout Florida have done 56,000 plus tests just in those drive-through sites. And of course, people are getting tested in the hospitals. If they go in, they go to their doctor, the doctor will send it to a lab. So that's happening all over the place as well. But this has really been a force multiplier for us. At the same time, not everybody is going to have access to be able to go to a drive-in site. Maybe it's just too far away from where you live. Maybe you don't have reliable ground transportation. And so we wanted to see where were some of the gaps in testing access and see if we as the state of Florida could help to try to fill those. The first run at this that we did was up in Northeast Florida. We did an issue or a walk-in site with, or kind of just walking through neighborhoods in conjunction with UF Shands Health to go into some of the underserved communities and public housing. And these are folks who were very appreciative that people were going. Obviously, it's voluntary. No one has to test, but it allows this to be brought into communities that may have been underserved. And I think that was a successful model. So we want to expand on that here. So the new concept that we'll be bringing to Broward County are walk-up community testing sites. We're starting 2 of the sites here, one right here at the Urban League. The other will be at Mitchell Moore Park in Pompano. And I appreciate everyone who's been involved with this. We have Dr. Jermaine Bob, the Urban League, Broward County Mayor Dale Holness, Broward County Administrator Bertha Henry, Fort Lauderdale Mayor Dean Trantalis for their help and their input in getting this started. I want to thank the Broward Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Tony, and of course the Florida National Guard for providing crucial support. Also the Florida Division of Emergency Management, will be sourcing this with things like the collection kits, which are very important to be able to get the swabs. So at this point, we've tested 1 in every 996 people in Florida. Based on current numbers, obviously the ratio is going to get even better as we get more test results in. But I think this one is really, what we're doing today is really important to make sure that communities aren't overlooked. And so I want to thank everybody who's involved with this. We have 60 National Guardsmen, along with the Florida Department of Health and Broward Sheriff's Office, will operate the 2 sites. And so this is a lot of supplies and a lot of manpower being put in here. The process is simple. Any individual experiencing symptoms of COVID-19, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter where you've traveled, where people, 6 weeks ago everyone was talking about China and all this. Doesn't matter. If you have COVID-19 symptoms, you can walk up to the site to receive a test, or you can call ahead to set up an appointment to be tested. Appointments can be made by calling 954-412-7300. Each client will be provided a bag of resources upon exiting the site. The Department of Health, Broward County, will call each person to advise them of their test results. If a person tests positive, County Health Department is partnering with federally qualified health centers for follow-up telehealth. Now, fortunately, if you look at the number of documented cases in Florida, but then you look at our cumulative hospitalizations, the vast majority of people who have tested positive have not required hospitalization. And so if they're self-isolating, if they're doing what the physicians say, we think that most of those folks are going to be good, which is great. But there will be in touch, and hopefully that will be something with the telehealth that will make a big difference. So each site is going to start by doing 200 tests a day, and then we'll see where it goes from there. I think that if the model's successful, which we think it will be, we would want to replicate this in some other parts of the state, and we're already looking in places like Miami-Dade to do this. So it's exciting to be able to continue moving the ball forward on testing. I really want to thank, the Urban League of Broward. They've been a recipient of some of these Closing the Gap funds from the state of Florida. I think it was almost $300,000 over the last 2 years, and they're consistently rated very high for how they're using that money and the results that they're getting. So I commend the Broward County Urban League for all the work they're doing. They have made a good impact using state funds in this community. This is an example of doing even more, which we're very, very pleased about. I also want to give an update. Obviously, this is a health issue, health crisis, and that's been the number one thing that we've been dealing with day after day. But if you look outside of that, we're now in an economic crisis as well because of the results of this national shutdown. It's thrown a lot of Floridians out of work through no fault of their own, and that's something that I, as governor, understand the frustrations, the fear, everything that goes into losing a job, especially through no fault of your own, especially unexpectedly through what's really happened with this economy. And so we need to make sure the folks that have been displaced are able to get back on their feet. And one of the things we've been working hard on is getting this reemployment assistance working better. So when this started, the system was overwhelmed. They didn't have the capacity and manpower either. And we said, we've got to fix this. We've got to put all hands on deck to get this done. And we've made it our #1 economic priority in the state of Florida. And so I have staff not only from the Department of Economic Opportunity, but also the Department of Management Service working round the clock. There's been huge changes made to this system, and I'll talk about the results. They're really going in a good direction. We got to do more. They're good. We brought in 100 new servers to help deal with this capacity. I mean, to give you a sense, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of applicants now. Last year, the state got about 350,000 for the whole year. So this is a big volume. We need those servers. So you have 100 new servers to build capacity. We've now brought in a number of people to do calls, to man the call centers. And so we've got over 2,000 people now involved who are either now taking calls or ongoing training so that they'll be able to do that. And if you go back a month and a half ago, there were probably 30 people in the entire state doing it. And that was actually enough because we had such a low unemployment rate. So there's been a massive surge of resources in terms of manpower. But what I also did is something that we've really never done before in the state of Florida, is say, because this is so unprecedented, I can't expect just the current agency alone to be enough. So we identified 2,000 employees of the state of Florida who are working in other agencies who previous to this weren't involved in unemployment compensation. And we have an all hands on deck call. We've identified 2,000. We already have 1,000 of those actively working cases, and we're going to add more as need be. We also recognize that not everyone has access to online right now. And even if the website's working, if you can't get on the internet, how are you going to file? So we did a partnership with Federal Express to offer free printing and mailing of reemployment assistance applications at all their storefront locations. So we've received, the state of Florida has received over 20,000 paper applications through Federal Express. And so I want to thank them for their great work. They send us the applications every night. And so this is another way for folks to be able to submit the claims. We also set up a new website to be able to accept the data without undue delay. The website is functioning. It's a PEGA website, and that website has received over 600,000 reemployment claims. And so people are able to get on that website. We have expanded call capacity, which is important. But ultimately, you can get on the website and maybe it works perfectly, but really where the rubber meets the road is we want people to be able to get the assistance. And I've told the agency they need to get this out the door as fast as possible. This is not something that the agency had ever really done. If you go back to, say, January, when our unemployment rate was 3%, if you lost your job, if you did everything right with applying, you wouldn't get any money till 4 to 5 weeks after you lost your job. And so what I've said is we've got to do better than that. And so since the beginning of the crisis, I've waived 3 laws to be able to expedite relief going out. We waived work search requirements, which would have required people to spend a week or 2 looking for jobs. Obviously, that's not exactly happening right now. I think it will soon, where we'll be able to get back to work, but not at this moment. I waived the prohibition on receiving payment the first week after applying for assistance. That's the waiting week. And then I waived the requirement that individuals recertify their unemployment status every 2 weeks after applying. And the reason is because we have tens of thousands of people who are ready to go for payment, but they got to go back on the website and recertify. Well, we know what's going on with the economy now. If this were normal times, I'd understand that. So why would you want to drive more people to the website that is getting so much traffic? It doesn't make sense. So I waived that. And so after these actions, we're actually going to be able to do this, I think, in a better way. The process has gotten better. There's still more work to do, but we're doing all kinds of technological upgrades with an eye towards the speed of doing this. And so here's with respect to payments. Last week we sent out 35,000 payments. This week we've already sent out 100,000 payments to people. And that's more than we did all this year up to this current crisis. We only did about 300,000, 350 last year for the entire year. So it is ramping up, and I've told them we've got to continue to do it because it's important to a lot of people. People don't know what's going to happen economically. I think we have a path back, but for right now, people need to be able to put food on their table and pay their rent. So it is our top economic priority. A lot of progress has been made, and I want to thank John Satter, who is the head of Department of Management Service. He helped get all these call centers up. He helped surge the state employees. Now I've put him in charge of overseeing all the reemployment payment system to be able to expedite as much as possible. So we're going to continue working hard. That's a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day task right now for the state of Florida. Just an update on where we are with the cases and what it's looking like in the state of Florida. As many of you know, the reason why we started on the 15 days to stop the spread and then the 30 days to stop the spread was to make sure that our hospitals had enough capacity to be able to handle patients who were going to be infected by COVID-19. And the thought is if you could slow the spread, hospitals would be able to absorb and we'd be able to reduce any excess mortality. As of today in the state of Florida, the available beds statewide, about 43% of the beds statewide are empty right now. If you look in Miami-Dade, it's about 42% of the beds are empty. Broward, almost 41%. Palm Beach, about 44% of the beds that are empty. If you look at our numbers statewide, as of 8 p.m. last night, the state reported 774 patients statewide in ICUs, and that's the lowest total number since April 9th. So I think what you're seeing is progress is being made. The hospitalizations have been relatively flat. Obviously, to see less people in the ICU is a great thing. I've been talking to a lot of the hospital folks around the state, and they're in a much better place, they think, than what they were thinking maybe a month ago. And so that's a credit to a lot of people in the state of Florida. It's a credit to a lot of the doctors and the nurses who are working really, really hard. I can tell you some of the stuff that's going on in different parts of the state. We're right here in Broward, some of the things the Cleveland Clinic is doing, some of the things these other hospitals are doing. is really making a difference. Some of these patients have absolutely had their lives saved because of not just the dedication, not just the hard work, but really the ingenuity. This is a novel virus. They're learning new things about it every day, indeed every hour, and then they're able to calibrate treatment accordingly. So my hat's off to everybody that's been involved. For the latest updates on our effort to fight COVID-19, please text Florida COVID-19. That's FL COVID-19 to 888-777. Again, that's FL COVID-19 to 888-777. With that, do we have anyone that wants to make any comments? Dale?
Good morning to everyone. Governor DeSantis, thank you for being here. Thank you for the access that you've given us to your office. Thank you for your support of the people of Broward County as we jointly fight this pandemic that's wreaking havoc, not only in the people of Broward County, the state of Florida, the United States, but the entire world. We are in this together, and you have demonstrated clearly that you will fight with us jointly as we work to defeat this pandemic. So on efforts, it's been great. None of us are perfect, not even I, nor is the governor. We might not always do the exact thing that's right all the time, but as long as we're making a continuous effort to work together to beat this pandemic so that we can get our people back to work, back to a normal life or some sort of a normal life, because life's changed as we know it as a result of this pandemic. Let me just say that it's fitting that we're here on this corridor, on the 6th Trunk corridor in the zip code 33311. And by the way, it is a zip code in Broward County that has the second highest number of people who have tested positive for the coronavirus. This community is often underserved. Yet it's a place where many of the pioneering leaders of Broward County, particularly those who are of African descent, originate from. We're on this corridor, the Sistrunk corridor, named ably for Dr. Sistrunk, who started a hospital right here, Providence Hospital on this boulevard, at a time when blacks were not allowed to go to Broward General. It's a different time and it's a different day. Our community has come together in a serious way to ensure that we're working together to fight this deadly virus. We are the place, the Urban League of Broward County, a champion organization led by a great leader that works to ensure that those who are underserved are given the services that they are needed. Dr. Barr, I thank you and I commend you for your efforts and the organization here. Now, Dr. Tachi, you got some heat early because folks were complaining you weren't giving us all the information and all the data that the press wanted and we wanted, but you were steadfastly working to ensure that Broward County was at the forefront of testing, of tracing, of ensuring that people who are positive are isolated so that we could contain the spread. And your effort is paying off because at this time we're flattening the curve. What we have to do now is look forward to how we can plan for the future because our economy cannot sustain where we are. Our small businesses are still receiving notice that they haven't paid their rent. Many people who are out of work will get some assistance, but it won't be enough for them to live a full, prosperous life. So we have to now start to look at how we continue to fight and beat this virus, but also how we plan for the future. A different time with different plans, because we are all not going to be able to do all the things that we'd like to do. I love to shake hands. You notice I can't shake hands that much anymore, right? The masks make me a little uncomfortable because it makes me sweat a little bit more. But this is what we must do in order to beat this virus. And I look forward to the day when we can all work together again to ensure that we're working diligently to provide prosperity for all the people of this community. Again, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Director Moskowitz. Dr. Ball.
Good morning. I welcome you and each of you to what we call the Empowerment Campus, which is Samuel Delaveau Park, the African American Research Library, and the Urban League of Broward County. When we cultivate relationships in time of calm, we're able to activate them powerfully in the time of crisis. And that's why we stand here today. I thank you, Governor DeSantis, and your team for your continued partnership with the urban leagues across the state of Florida and expanding coronavirus testing and options in our community. We absolutely need this now. To our local leaders like Gino Santorio, CEO of Broward Health, I thank you and your team for standing up the drive-through testing site at Central Regional Park in partnership with our Broward Sheriff's Office, our City of Lauderhill, and Broward County Parks and Recreation. From there, we were able to answer the call once more with Dr. Tachi, which Mayor Holness talked so beautifully about because she works tirelessly leading our Florida Department of Health in Broward County, and also our National Guard for your assets and the state funding to be able to manage these two sites in Fort Lauderdale and Pompano. Like the Florida Consortium of Urban League affiliates, there are many existing networks who are willing to partner, willing to make a difference, like the Florida State Medical Association that represents over 2,000 Black doctors across the state of Florida. It is unfortunate and a painful fact that this coronavirus is killing African Americans at a greater rate than any other group across the nation. But I will tell you this. We do not want Florida to reflect the nation in this way. That's why the governor's support and what he is doing here today, and the Office of Minority Health and the Bureau of Chronic Disease Prevention, and using models of social determinants of health is so important for us now and is going to be imperative for us in the future. This virus is no respecter of age, race, ethnicity, income, or geography. It does not discriminate. And we must speed up every effort we can to test and to educate, to be able to prevent the spread and the deeper penetration of this disease in our community. We know that one way to reverse this is various access to testing, like we're doing today in Pompano and we will be doing tomorrow here at the Urban League. That is how we're going to slow this disease and hopefully end it in the time to come. Testing is one way, and the other way is education and awareness. Across the state of Florida, my colleagues, the 7 urban leagues in the state of Florida, we have been working tirelessly to communicate to our community and get the word out to tens of thousands of individuals that we must stay safe. The urban leagues stand ready to support any and every institution in this fight. We expect to use our people and our physical assets to keep our communities moving forward, now and absolutely in the future. So to my fellow neighbors, I'm speaking directly to you. I pounded this drum not because of some profound policy discussion around a round table, and I'm thankful that those with the resources heard it and actually did something to respond about it. I pounded this drum related to a walk-up site because, like you, I would have been the child of a family who would have needed this type of access. My parents used public transportation, shared rides to and from work, and yet simply walking. So despite the titles that I might have today, I will always be that little girl from a family just like yours that needed to have this type of service. But now I need you to do your part. I need you to stay at home if you can. And if you have to work, I need you to stay safe and use every precaution you can. I need you to manage your health. Whatever the underlying conditions are, let's manage it together. I need you to use these testing sites, whether it's the walk-up or the drive-through, if you're having any symptoms. I need to see you on the other side of this Jordan. We will make it home, I promise you. And when we do, I want you to come by and say hello here at the Urban League. Thank you, Governor.
Well, thanks so much. It's really exciting to be able to expand this and to reach as many people as we can with the testing. Just so everybody knows, as we get into the next phase of this, we actually are going to probably be doing even more testing. And part of the reason for that is there's going to be a diagnostic need. If you have a business and somebody may have a symptom, what you want to do is have an easy place for them to go get a test and then get a result in a decent time interval. And then obviously when you're talking about hospitals, somebody comes in, they're doing this in many places now, Cleveland Clinic, other places with these rapid tests where they can know immediately if someone's symptomatic, whether they're COVID or not, and if they're not COVID, then obviously you're going to deal differently. But then even the asymptomatic people, when they're coming in, they're able to identify because an asymptomatic person can spread. So we're already working on ways to be able to expand the capacity even more. Because you have things like these rapid tests coming online, that's a great thing. What that has done is it's made a little bit more space in some of the lab testing. So the lab testing, if you can get that turned around in 24 hours, is a huge tool. I think part of the problem that we've seen around the country with LabCorp, Quest, some of these, is they just have such a big backlog that people don't get the results immediately. So hospitals will have their own labs still. They can do a certain amount of tests. You'll have the instant tests, which certainly for hospitals, first responders, nursing homes and assisted living facilities, very important, particularly for the staff to be able to know there. But then beyond that, having quick lab testing is something that's very important. So we're working on things in the state of Florida to be able to meet that need, because I think if people are able to have access to a test, even if you do have somebody that tests positive, you can, because of public health folks, they can trace the contacts, isolate, and really contain this. But you got to have the tools to do it. I will also say this. When this first started in Florida, a lot of throughout the country, what we were doing here in other places is we'd have to find somebody, you administer this swab, and then you'd send it to the CDC in Atlanta. And then you'd wait usually a week for the results on that. And that made it a little bit more difficult to do. They let us start doing the state labs, which are limited in what they can do, but you would still do some through the state labs. But what we had in our county health departments was a very strong effort at isolating people that tested positive and then tracing the contacts. So you look in different places. Well, Broward, even though they've had a lot of cases here, you would have had way more cases if it weren't for the work that they were doing here at the health department. You look around the state, we have counties that have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that have very few cases relative to the population. Some of these counties have 500,000 people. They got like 150 or 200 cases. And part of that is because of different types of social distancing, but part of that is because what these county health departments were doing to isolate the contacts, isolate the sick, trace the contacts, and limit the spread of this thing, which is kind of the bread and butter of public health. So we are now going to be in a situation, we're going to have even more resources at the disposal to do that. And I think the success that's happened has been an unsung story here in Florida in terms of what they've done with isolation and containment. That's going to then take on even added importance, and we're going to have the ability to do that. So with that, I'm happy to take a question or two. So this is another totally fake narrative. If you go to your doctor's office and the doctor swabs you and sends it to LabCorp, the state doesn't know that happened. It's only reported when you have a result. So this disease and other diseases, when you have a result, it's required to be reported to the state of Florida. There's no legal requirement for them to report the fact that they just swabbed somebody. So it's not like we know the total number of tests. We don't. We don't know how many. In fact, if we call some of these test centers, they can't even give us the proper things. And so I've been very clear from the beginning, we expect another 15,000 results tomorrow, 10,000. When I give the total test numbers, I always say we're probably going to hit another 10,000. Of course we know that there are tests out there, but it's not reportable until they actually have a result. And so you have private hospitals that are sending the LabCorp. You have test sites that are sending. Some of the sites we're supporting. Some of the sites we provide the materials, but other folks run it. The Jacksonville site, City of Jacksonville, Fire Rescue, they've done a great job. So it's not the case that somehow the state is just sitting on this. And California had the same thing where they had 60,000 test results dumped from the private labs about a week and a half ago. So we know that there are tests out there, but they're not required to be reported to the state of Florida until there's actually a result. We're working on it. We'll have an announcement on that. I haven't decided yet. Yes, sir. Who wants to handle that? Is anyone, you want to answer? Yeah, go ahead.
The hours are from 9 to 6, and we have set the pod up so that there is adherence to social distancing. Everybody who comes will either be wearing or will be given a face covering, and we've actually marked out the line so that folks are at least 6 feet apart.
I'll do you next. Yep, go ahead. One, I mean, we actually have huge counties, not as big as Miami-Dade, some that are close to Broward, not quite as big, but if you look at places like Orange County, Hillsborough County, Pinellas, Duval, these are 900,000, a million and a half people, and their caseload is just a lot less than you have in Palm Beach and Broward and Miami-Dade. And so that's a good thing. I mean, I always, from the beginning, and I was criticized by a lot of people in the peanut gallery about saying this was not something that was impacting Florida uniformly. It was impacting every part of the state in one way or another. But clearly, given the density in Southeast Florida, given the international travel, given the connections to New York City, we were seeing more seeds of it here. They have had big events here in February. So that was just the reality. So the answer is, and I've been talking with Mayor Holness, I've been talking with Mayor Jimenez, Mayor Kerner in Palm Beach. Maybe Southeast Florida next phase looks a little different. Maybe I'm gonna work with them to figure out what they think makes the most sense in terms of this next phase. But I think the mayor here, the mayor in Miami-Dade, I think they do believe we do need to get to a next phase. Maybe Southeast Florida looks a little different than the rest of the state, and I think that would make sense. But, you know, putting it in perspective, too, you know, you look at the number of cases in Broward, you know, there's several thousand cases, but there's almost 2 million people here. I mean, you have small cities in, like, Long Island that do that in a week, I mean, without question. So they've worked really hard here, and I think they deserve a lot of credit. I mean, you know, it's one thing you have your community, and there's been different areas here, but you had the cruise ships coming in. You had all these flights coming in. We did the screening. We've screened about 20,000 people from either the New York City area or New Orleans in the last several weeks. Guess what? The most popular flight from the New York City area, Fort Lauderdale Airport. But I think the fact that we've done that and isolated those folks has helped inhibit the spread. And I'm not saying everyone has it. Of course they don't. But in an area like New York, where people in the city are testing positive at 30, 40, even 50% of the tests are positive, the chance that someone, if you have 20,000 people are bringing it, obviously some people were bringing it. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm going to look, you know, New York State did this. I think some other states have done it. And I think it's just an issue of this is a novel virus. People are putting themselves on the line for doing it. And, you know, how does that work in terms of legal protection? Because if you look, this is something that even if you have the PPE and everything, you have a critical mass of these cases in a hospital, in a nursing home, things like that. Those folks are exposed, you know, they're going to be exposed. And so we've also, though, done things very early on Because if you looked at it, even in the beginning of March, it was pretty clear that you were much more likely to be hospitalized if you were 65 and plus and had an underlying condition. And so for us, we looked at these long-term care facilities and nursing homes as kind of the ground zero. So we issued really tough regulations about who would be allowed in staff-wise. So almost all these facilities have been taking temperatures. They've had to pass screening the staff to go in. Now, most of them have abided by that, worked hard. Obviously, we've had a couple cases where they didn't follow. We didn't allow visitors in there. Then we had them wear N95 masks. You have had cases where asymptomatic staff members have gone in. We had a case in Suwannee County. You had an outbreak in a facility, and most of the outbreak was with the staff. But I don't think they had symptoms. People didn't know. So that's why we have the National Guard doing these strike teams to try to get into these places, even when there's no problem apparent, to try to figure out if there's an infection. Because if you catch it early, you can isolate and you can contain the outbreak. If it's allowed to just be this silent spreader and spread day after day after day, that's when you get into situations where you have a lot of folks who are very vulnerable. We're also working with hospitals so that because if something happens in a nursing home, Florida Department of Health sends a team. We obviously have the proactive with the National Guard going out there. ACA has people on site. There's a whole thing that happens, and I think has been very effective at reducing the amount of infections in these places. So you have all that. But then you also have, like Cleveland Clinic here, they work proactively with the nursing homes because they understand that if these outbreaks happen, that's obviously going to put more stress on the hospitals. And so they're going out and testing as well. So we're trying to work with all of these healthcare providers to be able to do this. So the next phase for Florida, you're going to see the same and even more, hopefully, because we'll have more technology at our disposal in terms of what we can do with these nursing homes and assisted living facilities. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, look, I mean, I think that there's a number of things. If you look at the president's, what the president put out in terms of the different stages, we will obviously use that as kind of a baseline. It doesn't mean that Florida is going to go every single thing they say or not say, but that's a pretty good baseline. So you look at different things. What does the workforce look like? Some of these businesses, letting people get back to work. I think that's something that's very, very important. In terms of outdoor spaces, I mean, if you look at how this disease is transmitted, it's transmitted overwhelmingly when you're in close, sustained contact with people, usually in an indoor environment. Most of the transmissions, when they've done studies in China, some of these other places, have been inside the home, inside things like public transportation. That's why in New York City, they're still packed on the subways. They're still spreading it on that. Some of the outdoor spaces, the parks and some of these things, I think the risk is much more minimal. Now, you're not going to have large gatherings out there, but I think to be able to get people get out in sunshine and be able to get some fresh air, anything I've done, I always promoted essential activities with recreation. You just got to do it in a way that's going to have low risk. But if you go run in your neighborhood by yourself, if you're not coming into contact with anyone, it's very low risk. I get a kick out of seeing like somebody jogging on the beach in California, like all by his lonesome, and you got a fleet of cops go out there, like he's just jogging. So going forward, I think we got to be promoting people to get exercise, do it in a good way, do it in a safe way. But I think like Duval, some of their parks, we obviously are gonna help anybody else. But that's basically been a local decision because I thought that there needed to be outlets for people to be able to do things safely.
Governor, what is the date you have in mind for getting the unemployment backlog down to a reasonable number?
Well, we're doing as much as we can. As I mentioned, we've done 100,000 this week. That's more claims than were paid the first 2 months of the year. I'm pretty confident in Florida. I have to go back and check the numbers. So we've been building it, and I want them to keep building as much as possible. Some of the numbers, which you've seen.
All right, folks, we are now switching gears, take you out to another event right now live. This is Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York.
Again, this is one day, but it is flattening, reducing slightly, depending on your point of view. This is sort of a test. Are you an optimist or are you a pessimist? Pessimist would say we're basically flat. Optimist would say, I think we're starting to trend down. So it's a personality test. Net change in total hospitalizations is undeniably on the decline. The 3-day average, which is more accurate than any one-day number, also says the same thing. The ICU admissions is down. That's not that telling to me because, as I said, the entire hospital is now basically an ICU ward. But the number of intubations is down, and that is very good news because intubations 80% of the time wind up in a person not recovering. So that's really good news. The reality and the counter-narrative, counter-fact, number of new cases that walked in the door, COVID cases, walked in the door of a hospital, is still about 2,000 per day. And that is still very high. So that, yes, fewer people in the hospital, fewer people being intubated, but still 2,000 people walking in the door. And if you notice, it's hovered about the same rate for several weeks. It peaked, but 2,000, that's a very high number. Number of deaths, unfortunately, refuses to come down dramatically. 630. That is still breathtaking in its pain and grief and tragedy, and basically flat again, like many of the other numbers. Just in terms of overall context, where are we? Where are we going? Everybody wants to ask that question every day, and I understand that. We have to get to tomorrow. What is the final conclusion of this ugly chapter? I still believe it's when we have a vaccine, when people know that this virus is totally controlled. That's 12 to 18 months. Hopefully it can be sooner. Maybe there's a medical treatment in between. We hope, we pray. A lot of medical companies are working very hard on it right here in this state and all across the country. That would totally change the trajectory. People who are looking for a quick fix, a quick answer, it would be a medical treatment. That would be the quick fix. Announcement of a vaccine, that would be a quick fix. In the meantime, it's going to be an incremental process between today and tomorrow. As much as people don't want to hear that, that's the truth. You're not going to hear any day soon, it's over, the nightmare ends, and we wake up. It's going to be incremental, and we have to be smart as we do this. Do no harm, control the rate of infection as we go through this. We also have a lot of work to do operationally in terms of the healthcare system and now testing, which I'll talk about in a minute. The testing tracing is the guideposts through this, right? As we're working our way over the next several months, the testing, which is informing us as to who can go back to work, helping us isolate people, it's about testing. And testing is a totally new challenge. Nobody has done this on what we need to do on testing. And then phasing the ramp up of the economy to the new normal as we do this. Again, in terms of perspective, I think of it this way. Our whole response thus far basically has been a response to a crisis, right? And as the numbers start to come down and as people start to take a deep breath and people start to feel we can control the beast, which we can, and they take comfort in the fact that we can control the beast, which I do. I was afraid this thing was uncontrollable, and that despite everything we did, the numbers were going to continue to go through the roof. And by the way, nobody could tell you otherwise. But we proved we can control the beast. We can reduce the rate of infection. We did that by our response to the crisis. Credit to all New Yorkers, all Americans. They flattened the curve. Nobody else, no government agency, no public health expert. People's actions flatten the curve. We responded to the crisis. That's sort of all in this first response, the first phase. Bring down that infection rate. The infection rate was one person infected 1.4 other people. That's when an epidemic breaks out. That's fire through dry grass, right? That's what we talked about yesterday. We have the infection rate down to 0.9. One person infects 0.9 other people. I've never met a 0.9 person, but the infection rate is less than 1 to 1. That then sees the outbreak starting to subside, the numbers starting to come down, which is what we're seeing in the numbers. So we did that. This is all in our response to the crisis. And let's say it's from minute 1 to where we are today. This has all been crisis response. Bring down the infection rate. We did that. Bring up the hospital system to this projection level, which would have been impossible, but ramp up that hospital system so when you have all these new infected people, you can handle it. You don't overwhelm the public health system. You don't have people dying in hallways, which is what we saw in Italy on TV, right? That's all phase 1. That's critical response. Hurry up, get it done. Every day is vital. Drastic measures taken quickly in a coordinated way. That's phase 1. We're still in that phase because you still have 2,000 people coming in the door every day. So don't get cocky, don't get arrogant. We're in control. No, you're not in crisis because you can control the beast, but you're only controlling the beast because of what you're doing. That's where we are. We're starting to transition to another place. What's the other place? It's going to be the second half of this situation, which is unpausing, right? The situation we're in now is unsustainable. People can't stay in their homes for this length of time. They can't stay out of work. You can't keep the economy closed forever. You just can't. Society can't handle it, personally or economically. So now we're moving into another phase, which is this reopening phase. How do you plan the reopening? Nobody's ever done this before. And how do you plan a reopening of an economy and at the same time be cognizant of the public health crisis that you're still in, right? We have the infection rate down to 0.9. One person is infecting 0.9%, less than a person. Okay, the epidemic outbreak percentage is 1.2. One person infecting 1.2. You only have between 0.9 and 1.2 is a margin of error. We have to reopen, we have to reopen, we have to reopen. Yeah, you only have a very slim margin to operate on. You open too fast, you bring people out too fast, you'll get to 1.2 in 3 days and we'll be right back to where we started. So that's the I want to get out of my house versus public health balance that we're talking about. How do you measure this? How do you calibrate it? You have to develop a testing capacity that does not now exist. And then you test people on a higher volume than ever before. You then trace them to find other positives, and then you isolate them. In the meantime, we have to stabilize the state's finances because we have a terrible economic deficit. We're spending money every day that we've never dreamed of spending. We're asking all these hospitals to do things, all these local governments to do things. We're paying. And we're paying when we're in a position where we don't have any money, which is also an unsustainable position in life. You can't keep writing checks if you have no balance in your account. It doesn't work long term. At one point they come and they knock on the door. I don't know who knocks on the door when you're a state government, but somebody's going to come knock on the door. So that's where we are overall. The next frontier is going to be testing. We don't have a testing system that can do this volume. or that can be ramped up to do this volume. We don't have a public health testing system, by the way. It's de minimis. If you look at what our government departments of health have, it's a relatively de minimis capacity. Well, what's our private sector testing capacity? That's relatively de minimis also. Think about what we're talking about. We're talking about labs that normally operate to do blood testing. If you need a marriage license, you have to get blood. If you have, your child is sick, they send them for a strep test. The doctor says, go take a blood test for allergies. You go and you go to a lab to have blood drawn. That's basically the system we're talking about. That system does not do large-scale COVID testing. This COVID testing, first, in and of itself, is a very complicated new test. It's not as simple as drawing blood and getting it tested. This test, in and of itself, is complicated and expensive. And you don't have the network that does that. It does not exist. This is where we were with the hospitals. We came up with what we call surge and flex. What happened with the hospitals when this started, we started seeing these much higher numbers that would overwhelm our hospital system. Well, how do we ramp up the hospital system? You don't really have a public hospital system. Downstate New York, you have about 100 hospitals. You only have about 15 of those 100 are public hospitals. The rest are all private hospitals, voluntary hospitals, but they're all private hospitals. We had to get those private hospitals to work with government in a coordinated way. Never happened before. Extraordinarily difficult. We did it, but it was a phenomenal undertaking. You now have 300 laboratories and hospitals across the state that do virology testing. How do we get 300 private labs and hospitals to become one system statewide to do testing for COVID? And how do we get them all coordinated? This is something that has never been done before and is going to be a tremendous undertaking. Also, to further complicate it, what they will tell you now, because we've been having the conversations, the labs, if they can get the test, which they have to purchase from private sector companies, the tests require certain chemical reagents to operate. So you take a sample and then you mix it with other chemicals. They can't get the chemicals that they need to mix to do the test. Well, who has the chemicals? No one has the chemicals, because everybody has been overrun with demand, and the chemicals come out of where? China, where everything has come from over the past 40 days. Everything goes back to China. And China is now in a position where they're being asked globally for these reagent chemicals. And that is a piece of the equation that I can't figure out. And that's why the federal government has to be part of this approach and part of this answer. I can do what I can do on the state side, and I will. And I'm going to issue an executive order that says the Department of Health will be coordinating those private sector labs, which are private sector companies, but they're licensed by the state of New York. They're permitted by the state of New York. And we need them to step up and work together. But the federal government cannot wipe their hands of this and say, oh, the states are responsible for testing. We cannot do it. We cannot do it without federal help. I'm willing to do what I can do and more. But I'm telling you, I don't do China relations, I don't do international supply chain, and that's where the federal government can help. Also remember, the federal government at the same time is developing testing capacity. So we wind up in this bizarre situation that we were in last time, 50 states all competing for these precious resources, In this case, it's testing, and then the federal government comes in and says to those companies, I want to buy the tests also. This is mayhem. We need a coordinated approach between the federal government and the states. Second thing that is of immediate concern is we have to stabilize the finances of the state. The federal government has passed 3 bills to address this crisis. Of those 3 bills, the state governments have gotten precisely 0, zilch, nada in unrestricted aid. The state should this, the state should this, the state should this. Yes. Well, what support have you given the states? None. I mean, how can that even be? How is it even plausible as a strategy? It doesn't work. We need financial resources to stabilize the states, because when you starve the state governments, I still eat, Dr. Zucker still eats, but we can't fund schools, we can't fund hospitals, we can't fund small business, we can't fund all these extraordinary efforts that we're undertaking. It makes no sense. We need to support the states because the states are the ones who are doing this. Reopening is up to the states, right? That's the federal decree. It's up to the governors. The governors will decide. The states have to decide. Everyone is in a different position, and it's up to the states, which I agree. It also happens to be the Constitution. But put that aside. I also think it's the right approach. Okay, it's up to the states. But then don't ask the states, don't give them this massive undertaking that has never been done before, and then not give them any resources to do it. That's not how this is going to work. The expression, don't pass the buck without passing the bucks. A.J. Parkinson, Mark remembers him. Don't ask the states to do this. It's up to the governors, up to the governors, up to the governors. Okay, is there any funding so I can do these things that you want us to do? No. That is passing the buck without passing the bucks. Passing the buck, which is the opposite of the buck stops here. The buck doesn't stop here. I'm passing the buck, and I'm not passing the bucks. I'm not giving the financial assistance to actually perform the responsibility. So, last point is we go from today to tomorrow, but we talk about the new normal. This also has to be an opportunity where after this horrendous period that we have gone through on every level, after the exorbitant cost of this, the personal pain of this, the death of this, this has to be one of those moments in time when we look back where we say society transformed. It was a learning and growth and transformational period where growth and evolution was accelerated. Yes, society took a terrible blow, but it became a moment of reflection where all sorts of new reforms and innovations happened. That's what we have to do with this period when they look back at it. So our goal is not, let's get up and turn the machine back on and keep going the way we were. No. How do you make the changes now that you've been talking about in some cases for years, by the way, but you never had the political will to do it, or it was too hard, or it was too difficult. We talk about environmental changes that we're going to make, but we never really do it. We talk about issues of income inequality, but we never really get there. You know, we talk about changes to our public transit system, but it's too hard, it's too controversial. All right, well now you have an opportunity in this window to really make changes and reforms and improve things in a way you haven't. And by the way, if you went through this, and you went through this pain and aggravation and suffering, and you didn't learn, well, then shame on us. Then shame on us, because there are so many lessons to learn. And then you come back better than you were. 9/11, New York took a terrible beating. This nation took a terrible beating. We learned from it. We grew. We're better. 9/11 transformed the country. If I told you before 9/11 you were going to take off your shoes when you went to an airport before you could get on an airplane, and they were going to go through every bag and you would say, I'm never doing that. 9/11 said this is a different world. Look at all the security measures we now have post 9/11 that we would have never envisioned. We went through Hurricane Sandy. We didn't build back what was. You build back better than before. You take that moment, you learn that lesson, and you improve society. We have to do that here. And we have to do it affirmatively. It doesn't just happen. You have to say, we paused. New York pause. You paused. You reflect, you learn, you grow, and you move forward. Look at what we learned about the public health system. You know what we learned about the public health system? There is no public health system capacity. Hospitals had the number of beds they needed to operate. Well, what in case of an emergency? There was no emergency capacity in hospitals. Nobody had beds left empty. Oh, that wing is in case there's an emergency. Then we would use that wing. It didn't exist. Why not? Well, that's not what we did. So, how do you improve the public health system? How do you improve the emergency response? Well, we never had to deal with a pandemic before. By the way, what is a pandemic? Okay, well, now we did. And now let's learn. And how are we going to be ready for the next situation like this? Because there will be another. I don't know what it is. I don't know when it is. I don't know if this virus comes back in a second wave. But there will be something. And we have to be ready and better for it. And not just what you learned, but what have we been talking about doing that we should be doing that this is now an opportunity to do? We've been talking about reimagining the workforce and workplace. Does everybody actually have to drive into the office every day? Or did we learn that there are ways to telecommute and work from home where it's actually more efficient, it's actually more effective? What do we do about a transit system? And how do we make it safer? Not just the way we've been talking about, but also from a public health point of view. And how are we now smarter about public interactions? I can't tell you how many doctors now have come to me and said, you know, I said for years we shouldn't be shaking hands, that it's just a total way to transmit germs and viruses, et cetera. So how do we take this moment, since we are paused anyway, and actually come back smarter? I also believe it'll work. It's a moment of personal reflection, you know. We've been in a different circumstance. We've been in a different circumstance vis-a-vis our family. What have we learned during this heartbreak and during this crisis? I've spent a lot of time with my kids, 22, 25, twins, two 25s. My interactions with my kids had gotten so superficial over these past few years. You know, everyone's busy, busy, busy. So what do you need? Everything good? You need anything from me? When do I see you? I miss you. That was the same conversation, like over and over and over. Now I got time to sit with them and really have in-depth conversations that I hadn't had in a long time. And I'll tell you, one of the things I learned is I was missing a lot, you know. They're not 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years old anymore. They're grown up, and they have complex lives and complex feelings and complex situations, and you don't understand that or get to appreciate that when all you say is, how's everything, anything you need, when do I see you again, you know? Well, I was busy. It's my defense to myself. I was busy. Yeah. Except that's not an excuse. And take a deeper reflection on what's important in life. And you can't have a real quality relationship with your child or another human being unless you take the time to get below that surface and really understand the person and really take the time to talk through what's going on. People don't work that way. They don't open up in a 4-minute conversation. So now I wind up in a situation where I have a couple of hours to talk to one of my daughters. And there's a whole person and life and nuance that's going on that, frankly, I had been oblivious to. I'm not going to let that happen again. I haven't been able to see my mother. She's a little older, and I see a lot of people. I'm exposed to a lot of people. I don't want to go see my mother because she's in a vulnerable population, and I'm out and about a lot. So it would be careless to go see her now. But I think about all the times I have said to her, she lives in Manhattan, she said, "Can you come over for a cup of coffee today?" How many times I've said, "Yes, I'll come over for a cup of coffee," and then called back and said, "I can't do it today. Next time, next time, next time, next time." Why? Well, because something came up, I was busy, I didn't have the time. Wrong. Wrong. That was more important than anything else. Sometimes you don't miss something until it's been taken away. And it made me rethink what was important and what I had been missing. And I'd been missing a lot because all this, we're all busy, we're all busy, we're all busy. Yeah, what does it mean at the end of the day? You know, what were you really busy with, and did it matter? So I know that I've learned a lot on a personal level. But we may be more physically distant for the foreseeable future. The key is to be more connected individually, more connected as a society, more connected as a community. And that's what we're going to do. Questions?
Governor, you're asking for, you seem to be.
Let's do a New York pause moment, and let's take this situation and reflect on it and find a better way. Here's my suggestion. Rather than everybody shouting, I will call on every person and ask a question, and then we'll go on so we don't have to yell at each other. Jesse?
Governor, you're talking about an additional federal funding, presumably, to kind of help reopen and restart the economy. Do you have any idea what that number is? Are we talking tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars? What would you like to see come from Washington?
Well, we know what we proposed, right? National Governors Association, which represents governors all across the country. All the governors are part of the National Governors Association, Democratic and Republican. National Governors Association chairman is Chairman Larry Hogan, Republican chairman. I'm the vice chairman. I'm a Democrat. We have publicly requested $500 billion for states. We've publicly done that. So that's the number. That's public. Put out in a press release, and that's what it is.
What about for New York specifically, though?
We didn't get into the allocation, but the allocation should be proportionate to the need, right? This allocation, $500 billion for the states. Well, how do you allocate it among the states? Allocate it proportionate to need. You know where the COVID cases are. You can look at a map. You see the cases. You know that because you see when the president talks about reopening, different states are in different places. Yes, different states have radically different situations when it comes to number of cases. So allocate the funding where the problem exists. You're trying to solve the COVID problem. Allocate the funding to where the COVID problem exists. In past bills, where they've done health care funding for quote-unquote COVID, you've seen the numbers. Some states got about $200,000 for every COVID case. New York got about $12,000 for every COVID case. How do you justify that? Well, because it's the Senate, they wanted to give every state money, so every senator had something to go home and do a press release about. Yeah, I know, but if the state didn't have any COVID cases, how much did you give that state of taxpayers' money just so that senator could go home and do a press release? Give me a break. You can do a press release with, you don't need billions of dollars to do press releases.
Just very quickly to follow, the president said yesterday that some states would start to go into phase one almost immediately. How far away do you think New York is from something like phase one or even phase two?
Well, phase one, phase two. It's what he's saying is, depending on where that state is, well, what the president's saying is it's up to the states. It's up to the governors. The governors who have states that have fewer cases can reopen faster. Yeah, that has nothing to do with the president or federal policy or anything. All he's saying is it's up to the states, and you'll see states that have less of a problem opening sooner. That is undeniable and totally logical. So it depends on that state, where it is, and it depends on the numbers. And the governors rely on numbers. And it has nothing to do with the federal government.
Governor, on the hospital system, we said that
when do we reopen? We are at now 0.9 on the infection rate. 1.2 is the tipping scale where the numbers start to go up again, right? So your margin of error right now is between 0.9 and 1.2. You have many states where the infection rate is de minimis. We're at 0.9. We're right up to that line of possible outbreak. So the states that will open first, by the data, will have much lower infection rates than we do. We were over the line. We were in outbreak territory, right? We've gotten that down to 0.9. But your margin of error is between 0.9 and 1.2. And what the experts will tell you is 0.9, 1.2, you're right on the line. It's not that precise a science.
Governor, we've now got a hospital rate that seems to be stabilizing and ticking down. A few questions. Are you therefore stopping some of the things you've done to increase capacity, like the field hospitals on the island? And then is there any thought, particularly in upstate areas, of reopening hospitals and facilities to elective procedures? There are reports that workers are being laid off. And then finally, I know we had to reduce PPE standards. We had to waive a bunch of requirements to increase this capacity. Will any of that be now rolled back? And is there any concern that reducing these standards, particularly PPE, may have hastened infection or caused problems among healthcare workers? We know there's lots of infections there.
The CDC reduced the PPE guidelines, not to do alphabet soup, but it was the CDC that had federal guidelines on the personal protective equipment. And they have different guidelines, apparently, when you're in a crisis than normally. They went to crisis guidelines. And that's what many of the nurses especially are complaining about.
Those are guidelines. DOH actually sets the policy, I believe.
I don't know.
We set the policy. We use the CDC guidelines on these issues, whether about use of masks, PPE equipment, the gowns we continue to use. But the issue is when can a healthcare worker go back to working with a mask?
And so are we thinking about changing any of this? And do you have any concern that this may have caused higher infection rates?
I don't feel that it caused higher infection rates at all. Healthcare workers have worked extremely hard to protect themselves and to make sure there isn't any further spread.
Marina?
Also on the hospitals?
We are not. First, you take all these numbers with a grain of salt, right? Caution is you could have a surge, you could have a second wave. Look at Wuhan, look at China, look at Italy. It went up, went down, went back up. Be careful. But are we at a point where we are now immediately in danger of exceeding the hospital capacity we developed? No. That's why we're in a position to give away ventilators or lend ventilators to New Jersey, other states, et cetera. So I don't believe we are in a place today where we are at risk of going over capacity. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you. I'm Ann, by the way.
Hello, Ann.
I want to talk to you about the rate of infection. Have you calculated the rate of infection for upstate New York, specifically, without including downstate?
We have not done those calibrations yet. This is all, the rate of infection analysis is very difficult, and there are a number of premises that they're making in the calculation. So we don't have discrete rates of infection yet, no.
I mean, it would appear that we have lower rates in upstate New York, and as you know, our area has made strides in the economy in the past few years. This has been devastating. We've already seen some small businesses go under. Is it important to find out what that rate of infection is to try and get parts of upstate open that are not seeing those numbers?
Look, it's important to get the economy open wherever you can, as soon as you can, whenever you can. People had a nice break, and they were in their homes. I think everybody is well past, I had a nice break. I want to get back to work. I have to get out of the house. I love my family, but I have to now get out of the house. And I need a paycheck, and I need it yesterday. So everyone is in that same position. At the same time, people will say, I don't want to go out and get sick and die, right? So that's, death is bad. And even though staying at the home and not getting a paycheck is bad, it's not as bad as death, right? That's the yin and the yang here. So as soon as we can, and lower infection rate places, lower death rate places are in a better position than places with a higher death rate, higher infection rate. So yes, calibrating those differences is important, and balancing the economic need and the personal need with the public health need and death, that calibration is everything.
When do you think you'll start to make that separation is what I'm asking?
I think you'll see it clearer. You know, we're right on the line now across the board. You'll see clusters in upstate also. You'll see nursing home issues in upstate. One of the reasons they keep asking about nursing homes are the vulnerable point. They're the vulnerable population in the vulnerable setting, a nursing home. And we've seen that across upstate. So it's not just about, yes, everybody wants the economy running, but everybody wants to be safe at the same time, and that's what we're working through.
Governor, the state just released a list of facilities, of nursing homes that have outbreaks. We're seeing some numbers of up to, 55 deaths at just one nursing home, and at least 21 facilities on this list that have over 20 residents. My first question is, why, has it taken so long to inform the public about this, happening in their communities? Why has the public not known about all of these numerous outbreaks?
Yeah, I think they have. We've been talking about nursing homes every day for the past 30 days. The first outbreak was in Seattle, Washington, which was a nursing home. That's how this country was introduced to it. We've said 157 times the most vulnerable population are seniors. The most vulnerable place are nursing homes. So I think and we have special precautions for nursing homes. I think we've been talking about it all along.
Well, are you going to start doing, boosting the number of of nursing home inspection workers? Are you going to look at mass testing?
It's not an inspection issue. We've taken radical measures vis-a-vis a nursing home. No visitors. I mean, just think about how harsh a policy that is. No visitors in a nursing home. These are people who live for visitors. No visitors, staff testing, different cleanliness procedures, more equipment. But the virus is nothing to be underestimated. and the virus is very good at killing, and the virus is very good at killing older people and people with compromised immune systems. And that's why the virus seeks out nursing homes.
Yes, but it seems like even with the screening protocols, we now know that many people can be asymptomatic, so even if they didn't have a temperature, they still could have been carriers of the disease. Is there a need for mass testing at nursing homes in order to get a better picture?
Yes, that's what we've been saying also, right? We want to test frontline workers, test healthcare workers, but then you need tests, and that's why we've been talking about testing and the need to ramp up testing and how difficult it is for testing.
The point is, there's clearly a problem here.
Excuse me a second, Jimmy. Someone's asking a question.
Transfers of, there's at least one nursing home we know of where the residents have been transferred to another facility. Not the negative residents have been transferred. Is that something the state recommends or is doing anywhere else?
I don't know. Do you know about transfers, Jim?
Part of our COVID-19 task force, which is balancing load for hospitals, has also been working on the nursing home piece as well. So there have been cases where some of the residents of one nursing home have transferred either to a hospital or to another program. That's something we balance across the system, particularly in downstate New York, where this has been more prevalent in a number of cases.
Look, the ideal would be if you had an on-the-spot test. Person, before they walk into a nursing home, you do a saliva test, positive, negative, get the results in 15 minutes, and if they test positive, they don't walk into the nursing home. Test all the staff, test everybody who walks into that building, test all the residents. That's the ideal. You don't have that test, and you don't have that volume of testing capacity, and that's what we're dealing with.
The rest of the nursing homes, because this is only a small sampling, there's no, like, for example, Steuben County is not.
You have the answer, Jim?
Like you said before, personal privacy was a key concern. These are all nursing homes with cases with a greater than 5 number. Anything with fewer than 5 deaths were not included in these initial round.
Facilities in Steuben County that have more than 5.
This is what was been. This data is reported directly from the nursing homes themselves. So if there's any exclusion that should be included is from the nursing homes themselves, and we'll circle back as we do every day on getting updated reporting data from those nursing homes.
We only know what they tell us, right, sir?
Yeah. I wanted to ask about, in terms of the nursing homes, what about releasing the data for positive numbers, that maybe not fatalities, but the numbers at those nursing homes that have tested positive for COVID? Can we get some of those details? And the other question I had is, what about family members who want to get information about their loved ones and are having trouble? Maybe they're getting stonewalled on information from the actual nursing home. Is there anything that the state can do to enforce or to make the nursing homes hand over information that loved ones are needing?
Yeah, a nursing home, you're saying people call the nursing home for information on someone in the nursing home, and the nursing home won't give them information on their loved one?
Yeah, so at least in one case.
Yeah, I don't know that that's even
So
legal.
DOH had put out guidance saying that nursing homes should inform family members when there are positives, either in the nursing home in general or specifically their family member. What we found through the critical reporting that's been going on through this process is that's being ignored, so we're doing an executive order that says that they are mandated to do it, and there will be penalties if they don't. Civil penalties.
Governor?
Mark?
Thank you, Governor. The update on drive-ins, whether that could be an essential business.
Mr. Mahika, who's in charge of reviewing drive-ins?
ESDC is still reviewing that. So we didn't get an actual request. Last time you asked a question, there had not been a formal request into ESD. There is now a formal request in there. They're still evaluating it right now. So this was a few days ago or last week, so we're still reviewing it.
Okay, one other question is that New York, the last I checked, New York State is the 9th largest economy in the world. And trade offices were established in key cities to develop important relationships around the world, to attract business to New York State. And I know China, you've had, I guess, Beijing or some other city. Is that helping you in terms of getting, because, it's been maybe 2 decades that we've had these trade-offs?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. We do have people who represent the state in China for a trade point of view. We've been using them to help us try to figure out the supply chain issue, which is just, you want to talk about lessons learned. We need masks. They're made in China. We need gowns. They're made in China. We need face shields. They're made in China. We need ventilators. They're made in China. Okay, we're past that phase. Now we're on this new phase. We need testing agents. They're made in China. I mean, it's just how? And these are all like national security issues when you're in this situation. But we do have people who work for the state in China who help us with trade relations. They were helpful here, but in truth, this is so much beyond that level. You have the federal government going to China to buy supplies. You have Illinois, California, New York, Italy, South Korea, everybody going to China. And it was well beyond the capacity of our reps. That's what we're saying.
Farmers right now are really struggling across the state. They are looking to the federal government for assistance, but there's also state lawmakers that have introduced a couple bills that on the state level things can happen. Have you thought about doing things like the 60-hour work week, for example, for farm employees, or any other changes to help farmers on the state level?
We're looking at all of that. Again, many of those bills require state funding, and we don't have it. To the extent a bill doesn't require funding but can be a part of the reopening plan, we're looking at all of that. And I'm open to all of that.
So many upstate county executives are looking for the state to reopen the golf courses, and also Mayor Bill de Blasio saying that beaches and pools should be shut for the rest of the season. Do you think this is too soon to say?
Yeah, look, I talked to a number of upstate officials, and yeah, everyone has their own ideas. I get it, and I respect it, and we have 700 school districts. We have 699 opinions on when to open schools and close schools, and the school district officials feel that their opinion matters most, and I understand that. We have upstate county executives who want to open beaches, want to open parks, et cetera. These decisions are all interconnected, right? And this is the conversation I have with them. You know, you open your schools as one district, well, then what does it do to the next door district? And if we don't coordinate this, it's going to make a situation worse for everyone. Same thing with beaches. You open your beaches, but I don't open my beaches. My people are all going to go to your beach, right? We're two counties, let's say. And what you do with your beaches affects me. And one of us does something and the other one doesn't, now we have a problem. And it can be beaches, it can be parks, it can be hiking trails, it can be schools, it can be any of these things. So the first place we started here was in an emergency, a governor issues executive orders that say we have to coordinate as a state. In an emergency, more so than ever before. That's the concept of an emergency declaration. Why does the president get more power in an emergency declaration? Because it's an emergency. So we have an emergency. So what you want to do with your park, normally, yeah, it's up to you. But in an emergency, what you do with your park can affect what everybody else does with their park. Because you have all sorts of people dying to get out of the house. I found out your parks are open. You can have people coming from across the state to your park. Now, maybe you want that, or maybe you don't want that. But I get a lot of calls from people in the Adirondacks. They don't want a lot of people coming from downstate to the Adirondacks and flooding their community right now. So what one does affects everyone. So schools, opening businesses, parks, beaches, all these decisions need to be coordinated on a statewide basis. And local governments, I get their concern. We all have to cooperate, and yes, we'll make decisions, we'll make them collectively, but they have to be uniform on a state level, because there's then actually a higher level I then have to turn around and coordinate with New Jersey and Connecticut and Massachusetts and Delaware, and what are we all doing and how does it work together? If I don't, what I do on my beaches in New York makes a difference to New Jersey, makes a difference to Connecticut. They just called today, we have an issue we have different policies on marinas. So people from New York are going to other states because other states have their marinas open, and we don't have our marinas open. So we're then flooding their marinas with our people. Sounds like a silly, small issue, but these things are all interconnected. So they want to know, even on like marina openings, we should have the same policy. Otherwise, people want to get out of their house. It's now summer. They want to go boating. Well, you can't do it in New York. They all go to Connecticut. Connecticut then says, well, this doesn't help us. We don't want all these New Yorkers coming up here to do boating. So they have to be coordinated. I understand it's inconvenient, but every decision has an impact on everybody else. I'm not crazy about having to coordinate every decision with New Jersey and Connecticut, et cetera, because it's always easier to make your own decisions and everybody can be on their own. That's not where we are. So no one can make a decision without the state signing off. I don't make decisions without talking to my partners in New Jersey, Connecticut, and the rest of the alliance. And that is the best way for government to operate right now. Well, it's a pain in the neck. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Well, I like the old way where I do whatever I want in my county. Yeah, I know. I understand that. We all want to get back to the old way. But we're not at the old way right now. Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to come right back, Bernadette. I didn't miss you. Yes.
So my question is, we're hearing from family members with loved ones inside nursing homes that they hear two very different but very important messages. One is to keep COVID out of nursing homes, but secondly, the March 25th directive from the Department of Public Health stating that no nursing home can deny re-entry or admission to a nursing home based on testing positive for COVID-19 or a suspected case of COVID-19. Why not, they're asking, send them to alternate locations where they can get better together or insist on negative testing results?
Yeah. Doctor or Jim, did you insist?
So I would start by first mentioning many of those individuals who have gone to the hospital because they were ill and then they left to go back to their nursing home, which is their, as we've said before, which is their home. So that's the first thing. You want to bring them back to that area. Testing for someone who's had coronavirus obviously is something which would be down the road a little bit to do as well. But we have been looking at all the possible ways to make sure that those in the nursing home are protected, both the healthcare workers and surely the individuals who are at most at risk.
But they're so concerned because they're so afraid for their family members because they're older and frail and they just think maybe another place is better. Also, second question, I hope you'll answer both. The tracker, the COVID tracker on the website, the last update for the number of nursing home fatalities in the state of New York was 2,477, and the date that it said it was most recently updated was April 14th. When might we expect?
So on the second, Jim, you have the data on that, right?
The April 15th data will be up today. There was some reporting issues from the nursing homes for the 16th because we're lagged a day. So we'll try to get that all up in the next day or so.
Okay.
Bernadette?
Yeah, so we've got some reports from certain hospitals downstate, specifically Manhattan and Queens, about overwhelmed ICU beds and just staff. They're just completely overwhelmed. Wondering if you guys are going to be focusing more on these high needs hospitals and then also maybe utilizing more the Javits Center and USNS Comfort. And I also wanted to get your response. It looks like the president is also watching this press conference. headlines. He tweeted 13 minutes ago, quote, "Governor Cuomo should spend more time doing and less time complaining. Get out there and get the job done. Stop talking. We built you thousands of hospital beds that you didn't need or use, gave large numbers of ventilators that you should have had and helped you with testing that you should be doing." It goes on a little bit more. So wondering if you could respond to that, and then also the question about the overwhelmed ICU.
Good. Let's respond to the president. First of all, if he's sitting home watching TV, maybe he should get up and go to work, right? Second, let's keep emotion and politics out of this and personal ego if we can, because this is about the people and it's about our job. And let's try to focus on that. I have said repeatedly that when we were fighting for the additional capacity for our hospital system, that the president moved very quickly, and I applauded him for it, and he brought the Army Corps of Engineers, and he brought them up to build the Javits Center capacity, 2,500 beds. He's wrong that it hasn't been used. About 800 people have gone through Javits. To dismiss 800 people is disrespectful. But we didn't use 2,500 beds because we didn't reach the capacity. When he says, well, we built it, we didn't need it, it sounds like a suggestion is, well, it was a request by the state that wasn't valid. If he didn't really believe 2,500 beds was necessary, I don't believe the federal government would have helped build 2,500 beds. And the number came from a projection from him. See, he should read the reports he issues. The White House Coronavirus Task Force had enormous, projected in the millions of people. The CDC, which is the president, projected in the millions of people. So the projections were high. They were the president's projections. So for him to say to anyone, well, you relied on projections and the projections were wrong, they're your projections, Mr. President. So were we foolish for relying on your projections, Mr. President? CDC, Coronavirus White House Task Force, that's you, White House, that's you. We relied on your projections. Okay, shouldn't have relied on your projections. Actually, I think the president has a better argument, which is, yes, we built 2,500 beds because the projections said it could get that bad, and because we worked together, we flattened the curve and we didn't hit the projection, which is actually what happened. But don't suggest that anyone made a mistake relying on your projections or on Cornell, Columbia, McKinsey, et cetera. Second, I have said a number of times, I don't know, what am I supposed to do, send a bouquet of flowers? They were very helpful on Javits. They were very helpful on sending the U.S. Navy ship Comfort. They were very helpful in intervening with China and getting PPE equipment out of China. They were very helpful in helping us find ventilators. I said thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, going forward, we're still in the midst of it. The president doesn't want to help on testing. He said 11 times. I said the one issue we need help with is testing. He said 11 times, I don't want to get involved in testing. It's too complicated. It's too hard. I know it's too complicated and it's too hard. That's why we need you to help. I can't do an international supply chain. He wants to say, well, I did enough. Yeah, none of us have done enough. We haven't, because it's not over. So yes, thank you for the Javits. Thank you for the U.S. Navy ship Comfort. But it's not over. We have a lot more to do. And no one can take the posture well, just say thank you for what I've done, and I'm now out. I'm not doing anything else. I've done my part. What if I said to the people of my state, okay, I'm done. By the way, I saved hundreds of thousands of lives. I flattened the curve. I created more hospital beds than anyone ever imagined. I coordinated the entire state. I'm done. I'm done. I'm going home. I'm going to go see my mother. I'm going to spend time with my kids, and I'm going to go out fishing in Connecticut because their marinas are open. That's it. I'm done. What if I said that? That's what he's saying. I'm done. I don't want to help on testing. Testing is too hard. And then the only thing he's doing, let's be honest, well, it's up to the states to do reopen. By the way, it was always up to the states. What are you going to grant me what the Constitution gave me before you were born? It's called the 10th Amendment. I didn't need the President of the United States to tell me that I'm governor. And I didn't need the President of the United States to tell me the powers of a state. People did that. Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, they are the ones who gave me the power. And I don't need the President of the United States to read the Constitution for me. Maybe he should have read the Constitution before he said he had the power to open the states, where he did a very graceful 180, and many people allowed him to do the graceful 180. But, so he now says it's up to the governors, which he said repeatedly now, yesterday, version of yesterday. And now it's up to the governors to reopen. Okay, I'm going to reopen. I get it. And you don't want to help on testing, which is a national problem and replicates the same chaos that you created with medical supplies because FEMA wasn't ready. By the way, I needed a stockpile. Where was your stockpile? 10,000 ventilators for the nation? That was your stockpile? Where your projections, the federal projections said they would need double the hospital capacity of this nation. Think about that. The CDC says double the hospital capacity of the nation. The minimum projection was 2.4 million hospital beds. You know how many hospital beds we have in this nation? 900,000. His projection says 2.4 million hospital beds. The whole hospital system is only 900, and his stockpile has 10,000 ventilators. You were ready with your stockpile? Didn't you read your own CDC projection? Didn't you read your own coronavirus protection? So, thank you again, Mr. President, for the Javits. Thank you for the U.S. Navy ship Comfort, which, by the way, is just doing your job as president. It's not really thank you like you wrote a check yourself, but thank you for that. We're not out of the woods. We have to go forward. We need help on testing, and we need funding. It's up to the governors. It's up to the states. Well, then provide the funding. No, they only want to pass a bill that funds their small business fund, called PPE, their small business program. We need to fund the small business program. But you're going to say, after just saying this monumental task is up to the individual governors and the individual states, I'm providing no help, no assistance, no financial money. I understand that small businesses need the funding. By the way, I know that airlines need a bailout, but not the states. Why don't you show as much consideration to states as you did to your big businesses and to your airlines? Right?
Did you guys speak yesterday or this morning after he
No.
announced the May 1st? No, you haven't talked at all?
After you announced to me what? I'm sorry?
After he announced the May 1st reopening of
No, he didn't announce anything. He said it's up to the states. That's what he said. And if you say it's up to the states, and you just hold up a big microphone that can listen to all the governors, you'll hear some governors say, I can start to reopen right away. Because some governors are in places where they don't have a serious problem. They never did. By the way, some states never even closed down. So if you're in a state that has a de minimis issue, yeah, then you can open up faster. You can open up tomorrow, or you can start opening up tomorrow. He's doing nothing. He said it's up to the states. It's up to the governors, which is what it always was, because it's always been the governor's power. And then he says, there's a 50-piece puzzle. No, no, no. That's called the map of the United States. It's not a puzzle. And those lines are called states. And those states have constitutional power. Remember the way this whole thing starts, the colonies create the federal government, not the other way around. So, introduction to constitutional theory and policy. The states have the power to open. The states are opening on their own timelines. We're trying to coordinate with our neighboring states. Western states are coordinating. Middle states are coordinating. All he's doing is walking in front of the parade, but he has nothing to do with the timing of the parade, right? The governors are going to open when they think they should open. All I'm saying is there's two things they need help from. They need help from the federal government. Two things. Help on testing, because states can't do that, and I don't want to redo the mayhem of the PPE debacle. Second point, we need funding to do it. And the way you love talking about how you funded everything, big businesses are all getting bailed out, airlines are getting bailed out, bail out, bail out, bail out, all with taxpayers' money. State governments, which are the only ones who are doing this whole reopening, they're going to need funding, right? And well, show gratitude. How many times do you want me to say thank you? But I'm saying thank you for doing your job. This was your role as president, okay? So that's the honest statement of fact. Without politics, I'm not running for anything. I have no agenda but delivering for the people of this state, and without ego. You want me to say thank you? Thank you for doing your job in helping build Javits and sending the U.S. Navy ship Comfort. Thank you for participating in a modicum of federal responsibility in a national crisis, which you know is a national crisis because he declared a federal emergency. So thank you for having the federal government participate in a federal emergency. And thank you for help building Javits, 2,500 beds, pursuant to your projection. Your projection. And if you don't agree with your projection, fire the head of the CDC, fire the White House coronavirus task force people, because they did the projections. In case he forgot or didn't read his CDC report, just to be precise, March 13th, so we're well into it, CDC says 160 to 214 million Americans infected. That's over half the population. CDC. 2.4 million to 21 million Americans hospitalized. 2.4 million, bottom number, 21 million Americans hospitalized. March 13th, the CDC. 2.4, okay? Let's say their low number, 2.4 to 21, which is a hell of a differential, right? Either 2.4 or 10 times 2.4. Thank you for that great projection. But anyway, let's take that minimum number, 2.4. How many hospital beds do you have? 900. Call it 1 million. So it's 2.5 times what your capacity is, right? We're the state of New York. We have a 50,000 bed capacity. By their projections, what do we need? 150,000 beds. By the way, what did McKinsey say that we needed? 140,000 beds. They got it from the CDC. As it says on the screen. They got it from the CDC. That's why we built 2,500 beds at Javits. Because we listened to you, Mr. President. And if we were foolish for listening to you, then shame on us. But read your own report next time before you criticize it.
Is there a point on state spending? You mentioned at some point someone's going to come knocking. Does that mean at some point the state might have to cut off state spending, and what would that even look like?
Rob?
So right now we're looking at our cash numbers, our priorities, right, are making payrolls, making sure we're funding Medicaid, making sure we're funding the pandemic. We have the resources to do that, but we're putting in place cash spending controls to make sure that we can do that, especially because of the delays in the tax filing dates. So because that moved from April 15th to July 15th, number of people that filed by April 15th was 7 million, when we usually get about 10 million who would file. That's about 30% off. Those that filed are probably getting refunds. So the ones that didn't file are most of that revenue. So we anticipate all that revenue is going to move to July. We'll be off about $10 billion in cash flow. So we're going to put in place spending controls actively right now to make sure that we can continue on a cash basis. We will have to make reductions, as the governor has said multiple times. We have a revenue shortfall even after the cash flow decline of between $10 and $15 billion. We'll put out a financial plan that reflects that, and then we'll have to make reductions in the event that there is not federal revenue. New York City put out their budget yesterday. They were projecting a revenue shortfall of $7 billion. Right? Again, ours looks like it could be up to double that number. And in the absence of additional federal revenue, then we will have to make those reductions. And that's consistent with what other large states are seeing.
To be fair, excuse me a second, Jimmy. You asked the question, right? We said we're going to let people have a chance. Gareth, do me a favor. Can you put up the White House coronavirus projection, just so the president can read what he said? Where were we up to, Joseph?
Residents are pulling their loved ones out of these facilities because conditions have gotten so bad. Is it advisable to do that at this point, and what more could the state do to make sure that the situation doesn't get worse?
Dr. Zucker?
Sure. So we are doing 3 different things there. We're working on the issues of making sure that they have the necessary equipment, all the PPEs, when they ask, we provide it to them. We are also increasing on the issue of testing, and we're also increasing staffing. And I think that's the 3 most important things. And if there's any questions, we address that. We also have something called a co-video, which is actually a virtual way to go through the nursing homes and to look to make sure that all the necessary things are being done, the proper ways of doing hand washing is happening, the proper ways of putting a gown on, taking off a gown is happening, whatever we need to do to help those individuals in the nursing home.
Where is that equipment and staff coming from if we have shortages of PPE in hospitals already?
We have staff. We have obviously there are volunteers that we have worked with as well in the big pool of volunteers, but we're working with each individual nursing home to address that.
And that coming off the April 10th?
Did you finish, Josepha?
Well, where's the extra PPE coming from?
We contact them if there's a need for PPE. We have stockpiles, we have supplies that we have, and obviously masks and other equipment as well.
Is that informational coming off your April 10th directive? Is there a newer one than that to the nursing homes?
There's the April 10th directive, that's correct.
Is that the latest one?
I think that's the latest one.
Okay.
This is, excuse me one second. This is you saw the CDC projections, This is the federal government's White House Coronavirus Task Force, January, February, March 31st, of the projections: 1.5 to 2.2 million deaths without mitigation, 100 to 240 best case scenario. That's the president's projections. So, Mr. President, if you want to point fingers, which I think is a mistake, you're in the middle of the game. It's only halftime. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback at halftime. Never works out well. And if you want to point fingers, we built more beds than we needed. Our only mistake was then believing your numbers and believing your projections. If that was a mistake, then I'm guilty. But I thought New York State relying on what you said would have been a safe assumption. I won't make that mistake again. And it was your CDC and your White House Coronavirus Task Force that made those projections.
Governor.
Who didn't ask a question? Sir.
Governor, you stated earlier that it's undeniable that certain states have fewer cases than others, and therefore it's logical to reopen some states earlier. Along those lines, I think Ann was pursuing this earlier. I'm not sure I heard an answer. Is it possible, is it likely, are you considering opening up certain parts of upstate New York before New York City?
That, my friend, is a good question. I think it's logical to think a reopening plan would take into consideration the differential in infection rates and overall hospitalization rate. It is a metaphor for the nation, right? Certain states now have a much different problem than other states. If you have less of a problem, you can reopen faster. That's essentially true. And if you're in one state and parts of the state are in a different situation than other parts of the state, why can't those parts of the state open sooner? I think they can. How much sooner, when, how do you do it? How do you phase it in? How do you do it in a way that doesn't complicate or compete with the other parts of the state that aren't doing it? Now you start to get granular and it starts to get tricky, and that's what we have to work through. But the overall premise, I agree. And then you watch that infection rate. And you do have parts of the state that are in a fundamentally different situation than downstate. Now, even those counties that are in a different situation, because remember, a county, if you're looking for a region to open, because a county sometimes is hard, but if you're looking for a region, you don't really have regions in the state that have been immune, because nobody's immune. So you'll see pockets in almost every region. You know, you talk about Western New York or Central New York and Mohawk Valley, you'll see pockets in every region. You can find a county that is in a different situation. But what we have to think through is, even if you did that, if you said, okay, that county starts to open up, what happens to all that pent-up demand from the rest of the state of people who are dying to get out of their house? And would you create inadvertently a problem for that place where you'd see all sorts of people descending there because that's now opened, right? The first barber shop to open, you know, there's going to be a line going out the door. The first hair salon to open, right? The first, we were literally on the phone with my colleagues, marina to open, you know, it's going to. So that has to be thought through and that has to be coordinated. And we are on the cusp. We have to start to deal with these issues, but we're just coming out of, we're still in the midst of a public health crisis. And just because the numbers are flattening, you know, let's not take our eye off the ball. Can you put up the Navarro memo just for kicks, just to make sure? CDC, Coronavirus Task Force, and Mr. Peter Navarro's memo to the president, which the president said he never read. Peter Navarro says 100 million Americans could be infected. As many as 1 to 2 million souls could be lost. So whose projections were wrong? Head of the CDC Peter Navarro, and head of the White House Corona Task Force. Fire them all. That's what I say. Fire them. You know the show with what the president did? You're fired. If he wants to fire someone for projections, retake his TV career, those are the three documented.
Fire the CDC?
So if he wants to blame someone for the projections, blame the CDC, Peter Navarro, and whoever's on the coronavirus task force, because it's their projections.
Can you explain a little bit about why?
Peter Navarro you can fire.
Can you explain a little bit why this got under your skin today? You obviously are not pleased with what the president said.
No, it's what he said.
But why this particular criticism? You guys have traded barbs in the past.
Yeah, well, this is an important moment. He's saying he doesn't want to provide funding to the states, and he doesn't want to help on testing. And I can tell you the states can't do it otherwise. And if this testing doesn't work, that's a serious problem. I don't care about his politics, but if we don't have federal help on testing, that's a real problem. And I'm not going to go through the chaos that was created last time on PPE, where people who were genuine heroes couldn't get PPE. Because there was a lack of coordination and because everything was made in China. We're looking at that situation with testing again. I can tell you that. I know enough to know that. Who didn't ask a question? You have the last one.
What types of businesses do you see being able to open their doors first when we do start to reopen? Restaurants, would it be hair salons, maybe limiting the capacity? What specific types of businesses?
Yeah, we're not there yet. That's what we have to work through. Where, what, and when. Where, what, and when. Thank you, guys. I'm going to work.
All right, everybody, we are going from New York now to the Pentagon. Let's listen.
How many of your folks have tested positive for the virus? And as everyone knows, you really have to test everyone. General McConville said yesterday he would like to test the entire Army. What's being done, if anything, to test your personnel?
So actually, the Army leadership had a big discussion about this last night, and I know that General McConnell is personally very interested in trying to get more testing capabilities. Secretary McCarthy said the same thing. We have to be able to wait until those capabilities come around. And so until then, we're doing every single thing else we can. I told you about the temperature guns, even when you go into buildings now. I'd like to think that at some point we have that capability. On the other hand, I personally think that if we could continue to use all these other measures and be exceptionally prudent, then maybe the people that need the testing equipment should have it a higher priority. And then most of our guys, because they're very, very conscious, and the contractors are exceptionally worried. They're worried. We've got our thumb on them to be able to get a building done. They know if they have a bunch of people that get infected, they'll slow down. So I'd love to have more capability, but there's other people in this national concern that are probably much, much more higher on the priority list, and we're going to figure it out, and we will stay. On exact numbers, like anybody, we've seen about the same ratio, and most of these are people that have been affected by somewhere in their town or something else. What we have seen, though, and we've been very lucky, knock on wood, but as soon as we see somebody who is tested, we put him in quarantine, and then my leadership calls them almost every day and sees how they're doing, and I have a chaplain, and I have a medical service officer, and then those two guys set the conditions for all the rest of the 36,000 of us to be able to make sure that we're all staying healthy.
So, Jennifer Griffin from Fox News.
Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
Hi, sir. How much would it cost to convert a ballpark, something like a Denver Convention Center? Explain to us how the funding for that works. Who's paying for it? And then what will you do with these alternate care facilities? You said there's a 7-month lease, but some of these, if you poured concrete, Are you going to just tear them down at the end or reconvert them back? It seems like some of these could be white elephants in the end. And then finally, in DC, have you been asked to convert that convention center? What are you doing here in DC?
So we'll talk cost. All of these are a little bit different. The cost share is normally 75-25, 75 federal, 25 local. It makes a little bit of a difference if the president has declared that an actual national disaster, but I think all 50 states have been declared, so that cost share is working out. FEMA is the one paying the federal share for this, and most of the time we go in and we look at what does the mayor want to have done, and then we kind of cost that out. And most of the time, we're able to stay within that budget. Now, if the mayor really wants this done faster than we can, and you've got to work a 24-hour shift, then maybe a 12-hour shift, that cost might go up. My team that works with FEMA is involved in those discussions. But I got to admit, I mean, I love working for FEMA. Money has not been a issue with necessarily FEMA here when it comes to saving lives, and I think that's the right call. We go out of our way, we competitively bid these, we make sure we're getting contractors who are certified. Every single one of our contracts is done in accordance with what's called the Federal Acquisition Rules, the FAR, so we want to make sure that we do this. Our contracts are put on the website so everybody can see our contracts, and then we continue to try to get the best value for the federal government. Now, on the question of how long is a great question that I think we have to have at the national level. Some of these, if you've got a hotel, and let's assume the hotel was even out of business, okay? I don't think this one was, but if it was out of business, and all of a sudden we make a decision that maybe we want to have this hotel as a reserve for St. Louis for 8 or 9 months, that's probably not a bad investment to kind of put it in a mothball status through the summer. And you got to listen to the Vice President's task force if this is going to come back in the fall, but I don't know. But theoretically, something like that is something that I think the mayor or the city would continue to be able to keep on reserve. Because of the cost, and the city is bearing 25% of that cost, they've got to make a financial decision, and all of those are going to be a little bit different. Now, if it's a horse arena, and Colorado's got one here, and you've got another one 20 miles away, then you might say, let's keep that one. And I think the biggest question that we're trying to help think through this, convention centers are a massive amount of money generation for cities. And you've heard the president say, we need to get the economy and get America back up to working. So this is where on some of these, we'll go back in and we'll, I think the city, a lot of these, the city will make that decision. Do they take that back out? These are not necessarily things you can just break down. There's some of this that you can maybe put in mill vans and save for another one. But we're really waiting to see how those individual decisions are made on every one of those. And then, again, I think we've got
And welcome everyone here to News Now on Fox 10 Extra and worldwide on coronavirusnow.com. You're taking a beautiful look at downtown Phoenix there in the distance from our South Mountain cam, and I'm here to tell you it is Friday, everyone, and well, I have to tell you that because sometimes it just doesn't feel like that with everything that is going on in the country and the world. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We're going to be here with you locally in Phoenix for 2 hours, nonstop news coverage from across the country. So we thank you for joining us here as we always try to give you the very latest numbers regarding the coronavirus pandemic. Let's get those numbers out to you right now. What we are seeing, 2.1 million cases around the world. We're getting close to that 2.2 million marker, getting close here in the U.S. to almost 700,000 cases. So we'll continue to update you on those numbers as we do get them in. I got to show you this one because this shot always blows my mind every day. This is outside of Fox News World Headquarters in New York City, and take a look at just what it looks like. It's lockdown city, 1 o'clock Eastern there, and boy, you would think it's 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning there. Definitely Just some bizarre sights that we're seeing not only around the country but the world regarding what is going on, and Quarantine Nation continues right now. But we are going to be giving you updates from across the country from governors as they are talking about President Trump and the White House's plan to put America back to work. It's going to be a gradual 3-phase setup where it's up to the governors, where they got to see how the testing is going and see if they could get to that next phase once they see a really slowdown in the number of cases regarding the coronavirus. All right, folks, we're going to keep the updates going here. Let's go out to our Fox 2 sister station in Detroit as they're having a little education, fun with kids, you know, at home. They still got to be learning. Here's some unique tips that you could do with them to keep their minds not on the pandemic, but for the school.
All right, we are joined this morning by Anna Sterner. She is from the Michigan Science Center. She's an educator there. She's been giving us these science lessons every single day. 2 o'clock, right?
2:30 p.m.
2:30 p.m. That's right. I usually go back and watch them all with my kids. We love them. So this is a very special one because it correlates with an event that's actually happening right now.
Yeah, right now, actually, it's really exciting. So actually, astronaut Chris Cassidy is on his way right now to the International Space Station. He should be there pretty soon, but this time is really special to my side because he's actually taking with him a Michigan Science Center patch that'll stay with him on the International Space Station for the next few months, and then we actually get to keep it once it comes back down to Earth.
Oh, that is so cool. How did he get it? You guys gave it to him? Did you mail it to him? Did you physically hand it to him?
Oh, I wish. No, we did mail it to him. So we mailed it to him with a letter explaining about our mission of the Michigan Science Center, talking about how we're passionate about educating people about STEM. And so we're very, very lucky that he selected one of our items. And so we'll actually get it back with a picture of him in the cupola as well, holding it.
Anna, so cool. So today's experiment relates to that. Take me through it. What are we doing?
Yeah, so later today, so at 2:30 p.m., you can join on the Michigan Science Center's Facebook, or if you go to our website, there's a link so you can join us on Zoom as well. We'll be talking all about rockets and how we travel through space to places like the International Space Station.
Okay, so what is the experiment going to be? You don't have to do it, but kind of walk me through it.
Well, I brought you something kind of fun. So we've got a bunch of experiments planned. So we're going to talk about what spaceships are made of, how we actually send rockets into space. And so I did bring one very cool demonstration with me today just to show you one type of rocket fuel that we use when we launch rockets. So I put on my safety goggles here, which means that we're going to be doing something kind of maybe a little dangerous. So inside this balloon, I have something that we sometimes use as rocket fuel. Inside this balloon is actually hydrogen gas. Now, we would usually use hydrogen in its liquid form in order to launch rockets because it's much more combustible, combined with kind of oxygen in order to really get that explosive reaction going. We don't always use hydrogen. We use kind of a combination of fuels, but this stuff works really, really well, and we'll find out why. So I'm actually going to hold this reaction right inside my hand. So first, I'm just going to make sure I get my hand nice and wet, really insulate my hand from the fire here. And then we're just going to go ahead and we're going to ignite this pile of rocket fuel or hydrogen bubbles in 3, 2, 1.
Anna, that's amazing. I love it. That's great. So you guys are going to be doing experiments like this because of the space launch earlier today. So it's a theme, which I love. Tell people again, how can they find it and what time?
Yep, so we are at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We go live every single weekday on the Michigan Science Center's Facebook page, or you can find out more information on the Michigan Science Center website as well.
All right, and if you can't watch it live, you can do what I do because that's nap time for my kids. We go back and we watch them later, and then we try to recreate the experiments that we can do at our house ourselves. So it's a lot of fun. Anna Sterner, Michigan Science Center, you guys are the best. Thank you so much, and we'll check you out later today.
All right, we'll see you there. Bye.
All right, joining us now is Kimberly Smith from Mathnasium, and you can find her at mathnasium.com/West Bloomfield. So many kids, so many parents having trouble with their kids' math homework because we are getting these assignments virtually through our high schools, hopefully, many of us. Kimberly, just first off, tell me a little bit about what you guys do at Mathnasium.
Absolutely, I can help you with that. So Mathnasium is a math-only learning center. We service students kindergarten through 12th grade, And it's designed to help students catch up, keep up, and get ahead in math. We start out with a diagnostic assessment, which allows us to be able to identify the opportunities for growth and advancement for each individual student. And our sessions are taught by highly skilled instructors who are focused on helping the students develop a deep understanding of math concepts, as well as building their confidence in the subject as well. We're also able to help students with, homework that might be provided by their school, also preparing for tests and quizzes at school as well.
I know there's a lot of parents at home who are trying to help their kids with the homework that they're getting. And even if they're not getting homework, just trying to keep their minds fresh. And that's one of the reasons that drew me to you, Kimberly, is these kids are going to be off of school essentially for 6-7 months. And how do you keep their minds fresh? And I think you provide a great service to do that.
Well, we've been fortunate to be able to transition all of our families and allow new families to be able to participate in our virtual option, which is called Mathnasium at Home. And it's allowed us to be able to provide the absolute same program, the same instructors, live instruction, for the students to continue to advance their skills, continue to work on areas that they might have been struggling with previously, and allow them to get prepared for their next school year. As a mom myself, that is my concern, making sure that my boys are able to be prepared in math for the fall.
And that's really it, because even if your son or daughter is going to be advanced to the next grade, you want them to be prepared for the next grade as well. Talk to me about, and you mentioned this earlier, but the free assessment you get in the month of April, tell me about that.
Yes, to help families get started with the program, we're going to offer a free assessment at my centers. I own centers in West Bloomfield, Canton, Birmingham, but it really doesn't matter since it's virtual. Doesn't matter where you go.
One day we'll get there, Kimberly.
Yes, hopefully we'll be back there soon. We miss seeing all of our students personally face to face, but this has allowed us to be able to engage with them. Continue to provide them a bit of normalcy, as this is absolutely a new normal for all of us.
I think this is a fantastic service. It's a fantastic idea, and I hope people take advantage of finding you. Kimberly Smith, mathnasium.com/West Bloomfield. Whether or not your kid is going to move on to the next grade or not, it is great to have them prepared, and math is one of those ways to keep that mind sharp. Kimberly, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Ryan.
You bet.
We are all trying to figure out ways that we can keep our kids busy while we're stuck at home now. We're all stuck at home, aren't we? And we've got all these kids running around. We want to keep them learning, and the Michigan Science Center is here to help us out with all of that. Joining us is Anna Sterner. Anna, for the Michigan Science Center, science educator. You guys do these every single day. What are you doing right now?
So today we're getting ready to talk about static electricity on our Echo Live program. So Echo Live happens every single weekday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We do live science experiments, show off some activities that you can try at home, and maybe a couple that you probably shouldn't try at home. But we're basically here to keep the science learning going, even though we're all at home right now. So I've actually packed up my entire studio, and I'm actually coming to you from my own basement.
I love that, and that's a great basement. As a weather guy, I love the background, so you've immediately got my attention. We're learning about static electricity, so what is today's experiment?
Today's experiment, this is one that you actually could try at home if you're interested and you have these materials. So the easiest way to create static electricity is really just by rubbing two objects together. If you've ever shuffled your socks on the carpet and touched something metal, you might get a small shock. That's static electricity. And the easiest way we can make it here in the studio is using these balloons. And so you might be familiar, if you rub a balloon on your hair, right, your hair starts to go pretty crazy as the static electricity starts to attract your hair. But I brought a demonstration for us to try. And so using some materials, so I have a crinkled up tinfoil ball here and an empty aluminum can. Now, if I rub the balloon back on my hair, I can actually attract our aluminum ball. Maybe get it going here. We can actually attract our aluminum ball using that force of static electricity. So
I love it.
It's experiments that you can try at home. The aluminum can will do the same thing. We probably don't even need to keep it on the straight here. but I can actually change the direction just by using that static electricity here.
Anna, while you've been talking, you're such a great educator that all of a sudden I've got two kids that started learning about static electricity. They heard you, now here they are, and they both look we're kind of doing it right now, aren't we? Aren't we? Static electricity, guys. Did you like that? Did you like what Miss Anna was saying? Now, Anna, tell everybody the time and how frequently you guys do these experiments.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are very, very lucky to provide these programs for free every day at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Thanks to our sponsors like the DTE Energy Foundation, we stream these live on our Facebook every single weekday. And so everyone can tune in either by joining on the Michigan Science Center's Facebook while it's happening live, but they're also being uploaded so that you can watch them later in the day as well.
That's awesome. The Michigan Science Center, Anna Sterner, thank you so much for keeping my kids entertained. And you do it every day. We love watching your guys' stuff, and we are going to continue to do it during this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Derek. Bye. Bye.
All right, folks, here on coronavirusnow.com, we're taking you out to the Pentagon again for some more updates.
And we continue to get overwhelming support from the president, the vice president, and the rest of the leaders of FEMA and HHS on whatever we can do. And it goes back to this idea that I don't know when this is over. All I know is that all of us are very, very focused, and we want to do whatever we can to set the conditions that hotel bed space, hospital bed space is not going to be a critical factor. We still got, I'm sure a lot of things we've got to do with the supply side and with the staff side, but we just wanted to make sure that the site piece was taken out. So we'll be back whenever the team wants us to come back, but I'm very, very serious. I'd love to offer you to come in one of our facilities, and then wherever we're at, we'll be more than willing. And we're building, like I said, in 28 different locations with more coming on board. So thanks for your questions and thanks for your attention. We'll see you. Thanks.
Thanks for joining us.
Looking at the Dow right now, it is up big time, almost 500 points there in the green. We'll continue to update you throughout the day here on coronavirusnow.com. Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now on Fox 10 Extra, showing you the Dow right here. It's up big time, almost 500 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it for you here on Fox 10 Extra and, of course, coronavirusnow.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to navigate across the country, showcasing you really the updates that are happening in real time from governors, from other state officials, from all over the country regarding the coronavirus pandemic. Let's take it to New York right now, where they are the hardest hit, and hear from the governor, Andrew Cuomo.
It is flattening, reducing slightly, depending on your point of view. This is sort of a test. Are you an optimist or are you a pessimist? Pessimist would say we're basically flat. Optimist would say, I think we're starting to trend down. So it's a personality test. Net change in total hospitalizations is undeniably on the decline. The 3-day average, which is more accurate than any one-day number, also says the same thing. The ICU admissions is down. That's not that telling to me because, as I said, the entire hospital is now basically an ICU ward. But the number of intubations is down, and that is very good news because intubations 80% of the time wind up in a person not recovering. So that's really good news. The reality and the counter-narrative, counter-fact, number of new cases that walked in the door, COVID cases, walked in the door of a hospital, is still about 2,000 per day. And that is still very high. So that, yes, fewer people in the hospital, fewer people being intubated, but still 2,000 people walking in the door. And if you notice, it's hovered about the same rate for several weeks. It peaked, but 2,000, that's a very high number. Number of deaths, unfortunately, refuses to come down dramatically. 630. That is still breathtaking in its pain and grief and tragedy, and basically flat again, like many of the other numbers. Just in terms of overall context, where are we? Where are we going? Everybody wants to ask that question every day, and I understand that. We have to get to tomorrow. What is the final conclusion of this ugly chapter? I still believe it's when we have a vaccine, when people know that this virus is totally controlled. That's 12 to 18 months. Hopefully it can be sooner. Maybe there's a medical treatment in between. We hope, we pray. A lot of medical companies are working very hard on it right here in the state and all across the country. That would totally change the trajectory. People who are looking for a quick fix, a quick answer, it would be a medical treatment. That would be the quick fix. Announcement of a vaccine, that would be a quick fix. In the meantime, it's going to be an incremental process between today and tomorrow. As much as people don't want to hear that, that's the truth. You're not going to hear any day soon, it's over, the nightmare ends, and we wake up. It's going to be incremental, and we have to be smart as we do this. Do no harm, control the rate of infection as we go through this. We also have a lot of work to do operationally in terms of the healthcare system and now testing, which I'll talk about in a minute. The testing tracing is the guideposts through this, right? As we're working our way over the next several months, the testing, which is informing us as to who can go back to work, helping us isolate people, it's about testing. And testing is a totally new challenge. Nobody has done this on what we need to do on testing. And then phasing the ramp up of the economy to the new normal as we do this. Again, in terms of perspective, I think of it this way. Our whole response thus far basically has been a response to a crisis, right? And as the numbers start to come down and as people start to take a deep breath and people start to feel we can control the beast, which we can, and they take comfort in the fact that we can control the beast, which I do. I was afraid this thing was uncontrollable, and that despite everything we did, the numbers were going to continue to go through the roof. And by the way, nobody could tell you otherwise. But we proved we can control the beast. We can reduce the rate of infection. We did that by our response to the crisis. Credit to all New Yorkers, all Americans. They flattened the curve. Nobody else. No government agency, no public health expert. People's actions flattened the curve. We responded to the crisis. That's sort of all in this first response, the first phase. Bring down that infection rate. The infection rate was one person infected 1.4 other people. That's when an epidemic breaks out. That's fire through dry grass, right? That's what we talked about yesterday. We have the infection rate down to 0.9. One person infects 0.9 other people. I've never met a 0.9 person, but the infection rate is less than 1 to 1. That then sees the outbreak starting to subside, the numbers starting to come down, which is what we're seeing in the numbers. So we did that. This is all in our response to the crisis. And let's say it's from minute 1 to where we are today. This has all been crisis response. bring down the infection rate. We did that. Bring up the hospital system to this projection level, which would have been impossible, but ramp up that hospital system so when you have all these new infected people, you can handle it. You don't overwhelm the public health system. You don't have people dying in hallways, which is what we saw in Italy on TV, right? That's all phase one. That's critical response. Hurry up, get it done. Every day is vital. Drastic measures taken quickly in a coordinated way. That's phase one. We're still in that phase because you still have 2,000 people coming in the door every day. So don't get cocky, don't get arrogant. We're in control. No, you're not in crisis because you can control the beast, but you're only controlling the beast because of what you're doing. That's where we are. We're starting to transition to another place. What's the other place? It's going to be the second half of this situation, which is unpausing, right? The situation we're in now is unsustainable. People can't stay in their homes for this length of time. They can't stay out of work. You can't keep the economy closed forever. You just can't. Society can't handle it, personally or economically. So now we're moving into another phase, which is this reopening phase. How do you plan the reopening? Nobody's ever done this before. And how do you plan a reopening of an economy and at the same time be cognizant of the public health crisis that you're still in, right? We have the infection rate down to 0.9. One person is infecting 0.9%, less than a person. Okay, the epidemic outbreak percentage is 1.2. One person infecting 1.2. You only have between 0.9 and 1.2 is a margin of error. We have to reopen, we have to reopen, we have to reopen. Yeah, you only have a very slim margin to operate on. You open too fast, you bring people out too fast, you'll get to 1.2 in 3 days and we'll be right back to where we started. So that's the I want to get out of my house versus public health balance that we're talking about. How do you measure this? How do you calibrate it? You have to develop a testing capacity that does not now exist. And then you test people on a higher volume than ever before. You then trace them to find other positives, and then you isolate them. In the meantime, we have to stabilize the state's finances because we have a terrible economic deficit. We're spending money every day that we've never dreamed of spending. We're asking all these hospitals to do things, all these local governments to do things. We're paying. And we're paying when we're in a position where we don't have any money, which is also an unsustainable position in life. You can't keep writing checks if you have no balance in your account. It doesn't work long term. At one point they come and they knock on the door. I don't know who knocks on the door when you're a state government, but somebody's going to come knock on the door. So that's where we are overall. The next frontier is going to be testing. We don't have a testing system that can do this volume or that can be ramped up to do this volume. We don't have a public health testing system, by the way. It's de minimis. If you look at what our government departments of health have, it's a relatively de minimis capacity. Well, what's our private sector testing capacity? That's relatively de minimis also. Think about what we're talking about. We're talking about labs that normally operate to do blood testing. If you need a marriage license, you have to get blood. If your child is sick, they send them for a strep test. The doctor says, go take a blood test for allergies. You go and you go to a lab to have blood drawn. That's basically the system we're talking about. That system does not do large-scale COVID testing. This COVID testing, first, in and of itself, is a very complicated new test. It's not as simple as drawing blood and getting it tested. this test in and of itself is complicated and expensive. And you don't have the network that does that. It does not exist. This is where we were with the hospitals. We came up with what we call surge and flex. What happened with the hospitals when this started, we started seeing these much higher numbers that would overwhelm our hospital system. Well, how do we ramp up the hospital system? You don't really have a public hospital system. Downstate New York, you have about 100 hospitals. You only have about 15 of those 100 are public hospitals. The rest are all private hospitals, voluntary hospitals, but they're all private hospitals. We had to get those private hospitals to work with government in a coordinated way. Never happened before. Extraordinarily difficult. We did it, but it was a phenomenal undertaking. You now have 300 laboratories and hospitals across the state that do virology testing. How do we get 300 private labs and hospitals to become one system statewide to do testing for COVID? And how do we get them all coordinated? This is something that has never been done before and is going to be a tremendous undertaking. Also, to further complicate it, what they will tell you now, because we've been having the conversations, the labs, if they can get the test, which they have to purchase from private sector companies, the tests require certain chemical reagents to operate. So you take a sample and then you mix it with other chemicals. They can't get the chemicals that they need to mix to do the test. Well, who has the chemicals? No one has the chemicals because everybody has been overrun with demand, and the chemicals come out of where? China, where everything has come from over the past 40 days. Everything goes back to China. And China is now in a position where they're being asked globally for these reagent chemicals. And that is a piece of the equation that I can't figure out. And that's why the federal government has to be part of this approach and part of this answer. I can do what I can do on the state side, and I will. And I'm going to issue an executive order that says the Department of Health will be coordinating those private sector labs, which are private sector companies, but they're licensed by the state of New York. They're permitted by the state of New York. And we need them to step up and work together. But the federal government cannot wipe their hands of this and say, oh, the states are responsible for testing. We cannot do it. We cannot do it without federal help. I'm willing to do what I can do and more, but I'm telling you, I don't do China relations, I don't do international supply chain, and that's where the federal government can help. Also remember, the federal government at the same time is developing testing capacity. So we wind up in this bizarre situation that we were in last time, 50 states all competing for these precious resources. In this case, it's testing, and then the federal government comes in and says to those companies, I want to buy the tests also. This is mayhem. We need a coordinated approach between the federal government and the states. Second thing that is of immediate concern is we have to stabilize the finances of the state. The federal government has passed 3 bills to address this crisis. Of those 3 bills, the state governments have gotten precisely 0, zilch, nada in unrestricted aid. The state should this, the state should this, the state should this. Yes. Well, what support have you given the states? None. I mean, how can that even be? How is it even plausible as a strategy? It doesn't work. We need financial resources to stabilize the states, because when you starve the state governments, I still eat, Dr. Zucker still eats, But we can't fund schools, we can't fund hospitals, we can't fund small business, we can't fund all these extraordinary efforts that we're undertaking. It makes no sense. We need to support the states because the states are the ones who are doing this. Reopening is up to the states, right? That's the federal decree. It's up to the governors. The governors will decide. The states have to decide. Everyone is in a different position, and it's up to the states, which I agree. It also happens to be the Constitution. But put that aside. I also think it's the right approach. Okay, it's up to the states. But then don't ask the states, don't give them this massive undertaking that has never been done before, and then not give them any resources to do it. That's not how this is going to work. The expression, don't pass the buck without passing the bucks. A.J. Parkinson, Mark remembers him. Don't ask the states to do this. It's up to the governors, up to the governors, up to the governors. Okay, is there any funding so I can do these things that you want us to do? No. That is passing the buck without passing the bucks. Passing the buck, which is the opposite of the buck stops here. The buck doesn't stop here. I'm passing the buck, and I'm not passing the bucks. I'm not giving the financial assistance to actually perform the responsibility. So, last point is we go from today to tomorrow, but we talk about the new normal. This also has to be an opportunity where after this horrendous period that we have gone through on every level, after the exorbitant cost of this, the personal pain of this, the death of this, this has to be one of those moments in time when we look back where we say society transformed. It was a learning and growth and transformational period where growth and evolution was accelerated. Yes, society took a terrible blow, but it became a moment of reflection where all sorts of new reforms and innovations happened. That's what we have to do with this period when they look back at it. So our goal is not, let's get up and turn the machine back on and keep going the way we were. No. How do you make the changes now that you've been talking about in some cases for years, by the way, but you never had the political will to do it, or it was too hard, or it was too difficult. We talk about environmental changes that we're going to make, but we never really do it. We talk about issues of income inequality, but we never really get there. You know, we talk about changes to our public transit system, but it's too hard, it's too controversial. All right, well now you have an opportunity in this window to really make changes and reforms and improve things in a way you haven't. And by the way, if you went through this, and you went through this pain and aggravation and suffering, and you didn't learn, well, then shame on us. Then shame on us, because there are so many lessons to learn. And then you come back better than you were. 9/11, New York took a terrible beating. This nation took a terrible beating. We learned from it. We grew. We're better. 9/11 transformed the country. If I told you before 9/11 you were going to take off your shoes when you went to an airport before you could get on an airplane, and they were going to go through every bag and every, you would say, I'm never doing that. 9/11 said there's a different world. Look at all the security measures we now have post 9/11 that we would have never envisioned. We went through Hurricane Sandy. We didn't build back what was. You build back better than before. You take that moment, you learn that lesson, and you improve society. We have to do that here. And we have to do it affirmatively. It doesn't just happen. You have to say, we paused, New York pause. You paused. You reflect, you learn, you grow, and you move forward. Look at what we learned about the public health system. You know what we learned about the public health system? There is no public health system capacity. Hospitals had the number of beds they needed to operate. Well, what in case of an emergency? There was no emergency capacity in hospitals. Nobody had beds left empty. Oh, that wing is in case there's an emergency. Then we would use that wing. It didn't exist. Why not? Well, that's not what we did. So, how do you improve the public health system? How do you improve the emergency response? Well, we never had to deal with a pandemic before. By the way, what is a pandemic? Okay, well, now we did. And now let's learn. And how are we going to be ready for the next situation like this? Because there will be another. I don't know what it is. I don't know when it is. I don't know if this virus comes back in a second wave. But there will be something. And we have to be ready and better for it. And not just what you learned, but what have we been talking about doing that we should be doing that this is now an opportunity to do? We've been talking about reimagining the workforce and workplace. Does everybody actually have to drive into the office every day? Or did we learn that there are ways to telecommute and work from home where it's actually more efficient, it's actually more effective? What do we do about a transit system? And how do we make it safer? Not just the way we've been talking about, but also from a public health point of view. And how are we now smarter about public interactions? I can't tell you how many doctors now have come to me and said, you know, I said for years we shouldn't be shaking hands, that it's just a total way to transmit germs and viruses, et cetera. So how do we take this moment, since we are paused anyway, and actually come back smarter? I also believe it'll work. It's a moment of personal reflection, you know. We've been in a different circumstance. We've been in a different circumstance vis-a-vis our family. What have we learned during this heartbreak and during this crisis? I've spent a lot of time with my kids, 22, 25, twins, two 25s. My interactions with my kids had gotten so superficial over these past few years. You know, everyone's busy, busy, busy. So what do you need? Everything good? You need anything from me? When do I see you? I miss you. That was the same conversation, like over and over and over. Now I got time to sit with them and really have in-depth conversations that I hadn't had in a long time. And I'll tell you, one of the things I learned is I was missing a lot. You know, they're not 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years old anymore. They're grown up, and they have complex lives and complex feelings and complex situations. And you don't understand that or get to appreciate that when all you say is, how's everything, anything you need, when do I see you again? You know, well, I was busy. It's my defense to myself. I was busy. Yeah, except that's not an excuse. And take a deeper reflection on what's important in life. And you can't have a real quality relationship with your child or another human being unless you take the time to get below that surface and really understand the person and really take the time to talk through what's going on. People don't work that way. They don't open up in a 4-minute conversation. So now I wind up in a situation where I have a couple of hours to talk to one of my daughters. And there's a whole person and life and nuance that's going on that, frankly, I had been oblivious to. I'm not going to let that happen again. I haven't been able to see my mother. She's a little older, and I see a lot of people. I'm exposed to a lot of people. I don't want to go see my mother because she's in a vulnerable population, and I'm out and about a lot. So it would be careless to go see her now. But I think about all the times I have said to her, she lives in Manhattan, she said, can you come over for a cup of coffee today? How many times I've said, yes, I'll come over for a cup of coffee, and then called back and said, I can't do it today. Next time, next time, next time, next time. Why? Well, because something came up, I was busy, I didn't have the time. Wrong. Wrong. That was more important than anything else. Sometimes you don't miss something until it's been taken away. And it made me rethink what was important and what I had been missing. And I'd been missing a lot because all this, we're all busy, we're all busy, we're all busy. Yeah, what does it mean at the end of the day? You know, what were you really busy with, and did it matter? So I know that I've learned a lot on a personal level. But we may be more physically distant for the foreseeable future. The key is to be more connected individually, more connected as a society, more connected as a community. And that's what we're going to do. Questions?
Governor, you're asking for, you seem to be...
Let's do a New York pause moment, and let's take this situation and reflect on it and find a better way. Here's my suggestion. Rather than everybody shouting, I will call on every person and ask a question, and then we'll go on so we don't have to yell at each other. Jesse?
Governor, you're talking about an additional federal funding, presumably, to kind of help reopen and restart the economy. Do you have any idea what that number is? Are we talking tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars? What would you like to see come from Washington?
Well, we know what we proposed, right? National Governors Association, which represents governors all across the country. All the governors are part of the National Governors Association, Democratic and Republican. National Governors Association chairman is Chairman Larry Hogan, Republican chairman. I'm the vice chairman. I'm a Democrat. We have publicly requested $500 billion for states. We've publicly done that. So that's the number. That's public. Put out in a press release, and that's what it is.
What about for New York specifically, though?
We didn't get into the allocation, but the allocation should be proportionate to the need, right? This allocation, $500 billion for the states. Well, how do you allocate it among the states? Allocate it proportionate to need. You know where the COVID cases are. You can look at a map. You see the cases. You know that because you see when the president talks about reopening, different states are in different places. Yes, different states have radically different situations when it comes to number of cases. So allocate the funding where the problem exists. You're trying to solve the COVID problem. Allocate the funding to where the COVID problem exists. In past bills, where they've done health care funding for quote-unquote COVID, you've seen the numbers. Some states got about $200,000 for every COVID case. New York got about $12,000 for every COVID case. How do you justify that? Well, because it's the Senate, they wanted to give every state money, so every senator had something to go home and do a press release about. Yeah, I know, but if the state didn't have any COVID cases, how much did you give that state of taxpayers' money just so that senator could go home and do a press release? Give me a break. You can do a press release with, you don't need billions of dollars to do press releases.
Just very quickly to follow, the president said yesterday that some states would start to go into phase one almost immediately. How far away do you think New York is from something like phase one or even phase two?
Well, phase one, phase two. It's what he's saying is, depending on where that state is, well, what the president's saying is it's up to the states. It's up to the governors. The governors who have states that have fewer cases can reopen faster. Yeah, that's It has nothing to do with the president or federal policy or anything. All he's saying is it's up to the states, and you'll see states that have less of a problem opening sooner. That is undeniable and totally logical. So it depends on that state, where it is, and it depends on the numbers. And the governors rely on numbers. And it has nothing to do with the federal government.
Governor, on the hospital system, we said that
when do we reopen? We are at now 0.9 on the infection rate. 1.2 is the tipping scale where the numbers start to go up again, right? So your margin of error right now is between 0.9 and 1.2. You have many states where the infection rate is de minimis. We're at 0.9. We're right up to that line of possible outbreak. So the states that will open first, by the data, will have much lower infection rates than we do. We were over the line. We were in outbreak territory, right? We've gotten that down to 0.9. But your margin of error is between 0.9 and 1.2. And what the experts will tell you is 0.9, 1.2, you're right on the line. It's not that precise a science.
Governor, we've now got a hospital rate that seems to be stabilizing and ticking down. A few questions. Are you therefore stopping some of the things you've done to increase capacity, like the field hospitals on the island? And then is there any thought, particularly in upstate areas, of reopening hospitals and facilities to elective procedures? There are reports that workers are being laid off. And then finally, I know we had to reduce PPE standards. We had to waive a bunch of requirements to increase this capacity. Will any of that be now rolled back? And is there any concern that reducing these standards, particularly PPE, may have hastened infection or caused problems among healthcare workers? We know there's lots of infections there.
The CDC reduced the PPE guidelines, not to do alphabet soup, but it was the CDC that had federal guidelines on the personal protective equipment. And they have different guidelines, apparently, when you're in a crisis than normally. They went to crisis guidelines. And that's what many of the nurses especially are complaining about.
Those are guidelines. DOH actually sets the policy, I believe.
I don't know.
You said the policy, we use the CDC guidelines on these issues, whether about use of masks, PPE equipment, the gowns we continue to use. But the issue is when can a healthcare worker go back to working with a mask?
And so are we thinking about changing any of this? And do you have any concern that this may have caused higher infection rates?
I don't feel that it caused higher infection rates at all. Healthcare workers have worked extremely hard to protect themselves and to make sure there isn't any further spread.
Marina?
Also on the hospitals?
We are not. First, you take all these numbers with a grain of salt, right? Caution is you could have a surge, you could have a second wave. Look at Wuhan, look at China, look at Italy. It went up, went down, went back up. Be careful. But are we at a point where we are now immediately in danger of exceeding the hospital capacity we developed? No. That's why we're in a position to give away ventilators or lend ventilators to New Jersey, other states, et cetera. So I don't believe we are in a place today where we are at risk of going over capacity. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you. I'm Ann, by the way.
Hello, Ann.
I want to talk to you about the rate of infection. Have you calculated the rate of infection for upstate New York, specifically, without including downstate?
We have not done those calibrations yet. This is all, the rate of infection analysis is very difficult, and there are a number of premises that they're making in the calculation. So we don't have discrete rates of infection yet, no.
It would appear that we have lower rates in upstate New York, and as you know, our area has made strides in the economy in the past few years. This has been devastating. We've already seen some small businesses go under. is it important to find out what that rate of infection is to try and get parts of upstate open that are not seeing those numbers?
Look, it's important to get the economy open wherever you can, as soon as you can, whenever you can. People had a nice break and they were in their homes. I think everybody is well past, I had a nice break. I want to get back to work. I have to get out of the house. I love my family, but I have to now get out of the house. And I need a paycheck, and I need it yesterday. So everyone is in that same position. At the same time, people will say, I don't want to go out and get sick and die, right? So that's, death is bad. And even though staying at the home and not getting a paycheck is bad, it's not as bad as death, right? That's the yin and the yang here. So as soon as we can, and lower infection rate places, lower death rate places are in a better position than places with a higher death rate, higher infection rate. So yes, calibrating those differences is important, and balancing the economic need and the personal need with the public health need and death, that calibration is everything.
When do you think you'll start to make that separation is what I'm asking?
I think you'll see it clearer. You know, we're right on the line now across the board. You'll see clusters in upstate also. You'll see nursing home issues in upstate. One of the reasons they keep asking about nursing homes are the vulnerable point. They're the vulnerable population in the vulnerable setting, a nursing home. And we've seen that across upstate. So it's not just about, yes, everybody wants the economy running, but everybody wants to be safe at the same time, and that's what we're working through.
Governor, the state just released a list of facilities, of nursing homes that have outbreaks. We're seeing some numbers of up to, 55 deaths at just one nursing home, and at least 21 facilities on this list that have over 20 residents. My first question is, why, has it taken so long to inform the public about this, happening in their communities? Why has the public not known about all of these numerous outbreaks?
Yeah, I think they have. We've been talking about nursing homes every day for the past 30 days. The first outbreak was in Seattle, Washington, which was a nursing home. That's how this country was introduced to it. We've said 157 times the most vulnerable population are seniors. The most vulnerable place are nursing homes. So I think and we have special precautions for nursing homes. I think we've been talking about it all along.
Are you going to start doing, boosting the number of of nursing home inspection workers? Are you going to look at mass testing?
It's not an inspection issue. We've taken radical measures vis-a-vis a nursing home. No visitors. I mean, just think about how harsh a policy that is. No visitors in a nursing home. These are people who live for visitors. No visitors, staff testing, different cleanliness procedures, more equipment. But the virus is nothing to be underestimated, and the virus is very good at killing, and the virus is very good at killing older people and people with compromised immune systems. And that's why the virus seeks out nursing homes.
Yes, but it seems like even with the screening protocols, we now know that many people can be asymptomatic, so even if they didn't have a temperature, they still could have been carriers of the disease. Is there a need for mass testing at nursing homes in order to get a better picture?
Yes, that's what we've been saying also, right? We want to test frontline workers, test healthcare workers, but then you need tests, and that's why we've been talking about testing and the need to ramp up testing and how difficult it is for testing.
The point is, there's clearly a problem here.
Excuse me a second, Jimmy. Someone's asking a question.
Transfers of there's at least one nursing home we know of where the residents have been transferred to another facility. Not the negative residents have been transferred. Is that something the state recommends or is doing anywhere else? Or
I don't know. Do you know about transfers, Jim?
Part of our COVID-19 task force, which is balancing load for hospitals, has also been working on the nursing home piece as well. So there have been cases where some of the residents of one nursing home have transferred either to a hospital or to another program. That's something we balance across the system, particularly in downstate New York, where this has been more prevalent in a number of cases.
Look, the ideal would be if you had an on-the-spot test. Person, before they walk into a nursing home, you do a saliva test, positive, negative, get the results in 15 minutes, and if they test positive, they don't walk into the nursing home. Test all the staff, test everybody who walks into that building, test all the residents. That's the ideal. You don't have that test, and you don't have that volume of testing capacity, and that's what we're dealing with.
The rest of the nursing homes, because this is only a small sampling, there's no, like, for example, Steuben County is not.
You have the answer, Jim?
Like you said before, personal privacy was a key concern. These are all nursing homes with cases with a greater than 5 number. Anything with fewer than 5 deaths were not included in these initial round.
I know facilities in Steuben County that have more than 5.
This is what was been, this data is reported directly from the nursing homes themselves. So if there's any exclusion that should be included is from the nursing homes themselves, and we'll circle back as we do every day on getting updated reporting data from those nursing homes.
We only know what they tell us, right, sir?
Yeah. I wanted to ask about, in terms of the nursing homes, what about releasing the data for positive numbers, that maybe not fatalities, but the numbers at those nursing homes that have tested positive for COVID? Do we get some of those details? And the other question I had is, what about family members who want to get information about their loved ones and are having trouble? Maybe they're getting stonewalled information from the actual nursing home. Is there anything that the state can do to enforce or to make the nursing homes hand over information that loved ones are needing?
Yeah, a nursing home, you're saying people call the nursing home for information on someone in the nursing home, and the nursing home won't give them information on their loved one?
Yeah, so at least in one case.
Yeah, I don't know that that's even
So
legal.
DOH had put out guidance saying that nursing homes should inform family members when there are positives, either in the nursing home in general or specifically their family member. What we found through the critical reporting that's been going on through this process is that's being ignored. So we're doing an executive order that says that they are mandated to do it, and there will be penalties if they don't. Civil penalties.
Governor?
Mark?
Thank you, Governor. The update on drive-ins, whether that could be an essential business.
Mr. Mahika, who's in charge of reviewing drive-ins?
ESDC is still reviewing that. So we didn't get an actual request. Last time you asked a question, there had not been a formal request into ESD. There is now a formal request in there. They're still evaluating it right now. So this was a few days ago or last week, so we're still reviewing it.
Okay, one other question is that New York, the last I checked, New York State is the 9th largest economy in the world. And trade offices were established in key cities to develop important relationships around the world, to attract business to New York State. And I know China, you've had, I guess, Beijing or some other city. Is that helping you in terms of getting, because, it's been maybe 2 decades that we've had these trade offices?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. We do have people who represent the state in China for a trade point of view. We've been using them to help us try to figure out the supply chain issue, which is just, you want to talk about lessons learned. We need masks, they're made in China. We need gowns, they're made in China. We need face shields, they're made in China. We need ventilators, they're made in China. Okay, we're past that phase. Now we're on this new phase. We need testing agents, they're made in China. It's just, how? And these are all like national security issues when you're in the
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now Worldwide on coronavirusnow.com. It is now 11 o'clock here in Arizona, 2 o'clock for our friends out on the East Coast. This is the numbers that we are looking at right now on the COVID-19 map. Just shy of 2.2 million cases around the globe, and just shy of 700,000 cases here in the U.S. Let me just hit the number here. Unfortunately, a little above 34,000 deaths that we are talking about across the country here. Hi everyone, Mike Page, thank you so much for joining us. We have one more hour for you on Fox 10 Extra, and then we always invite you to then head on over to coronavirusnow.com. We're going to be with you all the way pretty much until midnight Eastern, so be sure to get the latest information and of course all of the news conferences that we get on a really hourly basis, that they just come in, and we try to present that to you the best that we can, all on the stream right there at coronavirusnow.com. Let's show you a look at the market here. We're seeing a strong market today, up almost 500 points there in the green. Definitely was that a little bit ago, but we will see if it could get back to session highs. In the meantime, everybody, let's go out to our sister station in New York. This is Fox 5 New York's coverage of the coronavirus.
From Fox 5 News, this is Good Day New York.
The virus has stolen spring from us this year, and it's threatening to put a big damper on summer, too. Steep budget cuts will mean city pools will not open this year, and the beach may be impacted as well. Kayla Mamalak in Lower Manhattan with more this morning. Kayla, I hate to even think about it. It's going to be a hot, long summer.
Call it a sign of the times, Rosanna. Good morning to you. Tax revenues have taken a nosedive, and the city is projecting a loss of 500,000 jobs just by September. The mayor now pleading with the federal government to help us out, to send in some bailout money after he put out what he's calling a wartime budget.
Getting out of this problem will take solutions unlike any we've seen before.
$7.4 billion. That's the daunting loss in tax revenue New York City is facing as a result of this coronavirus pandemic. Mayor de Blasio slashing more than $2 billion in municipal services, the cuts impacting nearly all aspects of city life. Public pools will be closed, sanitation pickups will be reduced, there will be fewer traffic agents deployed at intersections, overnight services on the Staten Island Ferry will be reduced, and much, much more. The budget is roughly $3.5 billion less than what the city approved last year. Still, a lot more cash flow is needed. Mayor de Blasio calling on Washington to shell out more stimulus funds to cities and states.
The only force that can ensure that we get through this the right way is the federal government.
The city is also spending less by releasing inmates from Rikers, but it's paying more for 11,000 hotel rooms for people who need to be in isolation and in expenses to feed the hungry. The mayor hasn't made a final decision on closing public beaches, something the general manager of Coney Island's Margarita Island says would crush his business and hundreds more just like it.
We would be devastated. It would totally destroy Coney Island.
All of this as Governor Cuomo says he's tightening restrictions. Starting today, he's requiring everyone on both public and private transportation to wear a face covering.
I understand people want certainty and closure, but we don't have it. We don't have it.
And yet another true sign of the times, taking a live look at Houston Street. We're right off the corner of Lafayette. It's hard to remember even at this point, but this time of day, just after 7 a.m., the peak of rush hour, this street should be filled with cars, the sidewalks filled with commuters getting on subways, heading to work. Of course, we have at least another month before things start to get back to normal. Now, the governor's also now requiring, starting today, everyone in public to wear some sort of face covering or face mask if social distancing isn't possible. He's saying that they're considering civic penalties for anyone who isn't wearing a face mask, but nobody's going to jail. That's the very latest here live. Roseanne, I'll send it back inside to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Millions filing for unemployment benefits. The entire process seems confusing and frustrating, not what you want after experiencing a sudden job loss. Reagan Medji joins us from Flushing, Queens, trying to sort it out for us this morning. Reagan, not easy. I know so many people who've called like 200 times in one day.
Yeah, and you know, it just keeps adding the amount of people who are filing for unemployment. Over the last week, about 5.2 million Americans, bringing the total number over the past month to 22. So that's a lot of people. And a lot of people also are getting denied. They have questions, they're confused. So here are a couple pointers to keep in mind in hopes that you can get your money.
We have bills to pay. We have 2 kids to feed.
You know, we have our mortgage, we have our car payments, we have insurance, and, you know, it's not easy. Not easy.
Amy Bowden's story may strike a chord with many of you as New York State is scrambling to keep up with an unprecedented number of unemployment claims, including previously ineligible workers like independent contractors and the self-employed. Everyone can now apply for the new federally authorized Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, also known as PUA. But some applying are getting this message.
We are experiencing a high volume of calls at this time, and all specialists are busy with other customers.
Bowden is a personal organizer and says she received this message after following up on a call from a private number Monday night.
Could I verify my mother's maiden name and my social security number? So my husband was in the background going, no way, no way. So I raised a red flag and I said, sir, I hope you can understand I'm not going to give this private information out.
Understandable. We've been told to never give our personal information over the phone. But the New York Department of Labor says those calls aren't scams. Tweeting, we encourage you to remove any blocked call filters because our representatives are working remotely. Incoming calls may appear as private. Anyone calling from the DOL will verify their identity by providing the date you filed your UI application and the type of claim filed. The whole process has left those seeking pandemic assistance, like real estate broker Jennifer Nobis, playing phone tag with the state for 2 weeks.
I did receive a call on Saturday. I was able to speak to somebody briefly, but we were disconnected. So I have not been able to even get through the unemployment process yet to move forward with the pandemic.
The state labor department tells Fox 5 anyone who is owed money will eventually get it, pointing out improvements it made to the website with the help of Google. But for businesses hoping for money from the Small Business Administration's $350 billion rescue loan program, it ran out of money yesterday. Congress hasn't been able yet to agree on a new stimulus package to add another $250 billion. And let's talk about the stimulus checks. If you haven't received yours yet, just head to the website irs.gov where you can check on your payment. And then once you do that, they'll be asking you to submit some information about yourself, like your social security number and your address. And then you should find out where your money is. We're live in Flushing, Queens. Reagan Medji, Good Day, New York.
Shutdown will go through at least May 15th. That's the word from Governor Cuomo. And that's bad news for counties like Westchester, where the virus has blown a hole in their budget, both in the cost of caring for patients and the loss of revenue. Westchester County Executive George Latimer says the county was prepared for a rainy day, but this is a fiscal monsoon. He's with us this morning via Zoom. Mr. Latimer, nice to have you with us. How are you feeling?
Well, we're doing fine as best as we can, but this is all new ground for us, Rosanna.
I know.
We're trying to deal with each twist.
It's uncharted territory for the world. So give us the numbers in Westchester. What do you know this morning?
Well, our number of positive cases are over 20,000, which is a large number when you compare it to states out in the Midwest and Far West. We have about 10,000 active cases, people who are still within the 2-week period of incubation. We think we've seen flat number of active cases and also a flat number of hospitalizations. So those are good things. But we have to rely on science to tell us what's coming next because it's hard to project.
Gotcha. Do you have a number on the number of people who have recovered from the virus?
Well, I would say we're in the range of the 10,000. If we have 20,000 positives, 10,000 active, so it'd be 10,000 that have cleared the concerns about their health, which is good news. We're also testing more than any other place in the state per capita. And for every 3 tests, 2 people are testing negative. So we consider that a positive as well.
All right. So you've set up some field hospitals. Tell us about that.
Well, we have originally a drive-through setting in Glen Island Park and New Rochelle at the Westchester Medical Center. And now there's a series of smaller sites in Mount Vernon, Yonkers, to try to get into the heart of our urban core area. That's the part of Westchester that looks just like the Bronx. And we have density of population, and we've got to be able to test that area of the county to see what level of spread we've had.
So these temporary beds under these tents, are you using them yet?
Not yet. We've established at our county center, which is a place where we play high school basketball and exhibits and so forth, is prepared to house another 110 people, depending on how much the hospitalization is. And Rosanna, we're going to be available for people from Rockland and Orange and Putnam County as well, if there's an overflow in those counties.
What about that hot spot in New Rochelle in your county? How are they doing over there?
I think everybody who was identified as positive from that original cohort, that's about 6 weeks ago now, they have all gone through the period. They've come out clean, and it's worked out in that particular area.
Let's talk about the economic impact right now, because you call this a fiscal monsoon. Have people been able to register in your county for unemployment? And what about those small business loans that I hear now there may be no money left?
Well, it's very frustrating to hear that. We had geared up through our economic development team an ability to go out and deal with the small business owners and help them apply for these SBA loans and the Paycheck Protection Program. And we found out in very short order that there's no more money in the system. And that is frustrating for anybody who has to go through an amount of paperwork, needs some help, and now they're told they're shut out. We have in our county a gap of revenue somewhere between 90 million to 160 million. We don't know until we know when we fully come out of this, but we're not unique. Every county, every town, village, city, even the state itself are going to see these tremendous gaps in loss of revenue, loss of sales tax, loss of hotel occupancy revenue. We're going to have to keep certain parks closed, so we're not going to have revenue from that. And so I described it as a monsoon, and it is.
What about property taxes? Because I know you rely on that as well, and I think there was an increase last year.
No, we actually cut property taxes for the first time in 9 years. But from our standpoint, we know that people who are having trouble making their property tax payments, if they've lost their job, if they've had a business that's closed. So we've tried to argue to roll back the due date from this month, April 30th, to July 15th. That doesn't change the responsibility. It just gives you more time, and hopefully more time is enough for these federal programs to kick in.
So parents are at home right now in Westchester County watching you. They've been homeschooling their kids, and they're praying that some of the summer programs will be open. What do you think?
I'm hopeful, but it really depends on the science. We're prepared to open various recreational facilities and programs, but we have to get a green light from the scientists that tell us it's okay to do it. Because if we open and then there's another surge of cases and we have to reclose it, then no one's going to have any faith in what we say from that point forward.
Gotcha. Well, we wish you the very best. Westchester County Executive George Latimer, appreciate you being on Good Day.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Vaccine for the virus, but for now, many experts are looking at antibody testing to see the bigger picture of the virus. Bianca Peters is looking at that story right now. Bianca, what do you know?
Well, antibodies are being used to save lives and to determine immunity. We spoke with a local cardiologist, Dr. Louisa Petrie, on when and what we can expect with this new kind of testing.
FDA just got approved a week ago a test that's called Celex, and it's been used in the hospitals. Actually, we had already 3,000 tests done in Mount Sinai alone. But how that is going to be taken to a larger scale, it's going to be the next challenge.
The challenge is to bring the antibody testing to the masses. However, Dr. Petrie says there's a priority list for who may get that testing first.
To create an immune registry to understand who would be able to donate plasma to save lives. So this would be the first priority. Second would be to be able to test workers, their frontliners, like healthcare workers, police, EMT providers, and then understand who is able to go back to work safely.
And when the mass antibodies testing finally reaches the general public in what could be a couple months, what might that look like?
To have a rapid test for fingerprint antibodies testing. So people will be in a situation, if you want to travel or go to a large a sport event, you'll have to have a form of proof that that you are not exposing other people and you are safe. Look, you travel with your dog, you take your pet to a different country, you have to carry an immunization history, the same if you go to a groomer. So unfortunately, we'll be there in a few months and until we have a vaccine available that will protect us.
But the question remains, how long are you immune with antibodies, or even when a vaccine is available?
What we don't know right now, how long that immunity is going to last. Like, for instance, for the flu shot, you only have immunity for 1 season, but if you get a tetanus shot, you can have it for 10 years. Antibody surveillance would answer that because we can monitor someone 6 months from now, 1 year from now, are you still immune? The same would help us understand how effective vaccines will work.
For now, Dr. Petrie is focusing on the positives.
Within Mount Sinai Hospital system, half of COVID-19 patients were discharged. There is a wonderful thing they do in one of the Mount Sinai hospitals. Every time one patient is discharged from COVID-19, they do play overhead the Beatles song, Here Comes the Sun. And it's a nice occasion to celebrate life and how precious is that.
And it is very precious. Dr. Petrie says that insurance will cover the antibody testing, and for the uninsured, the relief fund will pick up the tab. As of now, that testing takes 3 to 4 days for results.
Representative Max Rose is a combat veteran who served in Afghanistan. He was just activated for duty this month with the National Guard to help set up an emergency hospital. He joins us from Staten Island. Should I call you Captain or Congressman?
No, it's back to Congressman now. I enjoyed your singing, though.
Sorry about that. Anyway, I heard you're not allowed at home right now because you're being quarantined from your wife. What's going on Staten Island?
I wouldn't label it quarantining, though, but let me just say this. About the last couple of weeks, when I had the opportunity and the privilege to put the uniform back on, anything that I endured pales in comparison. Is this much compared to the sacrifices made to our frontline medical professionals and our soldiers who are out there still. You know, these folks that were a doctor who had lost people just several days prior, whose own other family members were still sick and was still doing 18 hours a day. Doctors who, or nurses who, couldn't even hug their children when they were coming home because they were self-quarantining. That's the quality of our medical professionals out there right now. I think about the last huddle that we had prior to accepting our first patient at this COVID-only facility that we had built on Staten Island in 6 days. Think about that. These folks built a hospital in 6 days. And the soldiers from the 69th Infantry Regiment, New York City's Infantry Regiment, America's oldest Army unit, the first soldiers, the first unit who were at Ground Zero, they applauded the nurses and the doctors and the medical professionals. Frontline soldiers in this new total war that we're enduring, I left with complete and total confidence that we're uniting as Americans and we're going to get through this.
This is beautiful. I feel like crying. It's so beautiful. Thank you so much for reminding us what really goes on out there. What was it like to get that hospital up and running in 6 days? How many beds are there, and are they filled yet?
So this, to give you and your viewers some background, what basically we did is we converted a psychiatric center, a state-owned facility. All of this fell under the leadership of Governor Cuomo and his phenomenal team at the state. And we converted it to a pre-ICU and post-ICU COVID facility. Now, that sounds simple to say, but it is as complicated or felt as complicated as it gets because you're building a hospital that comes with the IT, that comes with all of the equipment necessary to do so. And thank God for the unbelievable executive team at Staten Island University Hospital, led by Dr. Ardalic, a part of the Northwell family, because they brought over a phenomenal executive team that did everything, with the National Guard supporting them from a logistics standpoint. And the capacity of the facility right now is about 240 beds or so, maybe a little less. And they're ramping it up as staffing ramps up and equipment ramps up, our hospitals, the phenomenal public servants and heroes that they are operating 300% over capacity, 300%. So they needed some type of release valve for that pressure. But this is also about building an infrastructure that needs to be in place for a second surge. We all hope and pray and are doing everything possible for that not to happen, but we cannot be caught flat-footed. We need to be prepared should that be the case down the road.
Absolutely, and we have to open up at some point, Congressman, and some of the small businesses were hoping for that stimulus package, but we hear it's run out of money. Are you going back to D.C.? We need more money here in the New York area.
We absolutely need more money in that. That's not the only thing that we need more money in. Look, I view this as there's almost 3 different pillars to this, all of which has to happen as quickly as possible. One is we have to get money to our states and localities. This isn't theoretical when the states and cities, New York City and New York State especially, are suffering. And that's how we pay our cops. That's how we pay our teachers. That's how we pay our firefighters and so many others. Second is our hospitals are suffering. When we turned off elective surgeries, they lost their principal revenue source. We cannot let our hospital systems go under because otherwise we have no means of treating folks who are suffering through this horrific virus. And you cannot treat COVID outside of the hospital. I don't care how many beds you set up. If they're not connected to a hospital, part and parcel of a hospital, doesn't do us any good. And lastly, as quickly as possible, we have got to replenish this fund for small businesses. And I believe that we can get the job done collectively, uniting not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, as we have always through our nation's history.
How soon can you get that moving?
Look, it's got to be as quickly as possible. And this is down to Speaker Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and the rest of the House leadership and Senate leadership putting their differences aside and getting the job done. Here's the message that I have and will continue to publicly and privately send to my own Democratic Party leadership. It is quite simple, and that is keep it simple, okay? Hospitals, states, localities, as well as small businesses. This is not the time to be inserting political tenets of a Green New Deal or any Kennedy Center this and that.
You're right.
Now's not the time for that. Now's not the time to play politics. But those 3 pillars are absolutely vital. We can't fight this healthcare crisis, this pandemic, unless we do all 3 things. And let's not forget, okay, the only reason we are in an economic crisis right now is because of this pandemic. This isn't like 2008 when there was a financial crisis and it was economic in nature. Unless we fight this pandemic with the surge in testing and a surge in hospital activity and so on and so forth, we will not be able to fully get out of this economic crisis.
Congressman Max Rose, thank you so much for your perspective this morning. Stay safe. Thank you so much for your service.
No, and thank you so much. I hope your family stays safe and strong.
And yours as well. Welcome back to Good Day. There's some amazing coronavirus survival stories, and Dr. Oz has spoken to some of the people that have recovered. They are sharing their incredible experiences with him today. Dr. Oz joins us from home. Before we get to that subject, Dr. Oz, you and I talked yesterday and about something that you said, and I think we should probably clear the air and talk about what you really meant to say.
Listen, I'm committed to beating this virus. I'm committed to getting kids safely back to school. I misquote while I'm quoting a medical article that was offering some insights, so I thought sort of positive insights on school openings. And I left people with the impression that kids might be at risk. And I'm hoping that everyone recognizes this, but thankfully kids are usually spared the serious consequences of COVID-19 complications. So I never meant people to believe otherwise. I would never trade kids for school openings, and this article didn't argue that either. It was talking about the overall risk contribution, and it wasn't as significant as perhaps we had thought.
You know, I know you're a family man and you love children, and there was no way that I thought that you meant that you would sacrifice children for this study. No way.
No, it would never cross my mind. It would be that was, you know, it's even a terrible thought. I didn't think I even implied that, but I can understand why people might think that, and thanks for letting me clear it.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Let's talk about your show today, because you are talking with people who have survived the virus, and there are incredible stories.
Well, I'll tell you, some of these individuals, and from the tri-state area, actually, some of them have had remarkable comebacks from being in ICUs by themselves, of course, because that's one of the harshest parts of this virus is you can't go there with your loved ones. And so they're at a distance trying to survive. And some of them had almost near-death experiences. They had a belief that they could make it. And in one particular case, it was very striking to me. A mom had already lost another child 13 years earlier on a ventilator, and she was fearfully watching this daughter that was now on a ventilator, and that child managed to bounce back. Having them both together as we Skyped in was fantastic. And there's another, this story you're going to love it and adore. A woman was 34 weeks pregnant when they had to deliver her child. She was in a medically induced coma, wasn't aware she had the baby until 5 days later. But thankfully, they're both fine. So as horrible as this virus has been, there are some remarkable stories of survival that we're able to bring to the audience today.
Oh, we need to hear those stories. And in fact, we have a little clip from your show. Let's listen.
Thank you.
The very last night I was in the ICU, I had finally drifted off to sleep, and all I could see was darkness. And I actually heard a voice tell me, "Get out of bed, you will not die here." And it was actually that moment when I had woke up and the ventilator tube was half hanging out of my mouth. The nursing staff are still unsure how that even happened. And so, it wasn't even but a few hours after that happened, I truly was out of that bed, sitting in a recliner and eating a hospital meal.
Amazing. What kind of treatment did they give these patients that showed a remarkable recovery?
The kitchen sink, everything. Every medication we've talked about together, some of them got antivirals, they got anti-inflammatory medications. Here's the thing. The management of patients in the ICUs has gotten better. We're understanding how to use the ventilators in ways that are different from the traditional approach to pneumonia. So I think as the ICU doctors get better and better understanding this disease, the medical community is rallying behind these treatments, and we're starting to get better results. Which ones work? It's unclear. We don't have large randomized trials. But the small blocking and tackling that has to happen to get someone through a critical illness is improving because we've seen so much of it now.
Dr. Oz will watch your show today at 1 o'clock right here on Fox 5. Thank you so much. All right, Buddy Valestro, one of my favorite bakers. He's a familiar face on TV, currently starring on Buddy versus Duff, where he and Duff Goldman compete in a baking battle of the best. The popular baker is also a part of the Great New York Foodathon special. It's airing tonight at 7 o'clock right here on Fox 5. He's now joining us from his cake factory in Jersey City. Hello, Buddy. Can I see you? Where are you?
Yeah. How you do? You see me?
I think we're having a little technical problem, but I hear you. We're going to work on seeing you in a second. By the way, is everybody safe and sound in your family?
Thank God everybody's safe and sound in my family. It's such scary times, and my heart goes out to all the people who are affected by this, all the, essential workers who've been putting their lives at risk. I really just want to thank everybody. And, I know it's tough times now, but as Americans, or as New Yorkers, we want to say we're going to band together, and we are going to get through this.
We are. Buddy, I think we can see you technically. Can you just flip the phone because it's the wrong way? I see your kitchen.
Okay.
This is like so, I love this. This is so raw. Flip it the other. There you are, buddy.
Hey,
you look gorgeous. So what's going on with the bakery? Are you open? Are you closed? What's the story?
Well, right now, all my locations are closed, and just my factory's open because we're doing online shipping at CarlosBakery.com and Goldbelly. And honestly, that business has just been really on fire right now because that's the only way for people to really get baked goods. So, crazy enough, I've been working like 12, 15 hours. I've been bringing my kids in, just trying to fulfill all the orders and make all the cakes that we possibly can. So I've been pretty busy considering. The first 2 weeks of the quarantine, I was home more, but then the orders just started picking up, and I've been pretty busy this week.
So you pivoted a lot. Okay, let's talk about feeding the people in our community. City Harvest. wonderful organization. I know. You talk a little bit about them because I know they're near and dear to your heart, too.
Yeah, I mean, just such a great organization and what they're trying to do, and just, trying to feed people who really need the food. I can't even imagine it. I know that my father growing up in Sicily would tell me he would always want to give to the homeless shelter, or always want to give the old take, or you feed people, because he would tell me stories of how he grew up hungry during World War II in Sicily. He would tell me his mom, and his sister would split an orange. So he experienced it, and he instilled it in me. So Carlos Bakery always gives back, and this is such a good organization. So when they asked me to be part of it, I was like, absolutely.
I know. So tonight, it's called the Great New York Food-a-thon, right here on Fox 5 at 7 o'clock. We're going to raise some money for City Harvest so they can help feed the people who live in our area. So, do you know some of the people who are going to be part of this food-a-thon tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I know Jeffrey Zakarian's a big part of it. That's who asked me to be involved, and I was like, absolutely. And, I'm making chocolate chip cookies tonight. I'm doing it from my at-home. Yeah, I did it from my kitchen at home, so it's pretty cool. So I just think that there's so many talented chefs and so many people that are banding together to try to raise money to help out people, whoever's hungry, and feeding people. It's just such an important thing, And honestly, Rosanna, I don't think that we've seen the worst of what's coming from this virus. I really think that the economical impact, we're about 3 or 4 or 5 months away from really seeing. And I think that's why starting to get involved with these organizations and do more is something that we need to continue to do.
Right, and a lot of people from the food industry are coming together tonight. Giada's going to be there, Rachel Ray, Ann Burrell, Katie Lee, Eric Repair, Michael Simon, and then people who aren't in the business, like Neil Patrick Harris, Whoopi, Michael Strahan, Katie Couric, Brooke Shields, Debbie Mazar. By the way, you and Debbie and I were judges on your food show.
You guys were great. And no, listen, it's crazy times right now, Ro, but we have to stay positive. We have to try to get through this together. We have to stay home and keep our social distancing. I got my mask. I'm wearing it. I just took it off so that I could do the interview. We're just trying to practice the rules and regulations set by the CDC. And, we gotta just keep fighting and
we'll stay together. We're going to stay together. We're going to watch it tonight. I want to see.
Strong, baby.
I want to see your chocolate chip recipe tonight. I bet you leave something out so it's not as good as yours. That's the way you chefs are.
No, you know what? Honestly, when I was about 4 years ago, maybe even 6 years ago, my son Buddy and me were in the search of the perfect chocolate chip cookie recipe.
All right.
And we made chocolate chip cookies every day for 30 days straight.
We're going to see it tonight. Tonight on the Great New York.
Love you, Ro.
Love you, buddy. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Thank you. The Great New York Food-a-thon tonight, right here on Fox 5 at 7 o'clock. And you can keep up with the latest on the coronavirus outbreak by downloading the Fox 5 NY News app. You can also stream the show. Never miss a moment. Fox 5 NY in your app store. Is unprecedented. The uncertainty of not knowing how long it will last or its overall impact is triggering anxiety in many of us, and we need help to cope. Dr. Deepak Chopra is a pioneer in integrative medicine, best-selling author whose latest book is called Meta-Human. He has a new documentary out and is working with Oprah on a free 21-day meditation for everyone. This morning, Deepak Chopra joining me from California. How are things over there, Deepak?
I'm good, Rosanna. How are you?
Good. I noticed you've had a change since you've been on COVID lockdown. What's going on?
Well, I have the luxury of sheltering, or what we call physical distancing. So I'm allowing myself the luxury of not shaving, doing extra yoga, breathing, reinventing my body, resurrecting my soul, and trying to help others.
Beautiful. You're feeling okay, right?
I'm feeling more than okay. I'm really good. Thank you.
Beautiful. Well, the rest of us are a bunch of nervous wrecks. You know, anxiety is high, but you have some ideas on how we can calm down.
Well, right now, I think the most important thing is to cultivate present moment awareness and what we call the presence of our own being through mindfulness, meditation, deep breathing. If we quieten the mind, then what really happens is a quiet mind triggers self-regulation and healing and homeostasis in the body. When people are stressed, they compromise their immune systems, increase inflammation in the body, and actually activate genes that are detrimental, that create what we call cytokine storms or inflammatory storms. And that makes it more likely that one gets sick or even has mortality. So while we can control the transmission of this pandemic through physical social distancing, we can't control the panic pandemic through physical social distancing because it recycles through social media, news networks, and our own obsession with what can go wrong. Right now, it's really important for you to self-regulate your biology by regulating your emotions. Cultivate love, compassion, joy, empathy, love in action, and you will feel better physically too. I
believe that, and I'm so appreciative of you and Oprah doing this free 21-day meditation. Is it a beginner's course? What is it exactly?
It's for anyone. It's right now how to deal with uncertainty, how to rest in your own being, how to evoke the healing response, how to manage stress. So it's for everyone. It's free. You can download it by going to chopracentermeditation.com. And of course, we have the film as well with Jewel right now on the mindfulness movement.
Yes, so you have this documentary out that's right now. I think Jewel is part of it, the singer Jewel is part of it as well?
Yes, she and I are executive producers. We just want to let you know that we have no financial interest in this film. It's a contribution at this time for people to begin to take care of themselves.
So what is the documentary about?
The documentary is about people like Jewel and many others who have experienced healing, emotional and physical, through mindfulness practices and has lots of experts, like Sarah Lazar and John Kabat-Zinn, and these people have spoken about mindful awareness and how it brings about self-regulation. They're experts, so we have all their research, but we also have examples of people who were able to overcome physical and emotional suffering.
We have a clip from the documentary right now. Let's listen in.
I had to develop a lot of strategies while I was homeless to survive. How to rewire a lot of the self-defeating thoughts that I had. What was I thinking? Could you choose your thoughts? And I began to look at curating my thoughts much more carefully than I cared about any other thing. That put me in the driver's seat. It meant I wasn't a victim of my brain.
It looks like a very interesting documentary, and we all need to calm down. I talk to my parents all the time. They're stuck in front of the TV watching press conference after press conference. They need to shut it off and just concentrate on calming down right now.
Tell them to download the meditation.
Thank you so much, Deepak Chopra. We appreciate it. Please stay well.
Thank you. You too, Rajana. Thank you.
During these uncertain times, it's important to protect your assets and your family. This morning, we are talking with asset protection attorney and author of the book Love and Money, Anne Margaret Carrozza. Nice to have you back on Good Day New York. Anne, is it true while people in quarantine, they're calling you? Are they calling you on the sly to kind of change things?
Well, I think any major life event causes us to, or should cause us to, re-examine our estate planning. But right now, with social isolation and families being stuck together, I think we are seeing some changes. People are emailing me and calling me about changing not only their beneficiaries, but changing their agents. Who do we want as the executor on the will, the trustee, the agent on the power of attorney, and most importantly these days, the agent on the healthcare proxy? Who's going to be making decisions for us in the event of a hospitalization?
So you really need to start thinking about this stuff right this second. Do we need a lawyer for this, or can we do anything on our own?
Well, I don't think we need a lawyer for everything, but we need a lawyer for some of the things. A will, for example, I don't think we can get that online and fill in the blanks. Yes, I may want my 3 kids to get my assets, but how do I want them to get it? Do I have a child with a gambling issue, a substance abuse issue, a developmental disability? He's on his 3rd marriage. If someone can't properly manage assets, we need to customize it so that they have a soft landing.
Gotcha. What about ethical will? I've never heard of this, but it sounds intriguing.
Well, you know, the terrible part of the coronavirus is that in the last stages, it's a very solitary event. So we're giving thought to what do we want our last words, our last bits of wisdom to our family to be. You know, the will determines who gets my stuff. Yeah, but beyond that, do we want to share guidance and life lessons and humor and wisdom? And we do that within the ethical will.
Gotcha. And you know, with blended families, I don't know, what is it, like 50% of New Yorkers, I guess, might be blended families? You want to make sure there's peace, you know, after all is said and done, right? What can you do about that?
Well, if I have a second husband and he hates my adult children and they hate him, upon my death, there's going to be fireworks unless I very clearly say that Fabio can live in the house for a certain amount of time, but upon his death, or maybe I do 5 years from my death, that house goes back to my kids, because we can't believe a second spouse that they're going to do the right thing by our kids.
Right. I can't believe we're talking about this, but I guess we have to. So in addition to the will, there's something that's called an advance directive. What exactly is that?
Yeah, so the will takes effect when we die, but while we're alive and unable to transact business, we do a power of attorney for financial matters to allow someone to go to the bank for us, to pay our bills. And we also want to have today healthcare advance directives. Most importantly, a healthcare proxy. We don't need an attorney to do a healthcare proxy. I think attorneys should be ashamed of themselves charging money for a healthcare proxy. So I have one on my website that you can fill it out and print it out, and you're good to go.
What is your website, Anne Margaret?
It's myelderlawadttorney.com. No breaks.
Anne Margaret Carrozza, thank you so much. It's a tough subject, but sadly we have to think about these things.
Important. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Holy cow.
Welcome back to Good Day. We first got to know Jill Zarin as one of the original Real Housewives of New York City. She is an author and a businesswoman who continues to grow her brand. Now the TV personality is helping to feed frontline workers with her GoFundMe page. It's called Noshes for Nurses. Nice to see you, Jill Zarin, and your daughter, Allie. How are things in Florida?
Allie. I have to say they are quiet. We are home 24/7, cooking a lot of meals. I wish I had your mother here and you.
Thank you.
Great chefs.
So, Jill, tell us about Noshes for Nurses.
Well, it started because I was listening to my sister, the Lisa Wexler show in Connecticut on the radio, and somebody had said that the Clintons had actually donated 20 pizzas the night before to a hospital very quietly. And this was like 3 weeks ago. And I said to Allie, we could do that. We called up a pizza place. We sent food over to our local hospital, Boca Regional. And I said to Allie, you know, we're going to be home for a while. We should raise money. We should do this. Like, we should do this for real. We know so many doctors and nurses. My best friend is a nurse in Minnesota. So we started Noshes for Nurses, a GoFundMe. We've raised almost $50,000. But let me tell you one of the reasons why. You know, Bobby was a patient at Sloan Kettering and other hospitals in and out for many years. So I know what it's like to be in a hospital. The nurses rely on the family members to help. get water, walk the patient around the corner, do all those little things. We're not allowed in the hospitals anymore. Patients' families cannot come in. So those nurses are so taxed with their own job, plus the job of things that people, used to do like me. So they're exhausted. They're exhausted and they're hungry. And Allie just got an email this morning really explaining why it's so important.
Let's hear about it, Allie.
Yeah, so I think the food is really the only time of the day they can get together like a family and eat. We have fed about 15,000 workers across the country and partnered with lots of local restaurants and global ones like Insomnia, Voss, F Factor. We've also partnered with Lyft to help them get to and from the hospital, which we found is super important to get to and from the hospital safely. And it's so expensive to get to somewhere like Columbia Presbyterian or Montefiore.
One girl told Allie she
yeah.
walked 40 or 50 blocks a day because she was unsafe on the subway and couldn't afford to take a car service.
Yeah.
So we're supplying that now. So if they reach out to us through DMs or whatever, and you live in the New York area where there's a Lyft, we will get you a Lyft to and from work.
Amazing, because I know you're in Florida, but you're taking care of the people here in your hometown. Are you coming back to New York at some point, or you've given up and you've moved to Florida full time?
I am a New Yorker through and through. I'll come back when it's safe. I certainly don't want to come back, get sick, and tax the system more. Everybody has to stay in place. One of the other things I just wanted to say is that I have a rug line, and Unique Loom, who makes my rugs, because I just launched an outdoor rug line, up to $10,000 match on my GoFundMe. So I really wanted to promote it because they will give an additional $10,000, which will feed how many people? It's about $10 a person to
that's
feed.
what you got into.
So it's an extra 1,000 workers. So we really want to, promote that.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News and Now. We just took our final commercial break on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us here. We're at 80 degrees already. Tower cam showing just a great shot downtown Phoenix there in the distance. Hope everyone is having a great Friday and being safe all at the same time. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here worldwide, also on coronavirusnow.com. We're going to go out like we do every day to our sister station, Fox 29 in Philadelphia, as we get some updates from Dr. Mike on the latest on the coronavirus front.
Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine joining us from Philadelphia. Good Friday to you, Dr. Mike.
Same to you, Thomas. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
I want to start on a positive note. I know you have a patient. He's 68 years old, tested positive for COVID-19, placed on a ventilator for about 2 weeks. He's now out of the hospital. How's he doing?
So, Thomas, I love playing a real doctor in real life. It's a lot of fun. And I got to tell you, every once in a while, it goes exactly the way I want it to go. So this is the exact story. This is a patient of mine who I used to play ice hockey with, and how he survived playing hockey with me is another miracle story. All right, but the bottom line is that calls me up about 3 weeks ago. Dr. Mike, I'm having some fever, cough, all the symptoms. I said, okay, let's order the test. So I order the swab test, and this is a PCR test to check for the virus. Now, at that time, it was taking up to 10 days to get the results. So before the results came back, his fiance called me and said, Dr. Mike, he doesn't look right to me. He's not having any trouble breathing, but he just doesn't look right. He's very fatigued. Now, I'm a believer in, and this is from one pharmacy, but they all sell them. This is a pulse oximeter. And I've been getting more and more of my patients to buy them. They're some, perhaps about $45. And what it does is it allows you to monitor your oxygen level. It's called a pulse oximeter. Now, let's see if I can get my pulse, see if I'm actually alive. But what this does, Thomas, is it measures your oxygen level. So I told his fiance to go get it and to measure his oxygen level. Well, lo and behold, his oxygen level was very, very low at 80. And I sent him immediately to the emergency room, where he ended up getting put on a ventilator. Now, the beauty of this is that with the pulse ox, it allowed us to tell whether or not he was in big trouble. And I've been telling many of my patients now to go out and buy one. They're not that hard to come by, and they actually, now I think that I'm not alive because it's not, I think my hands are just really
I'm hoping
cold.
it's a battery issue.
I'm hoping so, maybe my battery. But the bottom line is that this little device saved his life. He got ventilated and for 2 weeks was on the ventilator. They treated him aggressively with a number of different medication regimens and was able to get off the ventilator, and he got home this past week. And so I'm really excited about the fact that he survived and he's doing well. He's home with his fiance, and I think there is a role for these little gadgets, especially if someone is having oxygen problems.
Not a bad $45 investment. What does the road look like for him moving forward, the aftercare, physically and mentally?
Well, I think as we've talked about, Thomas, there is something called post-ICU syndrome. That's intensive care unit syndrome. He's going to have a lot of requirements regarding physical therapy to get his body back into shape. He had tremendous debilitating symptoms of lack of strength and weakness, and that's all going to have to be really, really worked hard on over the ensuing weeks and months. And also, Thomas, depression and anxiety, and we're watching him like a hawk to make sure that that doesn't become a problem, because you cannot function well and try to get back into shape if you're depressed or anxious.
Wish him the best. Here we are, the end of the week. A question that I get almost every day, I'm sure you do as well. We've been social distancing. We're wearing masks. We're staying at home. Why are we still seeing a slight rise in cases?
Well, I think we're testing more people, and those numbers may continue to rise. But if you look at where we were a couple weeks ago, I think you're going to find that we're starting to plateau. And there are a couple of phrases that will stick with me until my dying day, and that is mitigation, flattening the curve, and all of those things that we've come to use as normal dialogue. What we're doing is flattening the curve. And I can tell you from our hospital, we still have about 40% capacity if a surge were to come, which is exactly what we wanted right now, so that we don't overwhelm our healthcare system and we are allowed to treat people in an effective way, have the numbers of ventilators that we need, and all of those things to get through this part of the pandemic. And that is working, and we need to keep it up.
Certainly there in Philadelphia. We talked about a week and a half ago about the country reaching this surge. The surge was on the horizon. Where do we stand? Did we reach that surge? Are we still going to?
Well, it depends on what part of the country you're looking at. There are parts of the country like Kansas, for instance, that are lagging behind us. We lagged behind New York a little bit. So it's going to go through, and hopefully we have learned so much that we will then be able to get those ventilators that we don't need in New York or Philadelphia anymore, send them over there so we don't run into that nightmare that we were being exposed to several weeks ago. Now, the bigger question, Thomas, is when do we reopen our economy? And that's what everybody's talking about. And I'm going to tell you right now, Thomas, the bottom line is, what is the value of one life? If you're my patient, Thomas, and you are someone that I could potentially lose by not making the right decisions, I don't think we should go there. Because even though we may be taking a hit financially, lives are what it's all about, because we can always get back to where we need to be economically.
Yeah, that solid timeline remains to be seen here. I know the Department of Health putting out the word that they need help, asking for healthcare professionals to volunteer. Where is that needed right now?
Well, basically, wherever the heat starts to build up, wherever there are surges. Now, just a week ago or so, we were talking about a national doctor draft. But I've got to tell you that at least at my institution, I volunteered to be in the intensive care unit as well as the emergency room, and was all set, prepared, ready to go, signed all the documents, and the surge was mitigated enough that they didn't need me. Now, I'm not saying that if we foolishly get back too soon, that might be the case again, where people like me get called in. But if we play the cards right, Thomas, I think we're going to be okay, and we won't need deployment of folks like me in ICUs.
Yeah, let's certainly hope. Looking closer at the hospitals, the emergency rooms, and ICU drugs, I know it's being reported in some countries, Switzerland, they're facing shortages of ICU drugs. Where do we stand here in the U.S.?
Well, right now, what we're looking to do is find which ICU drugs actually work in terms of what to use for coronavirus. But what you're bringing up are the medications that we commonly use for intubation. When someone goes into the ICU and they get put on a ventilator, they need to be sedated. They need to be paralyzed. And so the two patients that I have in the hospital that are on ventilators are requiring sedation and paralysis. When you're on a ventilator, it's a very uncomfortable situation. You have to really let the machinery do the breathing for you. And so with so many people in the ICU on those ventilators requiring all of those medicines, there are worldwide shortages.
You speak about patient care. I know there's been a temporary shift in how we treat patients. Will there be a lasting effect on medical care or even how we view medicine in general?
Well, I think there are going to be profound, long-lasting effects, Thomas. Number one, telemedicine is here to stay. And I've been doing it more and more as each week has gone by. I'm seeing more and more patients via video teleconferencing or just via telephone. And with the advent of smartphones, there's all kinds of ways that people can get help. And that's critical, as we don't want to have people come all of a sudden back in to the hospitals and get reinfected or infect people that never had the virus. So that's going to profoundly change. And I think how we deal with pandemics and mass infections in the future, we will learn from our mistakes, and it will be a much better way to handle things down the road.
In trying to reduce those infections, I want to talk about another study out of Wuhan, China. It found that coronavirus is widely distributed on the floors of hospitals treating COVID-19 patients. Should we now consider taking our shoes off outside of the house?
Well, Thomas, I not only do I change my clothes, but I take my shoes off when I get home. And the virus doesn't care whether it's a wall, a bathroom, a toilet, or the floor. So you need to assume the virus is everywhere. And when I get home, I take these scrubs come off right here. I put my street clothes on. I go home. I Purell the front door knob. I go up, take the clothes off, take a shower. The shoes stay at the door. You have to treat everything as a potential source of infection, including shoes.
Including shoes. I know there's a lot of research going on right now. It's certainly hard to keep up. The latest one published, and this one I believe was in the journal Nature Medicine. It's showing that people might be most infectious before they show symptoms.
Well, there is clearly shedding that goes on prior to having symptoms. And so this virus, like other viruses, can be expressed in coughing, but also bodily fluids. And so people that are in close contact with someone, and this is what really worries me about getting back into our society too quickly, because there are people out there who will come down with the virus, who don't have symptoms, and will then spread it. And that's where we need that contact information. We need to trail and figure out who that patient was in contact with.
Here we are with self-isolation. I know liquor sales, we've been reporting, have been dramatically up. Are there concerns with excessive drinking during coronavirus lockdowns? Could we actually be hurting ourselves, weakening our immune systems?
No question that excess alcohol, and we're seeing rapid, dramatic increases in sales of alcohol, can decrease your immune system, along with causing more depression, more anxiety, sleep problems, as well as the issues of abuse. We're hearing about kids, and the reporting of abuse of children has gone way down. I don't think it's stopped. I think that it just has been a decrease in reporting of it. Alcohol and substances like it are only going to add kerosene to the fire.
Yeah, certainly something to keep in mind. So here we are nearing the weekend, Dr. Mike. Our daily reminder to keep safe.
Number one, continue social distancing. The economy will be okay. It can wait a little longer. Number two, keep your spirits up. Make sure that you use this time to your benefit by exploring things like mindful meditation, trying to figure out, Thomas, what it is in your life that maybe you can improve or do. And finally, show the love to the ones around you, Thomas, because so many times we get so wrapped up in life, it's almost as if a cosmic force has come down and forced us to get together with our families. If we do those things, Thomas, that's the way we're going to do it. And one last thing I have to say, Thomas, all right? I've been in practice 30 years. No one at the end of their life said to me, Dr. Mike, if I had more money, I could die in peace. What they said to me, Thomas, was, where is my family? What is my legacy? Where are the loved ones in my life? That is what it's all about.
Always great advice. Much love to you. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, Penn Medicine from Philadelphia. Good to see you. Stay well, Dr. Mike.
Thank you, Thomas. I love you, man.
All right, everybody, good afternoon and happy Friday. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. We made it, those of us essential workers who are still actually going to their jobs, and all the many of us even working from home. Guess what? Regardless of how you're working, be thankful for having a job, right? Be grateful. Always look at the plus side, the positive, the silver lining. I know it's difficult for a lot of us. I was just telling Mike Page, Mike, I miss restaurants. I miss going out to eat, the like communal experience and the atmosphere. And I also told him that everywhere I get takeout at, I feel like I'm spending more money because I'm like, well, since I'm picking up, I might as well get lunch and dinner, right? Hey, thank you to the thousands of you watching, whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on coronavirusnow.com. We are happy that you are here. The News Now host trio, you've got me, Pilar Arias, Mike Pace, Christy Larson, and we do this each and every day, and we are so grateful for you. So I just wanted to say thank you and happy Friday. I hope that you are happy and healthy wherever you are. Stay in touch with us on social media, even when we're not streaming. Mike's on Twitter, I'm on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Christy's on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter as well. So you can always stay in touch with your News Now host. But again, appreciate you being here. Thank you for watching, regardless of where you are across the globe. I like to call our viewers News Nowers. So again, happy Friday, everybody. Let's take a look at how stocks are currently doing. Here is the big board. Dow Jones Industrial currently up about 422 points. Nothing but green on the big board today. This is great news, everybody. Everyone's been so concerned about the stock market and the economy with the pandemic going on. And are we going to have another recession, depression? What's going to happen? We had some rocky days for sure. Matter of fact, 1 week in particular, there was a lot of concerns. But now it seems that things are starting to level off. Now, we still have a long way to go to where we were prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, but still things are looking much better, and that's great news. I do want to show you here in just a moment. I've got the Johns Hopkins University map up, ready to go, ready to show you. Remember, they track all the cases worldwide, right? So here it is. Now you can see it. Now worldwide, more than 2 million cases, standing at 2,204,511. Unfortunately, 150,948 people have lost their lives. But let's go take a look at the scope here in the U.S. Now we are standing at 683,786 confirmed cases. And again, unfortunately, almost 35,000 people have died here in the U.S. But look at that number on the top right-hand side of your screen in blue. That's the number of people who have been tested. So think about it. All these people who have symptoms, believe they have symptoms, they get tested, they come back negative. Great news, right? Great news. And it definitely shows that testing is becoming more prevalent and definitely happening more often. So I'm going to take you out to the state of Michigan now because the governor is providing an update live, and we all remember the protests that have been happening in the state of Michigan. So let's listen in here on News Now and on coronavirusnow.com. But again, everybody, my name is Pilar Arias, and I am so thankful and grateful for you. Happy Friday.
Page for Michiganders.
The website will give us access to evidence-based guided meditations, along with at-home mindful workouts, sleep assistance, and content for our kids to help address the rising stress and anxiety we're all confronting. So go to headspace.com and check it out, and I hope that you'll find this to be a useful tool. Also, Michigan was recently awarded a $2 million emergency behavioral health services grant from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to strengthen mental health and substance use disorder services as a result of COVID-19. We know that this has been hard, and it's been hard with people who suffer from substance abuse. We want to make sure that you've got the help you need. And Michigan Virtual has announced that beginning today, the newly launched Michigan Cares program offers educators and Michigan families, children and teachers and parents alike, free digital lessons focused on developing social, emotional, and mental well-being skills, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. Michiganders can visit michiganvirtual.org/MichiganCares for more information. And the month of April is Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I know that during this time when we're encouraging everyone to stay safe and to stay home, that sometimes home is not the safest place for you to be. The Michigan Sexual Assault Hotline, you can talk, text, or chat with someone at 855-VOICES-4. And Domestic Violence Hotline, 1-800-799-SAFE, S-A-F-E. They're available whenever you need them. So in the last 48 hours, we've had a number of things happen. Yesterday, I announced that a coalition of Midwestern governors and Kentucky are leading a bipartisan effort to re-engage the economy in the Great Lakes region. This is a partnership between Michigan and Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Kentucky. This is an effort because we all know, we governors understand that COVID-19 does not respect state line or party line for that matter. And this is a bipartisan group of governors coming together because we know that we are connected. It's not just borders we share, but it's industry and it's an economy. So here in the Great Lakes region, we are bound by our waters and our commitment to the people that we serve. Throughout this crisis, I will say that one of the great supports that I've had in terms of having resources is in my fellow governors. We've shared intel, we have shared our thought processes as we've navigated keeping the people of our respective states safe. Our economies, too, are reliant on one another, and we must work together to safely reopen them so that hardworking people can get back to work and business can get back on their feet. We will continue to work with experts in health and medical, the best experts across the country, including our own Dr. Janae Khaldun. We will work with fact-based, data-driven approach to reopening our economy in a way that protects families and workers from the spread of COVID-19. We will closely examine 4 factors in addition to others that we will be developing, but there are 4 that every one of us governors has acknowledged really important to safely re-engaging sectors of our economy. One is the sustained control of the rate of new infections and hospitalizations. 2, the enhanced ability to test for COVID-19 and to trace. 3, sufficient healthcare capacity and so that we can handle resurgence. That means knowing that our hospitals are not in surge mode, but they are capable of taking care of anyone who needs assistance at the hospital, and they have the PPE to do so safely. And 4th, observing best practices when it comes to social distancing and mitigating the spread of COVID-19. Now, this doesn't mean that our economy is going to open all at once. It doesn't mean that these states are all going to take the exact same steps at the exact same time. But what this does mean is that we are all now working together to make sure that we are making data-driven decisions and protecting people in our region so that we don't see a second wave of COVID-19. We've also announced a number of new testing sites here in Michigan. in a partnership with businesses across the state. Wayne County and the city of Southgate announced the city's first drive-through test site, which opened yesterday. The site will serve people who are exhibiting symptoms of COVID-19 and all healthcare providers and first responders, whether or not they are experiencing symptoms. We want to get more people tested. Testing will require an appointment at that particular spot through Quest's MyQuest online portal and app. And that's the link right there, www.myquestcovidtest.com. And we are working to build more partnerships with our businesses to improve testing. I want to take a moment to encourage anyone who thinks that you need a test for COVID-19, you're experiencing symptoms, to go online to the Michigan website and find out where the closest testing facility is to you. We need to get people tested in Michigan. And I know we've been unable to meet need for a while, and so people aren't as hopeful that they can get a test, but you can get one, and we're encouraging everyone to do that. In order to safely reopen our economy, we've got to know how much COVID-19 is still present in our state. So the more people that get tested, the better. So I'm encouraging you to go online and find out where your local spot is so we can make smart decisions and keep people safe as we move forward. On Wednesday, the MEDC announced that 12 small businesses and nonprofits around Michigan have been awarded a total of $1 million through the Pure Michigan Business Connect COVID-19 Emergency Access and Retooling Grants Program. This program is providing funding to small manufacturers so that they can retool and produce critical health and human service supplies. With this funding, these businesses will begin to make surgical masks, gowns, medical tents, and more. I want to thank Gardner White Furniture, who has donated their fleet of trucks to COVID relief efforts. They've been partnering with organizations like the Metro Detroit Diaper Bank, Lighthouse, United Way for Southeastern Michigan, the Chaldean Chamber of Commerce, the Oakland Public Schools to collect and transport food and other needed products. I also want to thank Walmart, Salesforce, and State Farm, who have teamed up to donate 500,000 masks, 100,000 gloves, and 50,000 shoe covers to Michigan. With regard to PPE and what we have received, I can just say that yesterday we did receive another 274,000 face shields, 6,000 canisters of sanitizer wipes, 417,000 gloves, 1.8 million surgical masks, and 360 boxes of N95 masks. We are working incredibly hard to make sure that whether it's through production inside our state borders or contracting outside, we are getting the PPE that our frontline needs. And we're hoping to expand so that everyone who's in a business that is exposed to people can have the protection that they need. I've been meeting and will continue to meet regularly with a group of business and labor leaders. I want to be very clear. The decision to re-engage sectors of our economy is going to be based on facts, on science, and on what is the best medical advice that we can get. Right now, the shape of Michigan's epidemic spread curve is still evolving, and social distancing is still crucial. When we start returning to work, we will begin with low-risk sectors. And as a state, we may re-engage our strategy by region, depending on what the data tells us. It is too early to lay out precisely what that will look like, but we are doing the hard work now so that when it is safe to re-engage, we're able to do so in a strategic way. Any return to work will be phased in carefully so that we can track the impact of lifting social distancing measures and what that means for the spread of COVID-19. Our number one priority here is keeping people safe. When we look at workplace risks, I will be examining factors like whether the workers interact with the public, whether the workplace is indoors or outdoors, whether workers are in close proximity to one another, whether workers use shared tools and or machinery, the number of people in a workplace, and more. I'm working closely with health, business, and labor groups to ensure best practices are used when people do return to work. Best practices like new workplace arrangements to enable social distancing, screening of employees and members of the public, available hand washing facilities, PPE, and more. We're not there yet. The rate of infection remains high, especially in certain parts of our state, and the threat of a second spike that overloads our hospitals is still very real if we don't get this right. But I promise that I will keep you all informed as we get closer to re-engaging our economy, and I will have more to share on that next week. The vast majority of Michiganders have been doing their part, and I'm grateful for that. You're the reason that we are driving this curve down. The stay-home order has worked because you have made a commitment. It's making a difference. I want to remind everyone that during your time at home, it's crucial that you fill out your census form. What we know is that as we get assistance from the federal government, it is based on how many people live in Michigan. So we all need to make sure that we get counted right now. It's simple and you can complete it online. And for one person, it's 9 questions. If you live with a few others, it'll take you a little bit longer, but it's pretty quick. Completing it is the easiest way to make sure that our federal tax dollars come back into our state when we need them, and we need them. The census count directly impacts the amount of dollars that we get from everything from food assistance to housing to health care to roads to COVID-19. And that's why it's important everyone takes the time and gets counted. You can go online, you can fill it out in the mail, you can even do it over the phone. But please get counted now. So, an update on our numbers. As of today, we have over 30,000 people in Michigan have tested positive for COVID-19. That's 30,023 to be exact, up 760 from yesterday. We have unfortunately lost 2,227 people to COVID-19. That is up 134 from yesterday. The vast majority of Michiganders are doing the right thing by staying home, except to go out and buy critical things like food and prescriptions. And when they do go out, they keep the 6-foot distance and have a face covering. But we're still seeing more than 1,000 new cases every day and more than 100 new deaths every day. Every unnecessary trip to the gas pump could put someone's parent, grandparent, brother, daughter, son at risk. And every time people ignore social distancing measures could lead to another lost life. I don't want to sit here every other day and tell you you'll have to stay home and miss out on seeing your family. It's hard. I feel it too. So please continue to do your part. The quicker that we can bring COVID-19 to its feet, the quicker we can all get back together and enjoy our families and loved ones. My number one priority, as much as I want that day to come quickly, my number one priority is saving lives in our state. So the next 2 graphs that we have here would show where we would have gone had we not implemented the stay-home order that I just told you is working because you have been doing the work. This graph shows where we were heading before the stay-home order. The one on the left, let's see. I don't know if that's the actual right graph, is it? The red area shows where we would be if we didn't take the preventative measures. It's very hard to see on that screen. So here, the green area shows where we are now. So this is where we were headed. You can see how high how steep the curve was headed. Those are our lives. This is what we have done through our stay-home order. We've dramatically flattened the curve. That's people who didn't get sick. Those are lives that haven't been lost. That's a healthcare system that is still able to meet needs because we all did our part. The reason we're not at 46,000 cases right now is because of the people who are staying home and doing their part. The parents who are homeschooling their children, the grocery store employees who are protecting themselves and work extra special hours to meet the needs of older Michiganders. The businesses, large and small, that are retrofitting their plants to make PPE. And of course, the healthcare workers who are on the front lines every day. And our police and fire and all first responders. Your actions have been saving lives, and so thank you for doing your part. You can see it's made a big difference. We will never know how many lives we have saved, but we will know that because of the actions that we've taken, more grandparents are going to see their grandchildren in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, in the years to come. More people will celebrate their 40th birthday, or in my dad's case, his 80th birthday. More people will celebrate engagements and graduations, and may even get back on a plane and go see a loved one in the near future. We may never know how many lives we saved, but there's no doubt that our work, our sacrifice has meant something and has helped us get to a place where we may be able to start engaging in the near future, our economy. So I appreciate everyone who's done their part. I thank you for your sacrifice. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to our Chief Medical Executive, Dr. Janae Khaldun.
Thank you, Governor. So we're still seeing many cases, many new cases a day of COVID-19 and many more deaths. As the governor mentioned, the rate of growth in cases has plateaued, which is definitely a good thing. Some hospitals are actually discharging more patients with COVID-19 a day than they are admitting into the hospital. These are positive signs, and it means that social distancing is working. As I've said before, a plateau in cases still means there are a lot of cases and deaths occurring, and we have to be mindful of this as we move forward with our response. We also know that the curve may look different in different parts of the state when it comes to when we start seeing increases in cases and how many cases those areas will see. We're keeping a close eye on data all across the state so that we can make sure we are appropriately responding. Social distancing remains the single most important thing we can do to prevent this disease from spreading and to save lives. We also know how important data is in this response and making sure the public knows what is going on. While we still need to make some improvements, we've seen some progress. We were one of the first states to actually post cases and deaths by race and ethnicity. And because of that, we know there are significant racial disparities that exist, with African Americans being disproportionately impacted. We've posted a number of people who have recovered in the state. There are more than 400 people across Michigan who are in recovery, and that number is growing every day. People are beating this disease. We've also posted the number of congregate care facilities like nursing homes that have reported positive cases of COVID-19. As of yesterday, there were at least 243 facilities that had outbreaks that the local health departments were investigating. We know that these are some of our most vulnerable residents, and we're doing everything we can to support testing at these facilities and working with our local health departments on making sure these facilities have the support they need to protect residents as well as staff. Supporting our hospital systems has also been a major goal of this response. This includes making sure our hospitals have the appropriate equipment, PPE, and also staff to take care of patients. I'd like to thank the thousands of medical volunteers and providers that have signed up to help. Just this week, we've matched over 400 volunteers to local hospitals. We will continue to work with our frontline providers. This includes nursing homes and others, to match them with volunteers and make sure they have the staff needed to respond to this crisis. Finally, as the governor mentioned, we know we have to expand testing in order to fully understand what is going on with this disease. Anyone who has mild symptoms should be able to get a test. You can go to our website, michigan.gov/coronavirus. All you have to do is put in your address and you can find out the testing site that is nearest to your home. Anyone with symptoms should seek out testing. Fighting this disease is going to be a marathon. It is not a sprint. And while we are certainly focusing on physical health, mental health is just as important. Please reach out if you need help. We want you to utilize our new Stay Home, Stay Mindful website in partnership with Headspace that the governor mentioned for evidence-based strategies to cope with the emotional toll that this may be having on you. And if you are really in crisis, please seek out help. We have a disaster distress hotline at 1-800-985-5990 where you can get help. It's been incredibly challenging for everyone, but we don't want anyone to feel alone in dealing with this crisis. I encourage everyone to continue doing the right thing, abiding by the governor's stay home, stay safe order. It's working, and it's the most important thing we can all do to keep Michiganders safe and to save lives. And I turn it back over to you, Governor.
Thanks, Dr. Khaldun. Okay, with that, we'll open it up.
Governor, what's your reaction to the president's tweet to liberate Michigan? How did you react to that, and do you think he's encouraging more protests?
You know, I hope that it's not encouraging more protests. You know, one of the things that I think in this moment right now is to acknowledge that people are feeling very anxious. You know, people are worried about the business that they built. It took a lifetime to build, and the employees who are counting on them. People are worried about making the rent payment because they are out of work. There's a lot of anxiety, and I think, you know, the most important thing that anyone with a platform can do is to try to use that platform to tell people we're going to get through this, and we will re-engage our economy when it's safe. I'm going to be listening to the best medical experts across the country, as I have been. I mean, Dr. Khaldun has been a phenomenal advisor to me, has helped us plot our path forward. But, you know, I've listened to a lot of experts across the country, and I know we are doing the right thing, and what we're doing is saving lives. There's no one, I think, is more eager to start re-engaging sectors of our economy than I am. But the last thing I want to do is to have a second wave here, and so we've got to be really smart. And I think that the plan that we will start to put a little more information out about as we get closer to the end of next week and the week after, I think people will see we've put a lot of thought into it. We're going to do this safely so we don't have a second wave.
Kaylee Marentet from 6 News. Governor, the president's plan of opening up America again ultimately leaves it up to state governors to come up with that plan. What were your reactions to the president's guidelines?
You know, I think that the guidelines, you know, by large part follow all of the same kind of thought processes, you know, we've been talking about here. I don't think that there was a lot that was very new. I will say that one of the gating factors that they had built in was that robust testing of medical providers who are high risk. That's not going to be good enough. Just testing high risk medical providers is not robust testing. We have to have robust testing of the general public, where people who are feeling ill are actually getting tested, not just the medical providers, although of course we want them tested. And so I think that there were some you know, deficits in the plan that we will make sure that we meet in Michigan as we set our strategy going forward. But, you know, I think by large part it was something that tracks with what we're thinking.
Michigan is reported doing 25,000 fewer tests than other states with similar number of cases. Those states are dealing with the same national shortage that Michigan is. What's your explanation for why Michigan lags and what's happened since March 10th? And is there a number of tests you want to have going forward to get a better handle on the spread?
Yeah, well, so I think Dr. Khaldun can give you shed a little light on that. I'll just say this, you know, we are all struggling with getting the swabs that we need and the reagents that we need in order to conduct all the testing capabilities that we have. We have capabilities that we're not able to meet right now simply because we're missing those critical things from the supply chain. But I think Dr. Khaldun can give you a little more detail on that.
That's right. So we started out in the state with only our state lab being able to do a couple hundred tests a day. And now not only our state lab, but dozens of additional labs in the state are doing the testing, and we've expanded even drive-through testing this week. We continue to work with our lab directors across the state to understand what the challenges are. We know that there are many labs that don't have the reagents they need to be able to actually do the test. We know that there are challenges with swabs, like literally the thing that goes in your nose to take the sample. And not just here in Michigan. I'm in contact with other state public health directors who are seeing the same challenges and quite frankly are also seeing testing go down. We've got a lot of work to do. We're expanding our testing criteria. Again, anyone who has mild symptoms should absolutely seek out a test across the entire state, and we'll continue to aggressively push on expanding our testing.
Governor, what types of businesses or industries do you see opening first, knowing that social distancing and other safety guidelines will have to be in place?
Yeah, so, starting next week, I will, kind of walk through our thought process. But here's what we know, that our economy has a great diversity of business activity that happens. Some intersects with the public, some doesn't. Some happens outside, some happens inside. Some has people working in close space or using the same tools, so touching a lot of the same equipment. Each of these factors goes into assessing how much risk there is in re-engaging in a particular sector. On top of the fact that where it is in a region of our state matters as well. There are states, or there are regions where it's more risky by nature of how many COVID-19 cases we know are there. And so each of these pieces will contribute to our assessment of where the lowest risk is and where we could start to engage initially. But this is going to be in waves or phases, whatever terminology you want to use. It's not all going to happen one day. We're going to have to engage and assess. Is this working? Are we seeing a spike? Are we able to meet the need? Okay. Then if the answer is we're good, we'll move on to the next phase. And so I think we really need to understand that it's important we do this right. I invite people to familiarize themselves with some of the writing that has been done around the 1918 flu pandemic, where certain communities engaged faster than others, and to see what the death count was, how long the economy suffered. It's really a visual so that people can understand why it's important that we do this in waves and that we are really thoughtful about where the highest risk is.
Some other states like Massachusetts are hiring armies of contact tracers. Is Michigan planning to do that? And if so, how many do you think will be needed?
Yes. And Dr. Khaldun?
Yes, absolutely. So contact tracing is something, obviously, that's very important to this public health response. We already sent out a team of contact tracers to Southeast Michigan, and we're already training hundreds, if not thousands, of contact tracers over the past several days to be able to roll out contact tracing across the state. So more to come on that, but absolutely, we will be revving up our contact tracing capacity in the upcoming days.
Governor, there is actually another Operation Gridlock 2.0 Facebook group that's set up for next Wednesday. What would you tell people who are planning to go?
Well, first and foremost, I totally respect people's right to dissent and to voice their disagreement with decisions I've made. I'll tell you this. Every decision I've made has been centered around what's in the best interest of the public health of the people of Michigan. None of them has been easy. Every one of them's weighed heavily on me. But I've done what I thought the right thing to do is. I hope that if people are going to dissent, that they do so in a manner that doesn't compromise their safety or the safety of others. And so I know that the last one, they were encouraged to stay in their cars, but yet people were out and congregating, blocking the entrance to Sparrow Hospital, and these are really dangerous activities. And so my hope is that number one, people consider voicing their dissent in other ways. But if they are going to be traveling, that they observe those best practices and keep themselves and others safe. I hope people don't speed. I just assume no one ever gets pulled over, because that is another interaction with one of our frontline first responders. I hope that no one has an accident, because we'd hate to have someone have to go to the hospital in a situation where we are already inundated with a crisis like a global pandemic. I really would prefer people not being at the gas station if they don't need to, because it's just another transfer of germs. But despite all of that, that's what my preference. If the people are going to come to town, I ask that they do so in a manner that keeps themselves safe and others as well.
Governor, given the infection rate inside Michigan prisons, why haven't you commuted any sentences yet? And how do you also ensure when people are released that they're not a risk to the public? Do you think there's a need to have them quarantined, for instance?
So we've been watching very closely what's going on inside of our prisons. It is something that I think is a reality across the country. We know that we've been testing, we've been able to run tests and run them pretty quickly and get the results so that we can isolate prisoners and quell the number of people that get it through contact. But, as the parole board continues to work 7 days a week to expedite people who are in the parole system, they are at capacity of releasing people that are eligible for parole. Anything that I would do would still have to go through that same system. And so there's nothing I can do right now to increase that number in a safe way to ensure that people have a place to go and that if they return to society, that they are safe to do so. And so we're doing everything we can on that front at this juncture. We're watching it very closely. And if additional measures need to be taken, we will be prepared to take them.
Is there any idea kind of a timetable that things may start reopening or going back to normal?
So, as I've said a few times today and many before, I think that it's going to be really important that we are re-engaging in waves. And it is going to take a while before everyone is back to work in the way that we think of it. And even then, our lives may be very different. We may be wearing face masks. We may have new precautions in the workplace that weren't there before. But we will ramp up and we will get to a place where you can go out and have a bite to eat at a restaurant with your friends and loved ones and do so safely. But it's going to take a little while. I think, as we meet next week, you'll have an opportunity to see a lot of the different thought process that is going behind the strategy. We are moving forward in earnest. It is my fervent hope that we do this, we need to do it right so that we do it safely and don't ever have to think about a stay-home order again is my goal. But it's going to take time people are going to need to be patient, and this will happen in waves.
Governor, the candidate filing deadline is next week. Are you considering extending the timeline for candidates to get signatures? And why haven't you acted on, I believe Secretary Benson had made that request to you a few weeks ago?
We know that these deadlines are critical in terms of keeping our elections on schedule. I know that's something that's really important. We have had a lawsuit as well that I'm not supposed to comment on what's going on with that. And so I think at this point in time, I would just leave it that it's really important that, especially in times of crisis, we protect these fundamentals that are truths of our democracy and our republic, and that it's important that we continue to have our elections, do them as well as we can, and keep people safe in the process.
Governor, on Monday, CNN published 2 photos showing bodies piled on the floor of a freezer trailer and another showing bodies in a sleep study room at Sinai Grace Hospital in Detroit. The reporting said that the bodies were being piled in the freezer floor as of last weekend before they published. What's your reaction to seeing those photos, and is the state doing anything about this?
I think my reactions seeing them are the same as everyone. It's just incredibly, incredibly sad. I can tell you that there's been a lot of tough days in the last 6 weeks. I'm making decisions that I could never have imagined we'd be confronting as a state and as a globe. We're not alone in this. Unfortunately, the whole world is going through some variation of what we're confronting here. One of the things that we are doing is to make sure that we've got additional cold storage for facilities where there are people that have lost their battle with COVID-19. I just need to pause and think about that for a second. You know, there are a lot of inconvenient things about this moment and that we're all living through and struggling with. But the fact that we're trying to coordinate, as well as getting masks for our frontline providers, cold storage for deceased loved ones of people who we need to make sure we're careful that we handle the bodies appropriately and that they are done so in a respectful manner. That's what the state is working on, to provide that so that our hospital systems that get overwhelmed have got the backup that they need. With regard to the specific situation that you described, Lara is investigating. We want to make sure that we've got the facts, and that is in process.
Governor, you announced that Michigan would be getting another 150 ventilators. Where do you plan to send those? And is one consideration potentially sending some up north in case of increased number of people going there in the summer?
Yeah, so we're fortunate that the governor of New York, Governor Cuomo, and the governor of California, Governor Newsom, have sent us some ventilators. I'll ask Dr. J to answer the question.
Absolutely. So we're grateful for the ventilators. We continue to watch how the cases are spreading in the state. As I said earlier, we know that the curve is going to look different in different parts of the state. So we've been working actually with our healthcare coalitions. They've been great in Region 7 and Region 8, who have been monitoring, working with their local health departments, working with the hospitals that are in the upper lower peninsula, as well as the upper peninsula, to make sure they have the supplies that they need. And we'll be ready. We've got the ventilators. We're not dispensing them right now, but if they need them, we'll be ready to send them there.
Governor, what is your response to, there were 4 northern Michigan sheriffs in the 101 House District who provided a press release on April 15th stating their opposition to some of Governor Whitmer's executive orders, also claiming, quote, she has created a vague framework of emergency laws that only confuse Michigan citizens. As a result, we will not have strict enforcement of these orders.
So, I think that what the real gist of these orders is to convey how serious COVID-19 is and why we need to take extraordinary measures to protect life in the state of Michigan. With regard to how some people have politicized it, I'm not going to go there. This is not about one party or another. This is not about one part of our state or another. This is about the health and the welfare of the people of Michigan. I am the governor for almost 10 million people, whether they voted for me or not, whether we see eye to eye on all of the actions that I've had to take or not. I've got to do what I think the right thing to do is on behalf of the health of our people. You saw the graph earlier, the trajectory we were on compared to how we flattened the curve. We have already saved lives. And the hard part about public health is when you're successful, it's really hard to see how many lives you saved. When you fail, it's very clear to see how many people passed away. But we're going to continue to do what we think the right thing to do is, based on the best science and what's in the best interest of the public health of the people of Michigan. I've never contemplated that we would have local law enforcement writing tickets for every violation. But the fact of the matter is, we have to take this seriously. And the fewer people who observe, or the more people that fail to observe the strict stay-home nature of this unique problem that we have, the longer we're going to have to be in a stay-at-home posture. And that is not something any of us wants. The vast majority of people in this state are doing the right thing. The vast majority of employers are doing the right thing. When you look at the map, the activity in Michigan and our surrounding Midwestern states, people are taking this seriously, and that's good, and that's how we flatten this curve. But I think it's important just to reiterate, COVID-19, there's no cure, there's no vaccine, it's highly contagious and it's deadly. And none of us knows how our body's gonna react to it. What might feel like a fever and some achy muscles for me could be deadly for my daughter. We just don't know, and that's why we don't want it transmitted from person to person. As much as we can stop that, the better. And so this is a moment where we have to do the hard sacrifice that we're asking, but we're all going to benefit when we see that number come down and we can start to re-engage when it's safe to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, everybody, we've got another news conference coming up for you live here on News Now. I'm going to take you there, and then I'll be able to tell you here in just a moment exactly where we are at here. It appears it is... Wow, my computer is acting up. This is Omaha, Nebraska. Let's listen in.
State. So if you think about some of the other states like California, they were at 24%. I think Maine was like at 63%. A lot of the Midwestern states, though, did very well in applying for those loans and getting a significant portion of their payroll covered by it. Martha.
Following up on that, the program has run out of money. And do you believe that there should be more money put into that? Are there additional businesses that could benefit from it?
So the question was, that program has run out of money, and are there other businesses that could benefit from that, and should more money be put in, essentially? And with regard to that, I would actually defer to Congress on that. I have not followed up with how they did the determination of how much money to put in that in the first place, and whether or not I'm sure there's probably still demand out there. I just don't know how much that demand would be. And so I'd really defer that question to Congress, because that was a thorough program. But I do, again, want to compliment our bankers here in the state, because even though it's a federal program, it gets implemented through our community banks. And they did a fantastic job of really working hard to make sure we could take advantage of that program to get that money into the hands of our small businesses here in Nebraska.
On the unemployment topic, there was talk about that $600 relief of some sort. Is there any update or where that has gotten?
So is Commissioner Alvin still out there? Oh, Commissioner Alvin's right here. Taylor, do you want to come up and talk about that with regard to the pandemic employment assistance?
All right. The question was, where are we at on the pandemic unemployment assistance? By the federal law, the first week that it was effective for started March 29th, I'm sorry. And we have not paid that week yet. We plan to run the script for that this weekend, and so that should be paid this weekend. We have paid all claims filed for the most recent week, the week that ended on the 11th, and we have paid. The last number I saw, and of course it changes literally by the hour, but we had paid about over $16 million in the extra compensation under the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, FPUC.
Sorry, so the $600, just for clarification, because I kind of get lost in the numbers. The $600 you are working on, that started at the end of March, and you paid that up and through people elected?
It became available to people as of March 29th. The $600 became available as of March 29th. We did not get the software deployed yet that week because it was like passed on Friday, and so it was kind of hard to have the software written by Sunday. We did pay for the following week along with the regular claim, so we paid that entire week, and then we'll run the script this weekend to catch up.
When you say run the script, John, maybe you can explain what that means.
A script is basically the computer runs against all the people who claimed during that week that ended on the 4th, and they software program, yes. And so we'll run that software run, and they'll get paid this weekend. And then, of course, going forward, it's automatic with everybody who files. And that's the way it was for the people who filed this week, or this last week that ended on the 11th. When they filed, they didn't have to do anything additional to get the $600. We just automatically added it to their regular state claim. And when we get the PUA up, hopefully by Sunday, we'll do the same thing with the PUA. We'll pay everybody forward, and then catch up the weeks prior if they have weeks prior.
And just an update on the number of beds that we were talking about with our Nebraska Accommodation Project. It's 240 beds at UNO, 200 beds at UNK, and 250 beds at UNL. Sure, do it again. 240 beds at UNO, 200 beds at UNK, and 250 beds at UNL. So the beds for UNO will start available tomorrow. Again, we'll work through your public health district, local public health district to access those. We'll be rolling those out as we've got the ability to do so. So I don't know, Dr. Antone, do you have a schedule for the other campuses? We don't have a schedule for the other campuses this time. And the other thing I would just add on to the end of that, is that we also have agreements with the state college systems and NCTA. So we will have those campuses available as well at some point in the future.
Question for Paul Hamill. He says, why are there more cases per capita in rural areas and urban areas of Nebraska? Does that heighten the risk of our healthcare systems?
So the question from Paul Hamill was, why are there more cases per capita in rural areas versus urban areas, and does that mean their healthcare systems are going to be overwhelmed? I suspect, Paul, and I haven't looked at numbers directly, that that's being skewed by Grand Island. We also had a number of cases in Kimball and actually we also had a number of cases in Custer County that tend to be really focused around assisted living facilities or nursing homes. And so that's why I think you tend to see spikes up. So for example, you may recall last week, we sent out our National Guard team to Kimball County because we saw that we had an unusual number of cases testing positive out there. So we deployed the National Guard. I think everybody we tested turned out to be negative, except for the one person who we knew already had tested positive once. So again, we had a bunch of folks that were associated with a nursing care facility, I believe, but nobody else in the community, at least didn't seem to be that prevalent. Same thing I would say for Custer County as well. We had Callaway, and that was a nursing facility where we ended up moving some of the residents to Great Plains Hospital in North Platte. They were a great partner in being able to get that done. But I think that kind of represents why, if you look at the map, Custer County has got more cases per capita as well. I think it's associated with nursing facilities. So I think there's specific explanations for why it may look like that, but some of the data is maybe being skewed around specific instances. And then the other thing I'd just say, just to kind of finish up the question about are there healthcare systems being overwhelmed, the answer is absolutely not. Again, where we've got the biggest hotspot in Nebraska right now is Grand Island, and we continue to manage that situation. The folks there in Grand Island I know are working very, very hard. The public health people, all the hospital workers, everybody's working really hard. But I think as of this morning, they have, of their ICU beds, they've got, 12 of them are being used, 10 of them are being used for COVID patients. Isn't that roughly correct? And 8 of those are on ventilators?
Yeah, yes.
What are the numbers, Dr. Antone?
12 on ventilators, 10 of those 12 are COVID positive.
12 on ventilators, 10 of those 12 are COVID positive patients. And I believe they've got 21 ventilators in that facility and 16 ICU rooms. So they are, again, certainly they're working very, very hard, but we are managing it, and everybody who needs that care has been able to get that care.
We have time for a couple more questions.
Sure. Yep, Jack.
Has there been any testing done specifically at JBS or any other processing plants?
Has there been testing done specifically at JBS and other testing facilities? The answer is yes. In Grand Island, we've reached out to JBS. We were down in Hastings. I believe we reached out, for example, to Western Reserve. So there has been specific testing at those food processing facilities. Now, Lee. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Just a follow-up. Are the facilities doing those themselves, and if not, is that something you would ask that you?
So the facilities, the question was, are the facilities doing those tests themselves? The facilities don't have the ability to do the tests themselves. This is really the state of Nebraska and our public health department that is going and doing those tests. While there are other systems like CHI who have been helping with testing in places like Grand Island because they've got a facility there. I know Brian here in Lincoln has their own ability to do testing. Well, there are individual hospitals that can do that. By and large, private entities can't do that on their own. They need the assistance of a healthcare organization to do it. Yeah, Lee.
You consistently talk about how we are not overwhelmed. Can you kind of put into the frame of what overwhelmed would look like, and that's the point at which you would become, kind of concerned so that we know not to get there?
So the question was, what does overwhelmed look like? And I think the extreme case of that would be look at what happened in Italy, where they had a number of patients coming into the hospital systems, and the doctors there had to triage who was going to get a ventilator because they didn't have enough ventilators for all the patients who needed one. So some patients were being left without that ventilator, and of course that increases your fatalities. So that would be what I would consider, getting your hospital system overwhelmed, that the people who are coming to your system were not able to get the care that they needed.
So as long as the gap between, available ICU beds and ventilators isn't bridging the gap between what is being used as kind
That's exactly right. So as long as we have capacity to be able to continue to take people and put them in an ICU bed, put them in a hospital bed, put them on a ventilator, we are managing the situation and not being overwhelmed. Yeah. I'll do two more. Then I'll come back to Martha. Yeah.
A question about mental health. What are the numbers look like? Are we seeing an increase in people needing help? Are we seeing more people calling hotlines?
Annette, I'm going to ask you to come up and tackle that one if you could, just with regard to what are your providers seeing with regard to people?
We don't have specific numbers right now. I did reach out and talk to the family helpline yesterday. They're seeing pretty steady as what they have been seeing. The requests that they're getting are parents calling in asking for coping skills. You know, they're at home now with their kids, and maybe they're working from home and having to educate their kids. So it's not parents specifically looking for mental health services, but just how do I cope? How do I deal with this? But they are fully anticipating that once we get through this initial wave of the physical health emergency, then that's when those mental health demands will kick in. I mentioned the rural response hotline. The numbers that they're seeing, the calls coming into that line have definitely picked up. They were already picking up ahead of COVID, and now since COVID, they are right up there with the numbers of calls that came in during the farm crisis of the 80s. I think there's some mixed numbers as far as some of the other hotlines like suicide. I'm not necessarily hearing any increase from suicide hotlines. Have you heard, Sherry? I've heard in some places domestic violence hotlines, some are picking up, some not. I know there was concerns having people confined together that they wouldn't be able to make those calls, the people that needed the services. So it's something that we're certainly going to try to stay on top of, talking to our providers, listening to what they're hearing from their people that they're serving to see if those needs are being met. But the demand is it already was picking up ahead of COVID, so COVID is just going to exacerbate that demand, especially once the initial emergency is over.
The last question, Martha.
It's for Annette DeVos.
Okay.
So, you said one of the challenges you mentioned there's revenue is an issue, and is that because the telehealth is not being reimbursed, or what's the...
There's a variety of reasons why revenue is a concern. I mean, behavioral health in and of itself has always had to rely more heavily on public payers than other health care has. So we have that heavy reliance on public payers. It has traditionally been an under-resourced service as well. We know the results from the study that DBH did a couple years ago showing just how far below rates are below the actual cost of providing services. So we were already dealing with services that were under-resourced. Now we're adding a whole new way of delivering services. We've just flipped overnight to telehealth services. And while most of those services are being reimbursed at the same rate as in-person, it's just maybe they're not seeing as many clients. Some clients aren't showing up for services. Like I said, some of the elderly and people with lower incomes that don't have access to the technology that can use those services. The residential services, they've had to make adjustments in how many people they could serve prior to COVID, so that's impacted their revenues. So just in general, when you're already dealing with a sector that has struggled to be paid on par with their needs, and then you add these extra emergencies. You talk about the flood last year, so that increased demands. What happened out in western Nebraska with the canal collapse, with was already going on in the ag economy and now being exacerbated by COVID. So there's just been a lot of piling on. So there's definitely concerns about being able to. They want to make sure that they're going to be able to keep their doors open, not only through this emergency, but that they're ready and able to serve what we are fully anticipating an increase in demand for mental health services once this crisis is passed. You're going to be looking at those frontline workers who are going to be struggling with PTSD, and people who have been confined, and children trying to figure out how to deal with this emergency. So I think there'll be a lot of pent-up demand once this emergency is passed. So our concern is to make sure that the dollars that have already been committed to behavioral health in this current budget, that those are preserved, that we can get those those services that have already been provided and maybe not yet paid for, that we get those paid for, as well as making sure that we're going to be able to keep funding, keep stability in the behavioral health system.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you all again for joining us here this afternoon. Next week again, we are planning on 2 o'clock Central Time for these briefings, Monday through Friday, and I hope everybody has a great weekend. And remember, again, our 6 rules: stay home. Again, for the weekend, hopefully you're not working this weekend, but if you are, make sure you socially distance while you're at work. Make sure that you shop once. Don't take the family out. Help kids play at home. Help our seniors, and get that physical exercise in. Thanks very much. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Yes, it is almost the weekend. All right, everyone, we're going to head on over to Minneapolis, Minnesota next here on News Now and on coronavirusnow.com.
The fortunate thing is, the things we probably want more than anything, big sporting events, crowded bars and restaurants, large backyard parties, are going to be some of the last things that come back on. And so that doesn't mean, though, we're back. And I think we're probably going to be shopping for groceries, social distance with masks on, for quite some time. But you can go out and do it. There will be more things open. Hopefully a significant number of people are working that were not critical jobs anymore. They're social distancing at work. They're coming home. They're going to play a round of golf, twosome with a disinfected cart. That's all going to be different, but it's more back towards that. Again, I just don't see the sports stadiums being filled immediately, and I think it's going to be hard prior to a vaccine or some type of very effective therapeutic. But we'll roll them out slowly.
One more question today.
Governor, we've heard you say you'd like to see more testing at food processing plants.
Yeah.
Can you speak to what's in place now at most plants, and if that's...
Yeah, Jan, you might have a better, do you have an idea? I mean, that's hard because
Yeah.
of, you know.
We're not aware of any plants that are kind of proactively doing testing. More and more of them are doing health screenings, and we appreciate that. The fact that employers are asking their employees when they come to work at the door, doing that, that menu of health checks, some of them using temperature screening, the JBS, and I think other processors around the state have begun to really incorporate some of those screening measures. The idea of when to do the kind of testing that the governor has talked about, the serology testing that can begin to identify if someone's been exposed in the past and therefore might be have some built-in immunity. That's a promising area of work, but a lot of research still to be done on how much immunity an illness produces and when somebody's really safe. But that's the kind of testing. I think there's as we've said over and over, the diagnostic testing, which is what we're doing right now with JBS, and then in the future, the kind of screening testing that might be more useful for bringing people back to work. But that's what we're working on now.
And Dana, what I would say, I guess it's my vision, because I'm hearing stories when I'm asking them about this. They're doing the best they can down there, and so somebody came in, tested with a fever, didn't say they didn't feel bad. They sent them home for a couple days, and the company extended their benefits so that they could go home with some paid leave and all these things that make a difference so people don't feel like they have to drag themselves there or they're going to get kicked out. But when the person felt better, they came back. And the reason is that we don't have the capacity or didn't have the capacity to test that person. That would have been the perfect time to test that person. They come through that line, they test with a fever, test them, get an instant ID on that, because what we know about this now is more than likely that person very well could have had it and been mostly asymptomatic. And so my vision is, and again, I want to be very careful, and just so all of you know, these are robust discussions, and they're robust discussions globally about the value of testing. I think the preponderance of folks believe that more testing, the number of people who need to get tested, makes a difference, both on the molecular front end, are you sick now, and the serology, have you been sick? They agree with that, but we have to strike that balance. I do believe, though, these critical industries, and I just have to say Minnesota's responsibility to feed the world, we can't have all these plants go down, not just for our workers in our local community. We have to help feed the world, because I'm telling you, this thing gets really ugly if we got to send people back sick. We have to, see the shortages in the grocery stores. So just so everyone out there, Minnesota's moving on this. We believe the regional partnership is the way to go. We agree with the administration's phased approach of bringing things back online. We are grateful that the administration sees that this will be led by governors together. I welcome the partnership with the federal government to continue. In many aspects, that has been very good. Director Kelly will tell you, our FEMA folks, I had a great conversation with Secretary of Defense Esper the other day. I will be on with VA Secretary Wilkie in the near future. So we're doing everything we can to make that work. And Minnesotans, you're going into a weekend. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow. Enjoy it. Do the best you can. I know, and you don't need me to tell you this is stressful. You don't need me to tell you that it's incredibly disruptive. But if you could get a little time tomorrow, get that walk with social distancing, play some golf. Shooting ranges are open. Sharpen up your skills. I got a friend from down south. We missed our turkey opener, which for me was probably good news because I didn't get shamed again. But Minnesotans are doing this, and so I've ended every day, and I'm going to do it again. Too many to actually get it, but I'm going to single out these folks who are stepping up. One of the issues we had is our child care providers are doing a great job, but they're running out of cleaning supplies. So Factory Motor Parts in Eagan donated 1,680 gallons of bleach to help Minnesota child care providers. We found some drivers on that. They drove bleach to all of our child care providers around the state to make sure that they were being cared for. That's an incredible gesture of goodwill. It's also one of, again, our best defenses against this. So we'll continue on. We'll try and get you as much information as possible. The team here will try and lead into this issue because it'll probably be developing over the weekend with the Worthington situation. We'll try and get you as many updates as we can as that information becomes available. Thank you all. Thanks, folks. Thank you, everyone.
All right, from one coronavirus update to the next, we're now going to take you out to the city of Detroit, Michigan.
Days ago, you've seen a number of hospitals now starting to bring back elective surgeries and the non-COVID-19 patients back to the hospital. The TCF Center is now at 21 patients and 979 empty beds. And those 979 empty beds are because the people of this city have taken this so seriously and embraced it the way that you did. Our battle is turning almost entirely at this point to the nursing homes because the people of this city have made it easy for us not to have to deal with the kinds of problems other cities have had with huge crowds. But we've now lost 98 nursing home residents. And Dr. Khaldun is fighting her way through that data. We got a lot more yesterday, and my guess is the 98 is probably understated. I think probably 1 in 5 people who have died in this city are elderly in the nursing homes. We've now done 650 tests, and they're running almost 30% positive. But it varies. We've had some nursing homes as low as 10% positive. We've had others at 50% positive. Dr. Rahman is right now out in a nursing home. The great majority of our 26 nursing homes have been totally cooperative. And we now have a task force that's doing nothing but responding to them. That we found a number of nursing homes were short of personal protection equipment on the staff. The hospitals had figured out, because they were big enough, how to buy it in the world market. Some of the nursing homes weren't. So at this point, we are delivering PPE to every nursing home to make sure what they have. John Zervos and his team are visiting every nursing home, the Henry Ford team, visiting every nursing home every 2 days. And Dr. Rahman, our medical director, is dealing with one of the few recalcitrants we had this afternoon, which after a threat of a court order decided to open their door, and she's over there inspecting them now. But that has been the exception. The great majority of these nursing homes are very pleased at the fact that we can give them immediate test results so they can separate the infectious from the non-infectious. But this continues to be a risk for our city. Want to talk now about the fact that we're about to move into a whole new phase on testing. So I'm really pleased to see that the suburbs have opened up drive-through testing sites, and that's taken pressure off the fairgrounds, where basically we were testing everybody in the Tri-County area. We now have capacity to start testing people without symptoms, something we could not do before. And so I want everybody who has a symptom to know you are priority one. Every single Detroiter who's got a cough or a fever or has trouble breathing can get to one of the doctors, and you can get a test tomorrow at the fairgrounds, and you are going to always have first priority. But now we can start to move to where we should be. And if we're going to get this city back on its feet, it means we need to have a lot broader testing. And so starting on Monday, we are going to offer testing for the essential employees in the businesses across the city. I read the stories about employees at Myers and Home Depot that have been affected. We got folks going to work every day at gas stations, grocery stores, banks, a whole series of businesses that we need. They aren't able to shelter in place. They have to be out and interact. And starting Monday, I want every business in the city of Detroit to know that if you have to be open because you're essential, that we will test all of your employees. That if you contact us and say, I'm an essential business that's open today in the city, we will make arrangements for your employees to come through the fairgrounds, get tested, and we are going to have COVID-19 free workplaces in businesses across the city of Detroit. We will prioritize businesses like restaurants and food handling centers, places where it can spread, but we want to support every business in this city, and I just wanted Detroit to be the first city in America that can say to the companies, you have to be open, your employees have to be there. We're going to do everything we can to make sure the employees coming to work are not a risk to their workers. And of course, the employer that will always get priority is the city of Detroit. We have already tested more than 2,000 Detroit employees, and we are going to continue to use the Abbott 50-minute tests for our police officers and others who have had immediate exposure. But if you are a city of Detroit employee who has to come to work because you're essential and you haven't been tested yet, you also will be able to call up on Monday without a prescription, and you'll be able to schedule a test. And so that's our goal, is that everybody that has to come to work in this city will now become a priority at the drive-through testing site. We are going to get through this, and the ability to start testing people without symptoms, and be able to cover entire groups of people is something we've been waiting for, and now we're finally here. So we have a weekend coming up. Right now it's snowing, so it probably isn't terribly attractive to be outside. But we'd ask you again, in the city of Detroit, we are beating this thing. The number of people going into doctors and hospitals in Detroit is dropping by the day. And those 979 beds over the TCF Center, I said 10 days ago the report card of the city would be that. And I never dreamed we'd only have 21 beds occupied after more than a week of being open. But I just want to say thank you to the people of the city. And with that, I'll lead it to the person who's been leading this fight, our health director, Denise Fair.
Thank you, Mayor. And as always, thank you again to your leadership. And I am so glad to welcome back Council President Brenda Jones. I missed you, and you look great, so glad to have you back. I do want to just talk about our cases today, and of course, focus on the nursing home strategy. So as of today at noon, we have 7,406 cases, and as the mayor mentioned, 572 deaths. And always, I do send my condolences to the family. I'd like to now talk about our data. We're always getting questions about our data, which is now available on our website. Once the numbers are shared, they've already changed because we are now in a pandemic and the numbers are changing dramatically. This is always an evolving situation. Particularly with the death rates, determining death rates is always challenging because it's estimated that there are upwards of 10 people with undetected infections for every confirmed case. And in some communities, estimates are even higher. The numbers are just a gauge. It's a snapshot in time, and there's just plenty that we don't know, and we're continuing to learn. So for these reasons, we must continue to be diligent towards our slowing the spread of COVID-19 in our community through what we already talk about every day: hand washing, making sure that you're covering your cough when you're sneezing, making sure that you're washing hands, and of course staying home unless you have to go to the grocery store or go to the pharmacy. Earlier this week, the health department rolled out an innovative plan to help stop the spread of this virus in all 26 nursing homes in our city with a 10-day plan for on-site rapid testing. We are continuing to make lots of progress along with the city's first responders, Henry Ford Health System, and our Wayne State medical students. So as the mayor mentioned, we have already administered 650 tests, and this is both for our residents as well as our staff. So we are testing both, and we have been in 8 facilities. We are still on target to hit our 10-day goal. The tests are run overnight, and the more we know, then we are able to provide even more guidance to our nursing homes. And this is really a quick turnaround, and this is a really aggressive plan. The data, again, is used to inform our guidance to these nursing homes for isolation, monitoring, environmental protocols to help diminish the spread through the facilities. As again the mayor mentioned, we are seeing an approximate infection rate of about 30%, and at this time we are aware of almost 100 COVID-19 related deaths associated with seniors and staff in our nursing homes. This is why we're also supporting staff by providing PPE equipment, including gloves and masks. And I'm not aware of any other city in the country that is doing the work that we're doing and being really aggressive. So it really is remarkable that we're taking this first step. While these facilities are unique with varying management styles and ownerships, our health department is not taking a one-size-fit-all approach in supporting them through this pandemic. We are literally going, I would say, door to door and making sure the residents have what they need. Now, I imagine we are going to continue to see more confirmed cases, but I know our testing strategy will help flatten the curve, especially towards reducing hospital admissions. I'm really proud to work alongside my team, which includes Dr. Najiba Rahman, who is our medical director, as well as Dr. Carla Bizold, the chief epidemiologist. They have really led the way in providing a great public health response plan for our nursing home. So the mission of the health department is to build healthy communities where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. And long before COVID-19 impacted Detroit, the health department was and continues to be that kind of golden pillar to provide guidance and resources and data and information towards sharing and mitigating this virus in our community. So let's continue to move forward. We still have a long ways to go, but we can beat this. And we know that people are recovering from COVID-19. This is now the second day that we now know that we can definitely beat this. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
We'll take any questions.
Is the mic? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Mayor, a couple questions regarding the business reactivation. From WWJ, have you spoken with specific business owners about steps necessary for reactivating on May 1st, and do you think May 1st is a realistic deadline?
So reactivating is going to be based on individual jobs and individual companies. And the answer is yes. I'm spending a lot of time every day. But it's not like we're going to turn the switch May 1st and people are going to come back. At the City of Detroit right now, we are evaluating every single job, and Dr. Dunn, our medical director for police, fire and DDOT, but also is now taking a broader role, is going to look at plans. And so I think what you're going to see is individual operations will open when they can open safely. And it is very different to have two people in a truck who might be repairing roads than rec center workers with a whole building full of children and lots of different sources of infections. Those two types of operations will open on a very different timeline, and you're going to see businesses in the same way. Some will be able to open safely earlier, and some will take longer.
Okay, related question from Crane's Detroit Business. As these essential businesses have their employees tested, will the city be giving advice, direction in terms of what to do if an employee tests positive?
Oh, yeah, sure. Although you can read about it in the paper, and the council president could probably tell you better than I can. But here is what we're thinking. That if you are running an essential business in this city, and we're going to screen you, if you call up and you run a barbershop, we're not going to test your employees. It's got to be a business that's open. You call up on Monday, and we will verify that you're an essential business. We will then give you a code and a start date for your employees to all come through the Fairgrounds test site, so everybody on your staff can be tested, whether you want to give them the mornings off, whether they do it on Saturday. We will work that out. And then once somebody tests positive, council president can tell you what happens from there.
Well, when someone becomes positive, they go home and isolate themselves. They stay in. And again, they stay in. And they take care of themselves. It is so important that they isolate themselves from other people in their homes so that they won't test positive as well. If they must come out of isolation, I recommend that they wear their mask. I recommend that they drink plenty of water, Gatorade if they have some, and just take care of themselves. And then when they feel better after their 14 days, and I would say wait a few days past the 14 days, get retested as I got retested today.
All right. Mayor, regarding the Abbott tests, there had been one report suggesting that some of the Abbott machines may give off false negatives. And a reporter wanted to know if you had any concerns about the Abbott system.
So I am on the phone every day with national labs and national doctors, and I'm totally up on every test and its accuracy. And the Abbott tests, the way we are using them, have been certified as good as any test in the country. And I will talk testing until people are bored to tears. But as we've talked about before, testing for COVID-19 in this country is 90% accurate. That if you have it, there's a 90% chance the test will get it. That's true if you're in the hospital. It's true if you send it off to BioReference, you send it off to Quest, et cetera. If you talk to any doctor or nurse who's been in the hospitals, they will tell you a story of somebody who tested negative, but they look at them and they know COVID-19 when they see it. Because this is so new, 90% accuracy is as good as we're going to get. The University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, one of the leading research hospital systems in the country, tested the Abbott system against the others and found the way we're using it is just as good as any other test. So when you come into the office, as I was, as all our police officers and bus drivers and firefighters were, you come into the office, they swab your nose, they put it in the machine, you get an answer while you're there. Council President just went through that. That's as accurate as anything. What the research is showing is that the way tests are normally done, you take somebody's swab, you stick it in a vial with what they call viral transport medium, you ship it off, you can store it for a week, and they run it through a machine. With Abbott, if you go away from your office and you test it and stick it in a vial and store it for a week, it's shown to get false negatives. We don't do that. There's no point to having the Abbott immediate testing process and then store it for a week in viral transport medium. So it's a long way of saying the way that we are using the Abbott tests are as accurate as any of the other tests on the market. They're just about 4 days faster.
Okay, next question is for Council President. Can't remember which report it was. Oh, it was a Michigan radio. Wanted to know if you had any thoughts or response or reaction to the mayor's budget plan that he rolled out with the other day.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Reporter from Michigan Radio wants to know if you had a chance to look at the presentation the mayor gave on how to address the budget deficit, and if you had any thoughts on it.
So I am still reviewing everything that has been presented. I have asked for additional information, and I am sure that I will receive that additional information that I've asked for, and I will continue to review it, and I will soon make a decision. Know that the city has done a lot and the city has spent a lot of money, so I will continue again to review the budget that the mayor has presented for the COVID-19, and we'll make a decision.
For the health director, Chief of Public Health Officer, are there plans, or have we released data by zip code on COVID?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of discussion about being more transparent, and that is our commitment. And so right now, the team of epidemiologists are pulling numbers. So probably the next, I'd say, 1 hour, you should be able to go. You should be able to go to our health department website, and you'll see every case by zip code for the city of Detroit.
Okay, and another follow-up question regarding the testing for businesses and for other workplaces. Once the employee tests negative and goes to work, what will be done day by day to ensure that they haven't contracted COVID?
Well, because you aren't infected today doesn't mean you don't get infected tomorrow. And so this is going to be the workplace of the future for the next several months. But I was in the grocery store this morning, and the employees had gloves and masks. There's clearly a much greater commitment to safety from the coronavirus than there was. But people will need to go back and follow the proper precautions. All the test does is tell you that you're negative today, and if you decide to go out with a group of people to an event tomorrow, you may be infected tomorrow. So far, we haven't seen a lot of that from our residents.
Okay, Fox 2, Amy Lang would like to know if you have any response to President Trump's tweet about reactivating Michigan.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
I guess I should follow him.
Okay, and finally, we got a few questions from the Free Press.
What did the tweet say?
Oh, it just said reactivate. I think was that the phrase, reactivate Michigan? Oh, liberate Michigan.
Okay. It sounds to me like it may be a different agenda.
Okay. So from the Free Press, they want to know what are we doing specifically to help Detroiters who don't have direct access to doctors? I know you've addressed this before, but if you want to revisit it.
No, I do. 2 weeks ago, it was hard to find a doctor in this town if you didn't already have one. But between Denise Fair and I think we reached out to every clinic and doctor's office in this city, and there are 30 doctor's offices in Detroit taking new patients today. Go to the city website. All 30 are there. Most of them don't require you to have insurance. They'll take you today. They'll probably do it by a phone call or teleconference. But even if you don't have money, they will take you right now. It's phenomenal the way the medical community has stepped up. But in the city of Detroit, if you need to see a doctor today, you can, and we've got 30 doctor's offices taking patients.
A more sensitive question here. The Free Press, again, is looking at whether or not Detroit has been impacted differently by COVID by nature of the skepticism or suspicion that some African Americans have regarding their health and well-being when it comes to the government or medical institutions, referencing, Tuskegee Airmen, et cetera. And they want to know, as mayor, what can you do to reassure people in Detroit that their well-being is being looked after? I spent 9 years running the Detroit Medical Center, and overcoming the racial gap in this country on health care is a challenge, and it's something that everybody who worked there worked on every single day. And really, I think the media in the last month, we may look back on this as the Detroit media's finest hour. I think there's just been outstanding education efforts on this. And I can't go to my Facebook page and not find Council President doing education. So, Madam President, you might want to talk about the way you've been reaching out.
So I just think that it is important that everyone has health care. That is one of the things that I think is so important when you talk about COVID-19 and when you talk about the people who might get COVID-19 and some of the things that are surrounding that individual, and whether or not that individual has health care and are able to take care of themselves as far as their health. And I know that respiratory problems are something that's severe in the city of Detroit, where we have quite a few African Americans. And I myself have asthma, as well as bronchitis, that I probably have gotten within the last 10 years. And so having a mild symptom of shortness of breath, I thought was an asthma problem that I have. We know that African Americans experience problems as far as sugar diabetes, as far as cholesterol, as far as high blood pressure, and many of them do not have health insurance to take care of the health issues that they have. And one of the things that I would like to see is everyone with health care. So again, I continue to urge everyone to stay healthy and take care of themselves.
All right, thank you. And last question we have also from the Free Press to the mayor. You faced over time multiple challenges and concerns, and how would you characterize or rank the COVID outbreak? And is it one of the worst that you've seen, and if so, why?
I mean, we've lost 500 people in 5 weeks. I've never experienced anything like this. And, it's the kind of thing you ask yourself every day. Is there something you could have done earlier? Something you could have done better? We're doing everything we can. But I'm not any different than a lot of mayors and governors in this country. You can't help but feel enormously responsible, and you ask yourself every day, am I doing everything that I can to change the direction of this? And then you realize that what one person can do is pretty limited. What 700,000 people can do matters a lot more. And what the people of Detroit in the last few weeks have done in social distancing, in knocking down this virus, when we go back and look at the numbers, I think you're going to find that Detroit probably went up as fast as anybody, and it went down as fast as anybody. It is really stunning how we went from 2 patients on a vent in our hospitals and the kind of scenes you saw of overworked workers to now empty beds and the hospital starting to bring elective surgery back. The people of the city have responded magnificently.
Okay, and just their final piece of that question, do you see an eventual solution or end to for the COVID issue?
The end will come when there's a vaccine, and that may be a year from now. Vaccines can't be rushed. You get the dose wrong, and you can do a lot more harm than good. But I think you will see us figure out how to return to work, very likely with masks, very likely with regular temperature checks, very likely with regular checks as to whether folks are infectious, lots more commitment to cleaning and hand washing. I think we'll start to return to work being far more conscious. Probably a long time before we shake hands or hug. But we'll come out of this, but it won't be, I don't know that we'll ever be all the way back. But until there's a vaccine, I don't think you'll see people at movie theaters or at football games in anywhere near the numbers we saw before.
Okay, that's the last question. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
To thank everyone for all of the well wishes, all of the texts, all of the phone.
All right, everybody, we're going to head out to the county of Los Angeles. This news conference has been going on for a while. So, again, this is the tail end of this. But, again, the county of Los Angeles. And then in about 10 minutes, Christy Larson is going to be joining you for the afternoon portion of the stream on News Now and on coronavirusnow.com. Happy Friday, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Hi, this is Christina Galley. I'll take that question. The current census in the Lash facility is 8. That was as of this morning. They intentionally opened on what we just referred to as a slow ramp up to get the hospital and its staff adjusted to accepting patients. They wanted a mix of ICU patients and medical, surgical, general acute care patients. And their efforts are ongoing to be able to increase the volume of transfers to the Lash in the coming days. One of the things that is being discussed is what you're alluding to, which is what's the best use of that facility, given the ongoing changes in the demographics and the epidemiology, and as well as what hospitals, the general acute care hospitals across the county are experiencing. The hospital is intended by the state and the county to be a resource for the general acute care hospitals, and everybody is actively looking at making sure that whatever changes need to be made in the patient transfer process allow for accommodation of that. The team on the ground is excellent. They've done a fantastic job with the partnership with Dignity Health and Kaiser Permanente on setting it up, and I would encourage people to reach out to them directly to get the on-the-ground experience. We'll take the next question.
And that will come from the line of Lee Ross with Fox News. Go ahead, your line is open.
Thank you so much. This is a question for Dr. Ferrer. Yesterday, you noted that the results of the county serology study would be announced early next week, though it sounds like maybe you already know some of the results. With that in mind, I'd like to get your thoughts on today's Stanford antibody test results for Santa Clara County, which showed an infection rate of up to 85 times the number of people who've actually tested positive, for an infection fatality rate of 0.12% to 0.20%. What do you make of these other numbers published today, and how might they compare to LA County's numbers to come next week?
Yeah, and thanks so much for that question. And we will actually make sure that we're able to release the results from the serology testing on Monday. So our team is hard at work with the researchers from USC, our partner, making sure that we can provide a complete report out on Monday. But we anticipate that our results, while the numbers are going to be somewhat different, they're going to tell a similar story. And I think the story is what you just said. Many more people have been infected with COVID-19 than those are being captured through our testing and identification of people who are testing positive for COVID-19. That's a reflection, I think, of two issues that we faced across the country. One is the slow start for testing, and one is the fact that for many people, they may exhibit either no symptoms or mild symptoms, and they're not going ahead and getting tested. They may not even be seeking any medical care. But it's an important number for us to have, for us to understand what % of the population here in LA County, similar to the population in Santa Clara County, has in fact at some point come in contact with this virus and developed an antibody response. It doesn't necessarily tell us whether or not those folks are in fact protected, certainly protected permanently from reinfection, and it doesn't tell us what number of people at this moment in time are actually infected with COVID-19. But it helps us understand spread. And as you noted, the biggest implication that it will have for us is it will give us a much better understanding of a truer rate of mortality. If, for example, you think there's 200,000 people that have been infected with COVID-19, and we're reporting 500 deaths, and you then do the math on that, our rate of mortality drops significantly from the 4.2 or 4.4% that we've been reporting this week to a much smaller number. So we're anxious to complete our analysis, and we're anxious to be able to talk with all of you about it, and I can promise you that will happen on Monday. So thanks for that question. We have time for one more question.
That question will come from the line of Ryan Carter, Los Angeles Daily News. Go ahead, your line is open.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for these. I was curious of Dr. Kazan, what the biggest challenge has been in making this test network happen. You mentioned the bumpy roads. And also just as an addendum to that, kind of what the nature of the change in leadership in building up that network will be, where that's going to go under the new doctor coming in on Monday. And just if I may, just one other quick one. We've got an election coming up, a special election coming up in northern LA County on May 12th. And to my knowledge, there's going to be vote centers set up in that election. I think 9 of them all told. 11 days up to May 12th. And I just wondered of Dr. Ferrer, given the stay-at-home extension until May 15th, if you had any concerns about that, people congregating in a voting polling station, and what safeguards maybe you've been working through with the registrar's office to ensure public safety in those elections. So thank you again.
Okay, so I'll address the first couple of questions. The first questions were around the biggest challenges in scaling up the system. Anytime that you have to reach out and try and make a lot of connections in a short period of time, you spend a lot of time on the phone, a lot of time sending emails back and forth, and gathering all those people together from all across Los Angeles County was a huge challenge. On top of that, we came into a laboratory system where there was very little capacity, particularly in Los Angeles, and we took the tack that we would prefer to work locally rather than to compete for space in the large national labs like Quest and LabCorp, because we were afraid that we would end up having to compete with New York and New Orleans and other areas that were struggling. So we had to look really hard to find local capacity, and that capacity has been scaling up very rapidly. And some of the challenges that we've had in terms of the smoothness of our ability to get results in a short period of time and things like that have been because these labs scaled up so fast. They're doing their very best to find their stride. But I think now we've actually tapped into a really great resource. Los Angeles County and Orange County together have more complex molecular testing labs than many countries in the world, and we now have connections with, I believe, 5 different labs. In terms of the nature of transferring leadership, it's been my belief for the past month that at some point after we scale this system up, that it really should live under public health and be a branch of Dr. Ferrer's efforts. That my purpose and role in this was to come together and assist them with scaling it up and really trying to work what connections I have, since we serve in LA County Fire 58 of the 88 cities in the county. But I always believed that once we had the system scaled up, that it really should live as a strategy of our entire public health focus on COVID-19. So I've always felt that there would be a natural transition. Having worked with the physician coming in, he is a natural fit. Dr. McKinnell is an expert in infectious disease. He has a lot of experience working with the labs, and he has jumped in with both feet. So I think that he sees this eventually transitioning from the idea of a mobile testing site in a parking lot or a shopping mall and really trying to transition this back into that physician-patient relationship and having that be a part of the whole health visit rather than a drive-through testing site where testing is existing kind of as a separate silo of the healthcare system. So I hope that answers your questions, and I'm going to pass to Dr. Ferrer.
I want to, before I answer the question, I do want to, really thank Dr. Kazan, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. I mean, he took us from having only a couple hundred people being tested a day to really capacity to test over 10,000 people a day. And it's just because he worked night and day to make sure that he could partner with others and make this happen. So we all owe him a debt of gratitude. I do want to talk about the special election. It is absolutely appropriate that people be allowed to vote. Voting will happen in as safe a manner as possible. You know, we do encourage people to make sure that you are using your hand sanitizer and that you're wearing your face coverings and that you pay particular attention to keeping your distance physically when you're at any of the voting sites. I do want to also commend all of the folks who have been working to make sure that our elections can happen and happen safely and securely. And that includes that people have had a lot of opportunities to use their mail-in ballots for the special elections. But yes, we've been working really closely with the Election Commission to make sure that, in fact, they have the best infection control protocols available at all of the sites, and people should exercise their right to vote. We'll now go to remarks in Spanish. And I'd like to introduce Jackie Valenzuela, who will lead this off.
Buenas tardes. Gracias a la supervisora Barger y a toda la Junta de Supervisores. A medida que abordamos la pandemia de COVID-19, continúa demostrando un liderazgo fuerte y reflexivo. Para actualizarlos sobre nuestros números hoy, estamos tristes de reportar 40 muertes adicionales. 28 de estas personas son mayores de 65 años y 19 personas mayores de 65 años que fallecieron padecían de condiciones delicadas de salud. 8 personas tienen entre 41 y 65 años y 6 de estas personas padecen de condiciones delicadas de salud. Una persona tenía entre 18 y 40 años y tenía problemas de salud subyacentes. Una de estas muertes.
All right, guys, we are going to take a turn away from Los Angeles County, continue to bring you more that are happening here across our country. Going to head out to Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Require PPE that currently isn't being used. In fact, the principal reason that they were closed were so that we wouldn't be burning PPE on those patients so that we could send it to the hospitals to deal with the COVID patients. So we know we're going to have increased demand because of that. But you're also going to continue to see COVID in our hospitals, and we want to make sure that we have the ability to protect our doctors and our nurses and our therapists, and it isn't just them who wear PPE in the hospital. It's the custodians, it's the food service workers, it's the counselors, it's the administrators, it's all of them. And so when you think about this, the amount of protective personal equipment that we have to have in Louisiana going forward is going to be absolutely huge. And one of the things that we have to make sure of before we allow clinics to open is that they actually have enough PPE, because they really need to be treating everyone who comes through their door as if they have COVID-19 until such time as they know they don't. And again, that gets back into testing, and that was the previous question. But PPE is incredibly important, and this is going to continue to be the case until after we have a vaccine, and it's mass-produced, and it's actually administered to the entire population. Yes, Leo. No, we have not discussed that. I can assure you that people like the NCAA, the NFL, the SEC, they're all trying to figure out how and under what circumstances they can move forward, have these events, and do so in a way that's safe for the team and the officials and the coaches and all of those folks, but also for the fans, if they're going to be fans here. What does that look like? I don't have any answers to that just yet. We will have the benefit of what some other countries are doing. So I know that you can find in in certain areas that are ahead of us by a couple of months, they are starting to engage their professional sports teams in competition. And so we can kind of see what works and what doesn't work and hopefully learn from them. Now, the president did talk about his desire, his aspirational desire to see the NFL season conducted this year, and college football and so forth. But in terms of specific plans and what that's going to look like, the answer is no. And look, you mentioned we're here in the PMAC. I was never a basketball player, and I certainly wasn't a gymnast. This is a pretty neat place for me to be. I don't think there'd be any other opportunity for me to be on the court. But I look forward to coming back here and watching the LSU basketball team, and hopefully that they will not be deprived of an opportunity to participate in March Madness next year. And some of the most phenomenal athletes I've ever seen in my life are the gymnasts who perform right here in the PMAC. And I encourage people to do that. And again, not just here at LSU, but all across the state. We're going to get there. We are a strong people. We're a resilient people. We're resourceful. We're going to get there. It's going to take some time. I don't know what life is going to be like exactly between now and then, but we're going to get there, and we're going to be good neighbors to one another. And in the meantime, in the short term, I'm asking everybody to continue to stay at home. Follow the stay-at-home order. Make sure that you're not out there unnecessarily making contact with other people. Make sure that you're social distancing when you do have to go out. Wear that mask. And follow proper hygiene. It's incredibly important. And if we do that, then this transition between now and all the way through this period that we're calling the new normal, it's going to be easier. And one thing, and I'll say this and then I'll stop. We're not going to be successful reopening the economy if the cases spike again and get out of control and we can't deliver health care to the people who are going to need it. And in fact, that will be worse than if we take this slower. And so we need people to cooperate with us in order to make sure that we are successful and we can get the businesses back open as soon as possible and get people back to work as soon as possible. Because quite frankly, think about the degree to which Louisiana is dependent upon tourism. How are we going to get tourists to Louisiana if we have cases spiking here in greater number than they're spiking elsewhere? They're going to choose to go elsewhere with their conventions. They're going to choose to take their vacations elsewhere. And in my conversations with the hospitality industry and the tourism folks, they fully understand that. And so they want to go as fast as we can while we adequately protect public health. Because if we don't adequately and responsibly protect public health, then the economy is not going to work. We're not going to get there. So they have to go together, and we have to get the balance right. And reasonable people can say you should have done this faster. Other people are going to say you should have been slower. We're going to do the very best that we can based on the best information available. And I can tell you right now, we're probably going to make some mistakes. But we're going to minimize those mistakes, and we're going to be doing surveillance to know if we need to change, and we will do that in order to get those cases back down, or if they stay down, to open up just a little bit faster as we move forward. But over the next couple of 3 weeks, there will be a lot more information about our plan forward and how that phased approach is going to work. In the meantime, I want everybody to have a great weekend. I will be speaking to you all again at 3 o'clock on Monday from GOSEP. Be careful this weekend about that weather. Thank you. God bless. And thank you very much again.
And thank you to those of you who are here with us on News Now. Hope you are having a great Friday afternoon. Let's take a look at those latest numbers that we have right here in the United States. So more than 684,000 cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed here in the United States. Going to slide this box on over for you just so you can see some of these other numbers that we are getting reported in here. So more than 34,600 deaths have been reported here in the U.S. I was listening in to some different radio shows talking about the seriousness of this, how people have really been affected. There's a lot of people out there who are saying this is a conspiracy, but looking at those nurses, looking at those first responders, looking at those people on the front lines who are telling you those stories, they definitely can tell you that this is not a conspiracy. So as you can see, we do have more than 3.4 million here in the United States who have been tested for COVID-19 in the U.S. And let's take a look at some other numbers they have here on Johns Hopkins University. So this is the number hospitalized currently in the United States. It's 109,494. And 58,000 people have recovered from COVID-19 in the United States. So there's some positive, there's a lot of people who are getting the care that they need. Hopefully with that care inside of the hospital, they are able to recover. And again, 58,000 Americans have recovered from COVID-19. So there are some positive things to be thinking about here as we continue to have more news brought to you here across the U.S. I know one of the things we've been doing is playing a lot of great stories that our sister stations have been sending to us. Many of them have been sending interviews to help you at home. I know some people have kids at home, so we've had a lot of experts talk about what to do with those children, how to keep them busy, but there's also some local businesses who are stepping up in great ways. We're going to be playing one of those stories here for you on News Now, a local business that is helping make PPEs. And so we're going to be listening into that. This is from our Fox sister station over in Washington, KCPQ or Q13 News. And thank you again for being here with us on News Now.
And tell me, what is it that your company does?
So we do business as a company called APPS. It's American Paraprofessional Systems. We perform the medical exam on clients who apply for life insurance.
Okay. I've had you guys over before.
Yes,
well, like
exactly.
Something like
so
that.
There's
okay.
a few of our company, or a few companies around that do it. We are one of the largest in Seattle.
And how has your business volume been since you started this outbreak?
Within about the last month, we're down about 40%. Part of it, agents aren't selling as much, but also clients are putting, I would say about 30 to 40% of clients are putting their life insurance visit on hold. So, and it's understandable, but it's a pretty big strain on obviously our staff and my wife and I.
Yeah, how would you go about your business right now in the middle of a pandemic when people are really trying to stay away from each other?
Yeah, the nice part is because we're a support service for the insurance industry, we are in the essential category. Life insurance is incredibly important for a lot of people. And so because we support that process and you have to go through a medical in most cases to get life insurance, we're still out there. We're following all CDC guidelines, and all of our examiners have PPE and all of that. But so, it's important that we're still out there. And thankfully we can be, or else we would be in a completely different ballgame than just, right on that edge of, do we have to lay some of our employees off versus being able to continue in our business.
So how many employees do you have? How many people are you directly responsible for?
So right now we have 4 employees, and then my wife and myself, and then we have about 40 contractors. And they're the ones out in the fields who are visiting clients' homes, performing blood draws, collecting urine samples, medical history, that sort of thing.
And even with a 40% drop, you're still able to keep everybody paid and employed right now?
On the employee side, 100%, everyone still has salary benefits. We have not changed that whatsoever. There's some of our contractors that have put themselves on hold. They are independent contractors, so they make their own schedule, and some of them have chosen to not continue right now. And so for the folks that want the work, we're able to contract out that medical portion at this point. We're about 40% less, so everyone's been taking a hit, but thankfully on the employee side, where we have direct control over, we've been able to keep everyone on.
How long can you continue going this way?
It's going to be real tight at a 40% reduction. We have amazing employees, and actually a few of them have stepped forward and said, if we go down, I want to go first, because we all know each other really well. We're a small business of basically 6 employees. We all know each other really well, and we really support each other. And so we actually have had employees step and say, I'm going first. I'll go on unemployment first. But none of them want to do that. And their check from us is significantly better than going on unemployment, obviously. And so I would say within the next about 3 to 4 weeks, it was when we were going to have to make even tougher decisions. My hope is we have applied for the PPP loan through the Small Business Administration. We put applications in with our bank, US Bank, who we've been with for years, and with Washington Federal. We wanted to add kind of a smaller bank who's new into the SBA world onto that to see maybe one gets it done faster. And unfortunately, the funds have run out, and that's not going to help us get through the next process. I have no doubt that if we had that, there would be no issue as far as keeping all staff on. No question about it, because it would get us through the next hump, get us through out of the lockdown to where people feel more and more comfortable letting people back into their house, being a little bit closer in contact, and we would then be able to keep everyone on. There's no question about that. So right now, we were not approved. We're in the waiting game, and unfortunately, we're waiting on Congress at this point to come to some level of agreement.
When did you apply for the PPP program?
On day one. So we applied with both Washington Federal and US Bank on, I have my note, April 4th.
So day one, and it's a first come, first serve program.
Yes. And we submitted all documents. I had everything ready to go. All my documents, before they even asked for them, I actually submitted all the paperwork. It's just been, a lot of the online portals weren't working very well. Upload systems weren't working that well. So there was a lot of back and forth, either on the phone or online, to get the application process done. But both US Bank and Washington Federal both did not actually finish the full application and submit it in time, which is disappointing.
So what have you been told by them at this point?
Right now, Washington Federal, I haven't heard a thing, but US Bank did send an email out that says right now everything is on hold until Congress approves more funds.
How do you feel about that right now?
It's disappointing. I know there was a proposal last week to fund the program $250 billion more. We've already spent $350 billion. And it was disappointing that the parties couldn't come together and just fund the program straight. I know there's 2 different kind of proposals out there, one that is straight funding of the program and one that includes other things to local hospitals, local governments, like food stamp programs and that sort of thing. And my preference is, as a taxpayer, that they would just fund it direct. This is the small business loan program. Stick to small business loans. But apparently they're going to meet hopefully today to discuss it more. But it's, my wife's 5 months pregnant, and the last thing we want to do is have our business go under and have to, well, we're not entirely sure what we would do at this point, and we know our employees very well, and we love them to death. And for them to have to be laid off would just crush us, both, just mentally and emotionally, and we love our business and we love our employees. And, for us, we're not talking about millions of dollars here. We're talking about $50,000, I think is what we applied for, about $55,000 just for, 2 months to keep the lights on, keep them going until our revenue picks back up. We know it will. But that's what this program is there for. So it's frustrating that it seems to be that there's games being played. And I know there's differing opinions on it, but it's frustrating. And these are real lives at stake.
How does it feel to you? Obviously, there's two sides to this story.
Of course.
On one hand, you're sitting here in front of me on the computer as a small business owner saying, I don't care. I just want this program to be funded. You knew it was going to run out. You said you were going to add money to it. Why haven't we come to this agreement yet? And now everyone's at a standstill. On the other hand, small business support is so popular that when you think about the political nature that is DC,
yeah.
Democrats trying to get more money for hospitals, for testing, for other programs, and tying it to small business relief increases the likelihood that that money will get where it needs to go. And we are dealing with two issues here. We have the economic downfall of this virus, but we also have to fix the medical side of this. Do you understand tying the two together, or would you really just, it doesn't matter what that is at this point?
So for me personally, I spent 4 years working in Olympia in our legislature. And one of the things I appreciated most about that process was bills had to be one title only, and you would deal with one issue at a time. And I think the way that the federal government should work, especially in this process right now, is we have a small business funding problem and we have a program for it. Fund that program alone. Then we go to the next step and we fix and we fund hospitals, local governments, obviously, PPP, all the different issues that are going on there. But to me, piecemealing this is an okay process. And frankly, in this case, it should be done. This is a successful program so far. There's obviously been some glitches, but it's pretty straightforward. This is a small business loan program. This is not about local hospitals. Yes, we have a bigger problem, obviously, on our hands, but in the sense of small businesses out here in the United States that want to keep the lights on and keep people employed, it's pretty straightforward to me that this should be a standalone process.
All right, guys, I want to give you a live look here as Skyfox continues to give us some views up above. This is over, let me just make sure I'm getting my cities correct here, Tacoma Park. So as you can see, we have long lines outside of this supermarket. So there's Mega Mart here who is distributing free food at this location. So this is out in the DC area. Tacoma Park police are reporting approximately 400 people are there. They do say that the line goes around the block. You can see, though, that social distancing not being followed. So the question is the governor going to be shutting things down? It's really unknown at this time, but here is that live look again as Tacoma Police Department, Tacoma Park Police Department stands outside. They're helping, but again, Mega Mart is distributing donated food to approximately 400 people. Looks like a lot of those people do have their masks on. Some of them are wearing gloves. Now, one thing I just read on this morning was that you probably shouldn't wear gloves at the grocery store. You're just going to get more cross-contamination. But obviously, one of the things you should do as soon as you do return from the grocery store is put your clothes into the washer dryer. Make sure that you are wiping off a lot of those products that you're bringing into your house. And of course, if you're going to be shopping, one of the pieces of advice that I think is really smart is shop with your eyes first. A lot of us like to pick up an apple, feel it, oh, look at this apple, look for bruises, but shop with your eyes first. Then that way you're not touching as many items, not only to keep yourself safe, but to help keep other people safe as well. So once again, Tacoma Park Police are outside of this Mega Mart where there's a distribution of food happening, free groceries, and so that's pretty interesting to be seeing here.
All right, let's jump on over to Kentucky, where the governor is giving his daily briefing.
Is to make sure that we can fill up social media, showing the example of the good people we are. We started off more than a month ago talking about being good neighbors. And the example of being a good neighbor that you all put on social media every day encourages everybody else to be a good neighbor. And it shows you that we are united. We are absolutely together in this, and we've asked you to use Team Kentucky, Together KY, Patriot, and Healthy at home. So here's a little bit of what we have today. All right, this is Maysville Community Technical College. Again, we have seen more businesses, more households light up green. We have seen different groups willing to deliver green lights. This is how we show the families who have lost people that we care about them, because we do. We absolutely care about you. And we know losing somebody during this type of pandemic comes with its own challenges. It's a color of compassion, but it's also the color of renewal, knowing we're going to get through it and we're going to be able to come out of it in a way that is not just going to rebuild our economy, but I hope to take these positive steps that we have taken as people and coming together and making sure we carry that forward. A better world. All right, this is Kelly Construction, and as you can see, talking about getting through it together. Putting this up tonight because we're going to have a new normal coming out of this until we have a vaccine, and we're going to talk about it. It's going to take changes by us as individuals and how we do things. And while coming out of it is going to be very gradual, it's going to take a lot of changes by employers as well. And I thought that this was a really good example by Kelly Construction, just knowing what we're facing and how, as we come out of it, there are going to have to be some steps that we take. Oh, I thought this was great from the Litchfield Fire and Rescue. Our first responders have been incredible throughout this, knowing that they may be exposed to this coronavirus, but rising to the occasion. We appreciate them. All right, so this is Sydney's grandfather's 65th birthday. 65 is an important year. I remember, well, they're not going to like me for saying this, both of my parents' 65th birthday, and how special it was. But look, she celebrated it on a Zoom call. That is her protecting her granddad. That's exactly what we need to continue to do. These are special moments that we're not getting to experience the same way, but we're making the sacrifice for a reason. And I thought this, again, is just special. This is in Fort Thomas. We see so many making sure that they take the steps to recognize those we've lost. Just a symbol of compassion, a symbol of unity. And the chalk art has been amazing. Recognizing those heroes that are out there, especially those on the front lines. And this next one, we showed you a video yesterday of the enthusiasm for when someone recovers. What about the enthusiasm for our frontline healthcare workers? We say they're heroes. This clip, which is U of L Healthcare, shows that they are sometimes treated as heroes too. Well, and I hope that all of our healthcare workers out there know how special what they are doing truly is, and that we care so much about them. So one of the things that we have started doing in the last couple days is learning a little bit of sign language. It's a step as we have come together as people, as we have cared about each other, as we have modeled kindness and realized that this is a test of our humanity. How much we care about people we've never met determines how well we do in this. Virginia has shown us the importance of including everybody, absolutely everybody. So we've been learning a little bit of sign language every day, and we've been trying to do it a little better every day. And Virginia let me know that the right way to do this is for her to teach us from where she is right now. And so our word of the day that we're going to learn is compassion. And we appreciate that, Virginia. Okay, we are going to go pretty fast so that we can get to both going through the president's plan that he put out yesterday, as well as our own indicator guidelines that we're going to be relying on timing of when and how that we can begin to reopen our economy. First, a testing update. The Kenton County site today that's providing drive-through testing, that partnership with Kroger, and then our contract with Gravity Diagnostics and UPS tested 212 individuals today. We are seeing the numbers that are tested going up. That's a real positive. We want to get the most tests that we can out of all of these facilities. So again, on Kenton's going to run through tomorrow, and then on Tuesday, we have 4 sites opening up, and if we can put up how to sign up for them, that is Madisonville, Paducah, Somerset, and Pikeville. And you got to fall in the criteria. Again, that's on the website, but you healthcare worker, first responder, symptomatic, or in those especially vulnerable population. Let's make sure that you get online. Remember, in any of the area in Madisonville and Paducah, that covers a lot of Western Kentucky. If you're in the Purchase, certainly sign up for Paducah, and then Somerset, South Central, Southern Kentucky, and Pikeville and Eastern Kentucky. Let's make sure you can sign up, and they'll give you a date on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, because we're trying to get them in those dates. And then this coming Wednesday, we'll talk about the next set of sites. They've been chosen pretty specifically, and there's going to be a plan around them to try to address some of the inequalities and the healthcare outcomes that we're seeing. So again, Madisonville, Paducah, Somerset, and Pikeville, and all the surrounding areas, make sure that you go online, start signing up now through Monday. We want to make sure that we maximize the tests in your regions. Also, want to make sure I give a shout out to our Kentucky public school system and everything that they have done to feed our kids. It is nothing short of amazing. So in their Meals for March, which is March of this year, just fed during the month of March, 4,656,897 meals served to 230,000 children. To everyone out there who helped, to those school systems, thank you. Thank you. Our kids, thank you. Thank you for again passing that test of humanity. You are amazing. We appreciate you. You do amazing things even in a year where we don't have something like the coronavirus. But just look at how you have responded. So to all of you, thank you for protecting our most vulnerable during this. All right, today we're going to go ahead and do our update on cases so that we can then move into some of the planning. So today turned out better than I thought it would coming from yesterday. As it turned out, a number of the cases that I thought we would see today were second cases of people who were recovering. In other words, they already had tested positive for the coronavirus, but to recover, having to have those next tests to show that you are now negative. So our total number of new cases today is 134. And while that is high compared to a number of other days, I expected it to be much worse. So that is, all in all, a good sign. That brings our total number of cases, again, after we adjust every day on duplicates and folks outside of Kentucky, to 2,522. Total number tested, 30,596. And one of our challenges here is some labs are taking 10 days to get the results back. And so, we talk about how many people today have tested positive. Well, one lab might have a 24-hour turnaround. One lab might have a 48-hour turnaround, and the other one is 10 days old. So know that's inside the numbers. It's something we can't control from the labs, but it doesn't just reflect one point in time. What it reflects is the testing that has come in. Folks ever in the hospital, 1,008. Folks currently in the hospital, 360, and that's down from yesterday. Ever in the ICU, 514. Currently in the ICU, 227, a little bit down from yesterday. Ever recovered, 979. New statistic today, the average age of someone that has contracted the coronavirus is 52 years old. So while we talk about the most vulnerable population, anyone and everybody can get the coronavirus. Speaking of which, yesterday I announced we had a 10-day-old baby that had the coronavirus. Well, today that 11-day-old baby is home. And from what I'm told, is doing okay. That is really, really good news. We'll try to keep updating you with the updates that we get, but let's remember that child's still dealing with this virus and everything else that a newborn has to deal with. So let's think about that child and their family. New cases by county, 24 in Butler. These are some of the cases from that long-term care facility, I believe, that are coming in. 9 from Kenton, 8 from Hopkins, 7 from Boone and Jackson, 6 from Christian, 5 from Warren, 4 from Graves and Jefferson, 2 from Boyd, Campbell, Davis, Fayette, Grayson, Hardin, Harrison, and Muhlenberg, and 1 from Allen, Boyle, Breckenridge, Caldwell, Callaway, Franklin, Grant, Hancock, Jessamine, Knott, Knox, LaRue, Laurel, Lincoln, Marion, Mercer, Oldham, Pendleton, Pulaski, Rowan, Scott, Shelby, Simpson, Trimble, Webster, and Whitley. So again, as you can tell, it sounds like I'm just reading every county in Kentucky. And that's because the coronavirus is in every county of Kentucky, whether there is a specific case that's been reported or not. Today, I'm sad to report we have 8 new deaths. We continue to lose people to this coronavirus. It comes for those that are in the most vulnerable populations to us. Let's make sure that we light our houses up green again. These 8 families are just as important as every other family that we've lost. It brings our total number of deaths to 137. Those are 137 Kentuckians that are loved by their communities, and it's 137 losses to all of us. The new deaths include an 80-year-old female from Jefferson, another 80-year-old female from Jefferson, 64-year-old male from Jefferson, 83-year-old male from Russell, a 93-year-old female from Graves, 96-year-old male from Russell, 73-year-old male from Jefferson, and a 49-year-old male from Muhlenberg. So let's make sure that we remember all of those that we have lost. Breaking down race and ethnicity, we know the race of 76.38% of all positive cases. They are 79.3% white, 12.33% black or African American, 3.43% Asian, and 4.87% multiracial. Ethnicity of overall cases, we know about 70%. They're 93% non-Hispanic and 6.89% Hispanic. Of the deaths where we see the greatest disparity, We know 81.75% of cases, 81.75% of deaths. We know that data. There's 77.68% white, 21.43% Black or African American, 0.89% Asian. So again, it's troubling, and I hope that not only we do what we should to address this during this outbreak, but I really hope that when we come out of this as better people, which I hope we do, that addressing inequality, especially in access to health care, is something that we finally come to the table and get done. All right, updates on a couple of facilities that we routinely talk about. Let's start with Western State Hospital. The best news there is the numbers are the same as yesterday. No new cases, no new deaths. That is positive news. Green River and more broadly our correctional institutes. We have one new staff member and we actually have one new death, which is shown up here. We're making taking a number of steps in Green River, and we're glad that while the numbers of positives only went up one on the staff side, we hate the fact that an inmate, an offender, was lost. So this morning, an offender from the Green River Correctional Complex passed away in the hospital after battling COVID-19. 49-year-old male was admitted to the hospital on April 8th and tested positive the next day for the coronavirus. His family has been notified. The offender was serving a 9-year sentence out of Jefferson County for assault second and escape second and had approximately 3 years left to serve on his sentence. Kentucky Department of Corrections has approximately 12,000 incarcerated offenders in 13 prisons and 4,000 employees. Currently have 19 inmates and 15 staff who've tested positive. 5 have recovered. The agency also supervises about 50,000 offenders in the community through probation and parole. Kentucky Department of Corrections is working closely with our public health department and is committed to following CDC guidelines. We're also announcing today that in the Hazelwood facility in Jefferson County, we have 3 residents and 3 staff that have tested positive for COVID-19. And Roeder and Oldham County, we have the same as we had yesterday, just the one staff member. And then finally, in our long-term care facilities, again, this is one of the populations that is most at risk. And we'll talk as we go through our plans and the guidelines and when and how we loosen restrictions, we open up our economy. Our ability to protect those in our long-term care facilities is absolutely critical. So today we're reporting 30 new residents and 10 new staff have tested positive for the coronavirus, with 5 new deaths. This is the real challenge. We are seeing it all across the Commonwealth. Tomorrow, Secretary Freelander is going to specifically talk about new steps, because we've taken steps, but new steps we're taking to care for those who are counting on us. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Stack up. We are going to tag team this. He's going to stand on the other side of the screen. We're going to do 2 things. The first is we're going to go through the President's plan, because there are a lot in that that we're already in our plans on how we reopen Kentucky's economy. And then we're going to go through some specific guidelines we're looking for. But first, let's talk about our partners. We announced 2 days ago that we would be working with Ohio and Indiana to make sure as we made these decisions, we were coordinating with other states, we were talking, and that we could not only better protect ourselves through that, but the ability to rebuild the economy would be faster. Yesterday, we announced that partnership had grown significantly. These are the states that are involved. These are states led by Democrats, Republicans. It's a group of states that I believe are just looking ultimately to do the right thing, and I believe our coordination, again, is going to help with better results on the public health side and better results on stimulating the economy. So let's start with now what the president put out yesterday. He had briefed me and all the governors on a call on it just before we started. And let me say that the document itself is a public health document when we look at it. And that I don't know what the rhetoric is going to be out there or what's going to be said or tweeted, but the actual contents of this document have a whole lot of what we were already looking at. And so we believe that our approach, which we're going to be talking about today and then more in the coming days, is very much in line with the White House. So don't let people try to create divisions there. I mean, we're going to use the actual pages put together. This is all public health officials on the federal and on the state side and everybody else just trying to do the right thing. So a couple things about the president's plan. First, a lot of attention went to the phases. You know, there's going to be, and it's gradual. It's very gradual. Phase 1, you know, is groups of less than 10 people when you can get there. Phase 3 is very different from that. And so it is looking like we were talking about slowly doing things as we can make sure we protect people. But even before the phases, the plan put out by the White House has certain thresholds that states should meet, almost certain suggested requirements, because it's just recommendations, that we should meet before we start taking some of those steps. So let's go to the next page. There are a couple, now this is our benchmarks. If we could go back to the president's slide deck. There we go. Here are some of the things they said. You need to get these in place. And let me tell you, I'm not sure any state has them in place today, regardless of the decisions we make, they make. But he said, the White House has said you need these in place before you move to phase 1. And a couple of important things to point out, and here's one. You know, number one, what they're looking for is a decrease over 14 days, which they're talking about, in cases. So when you think about the curve, right, and trying to flatten the curve, and you know what? I think we've almost cut the top off that muffin, right? That we're in a kind of a plateau. What they're looking for is not that you're going up, not that you are in the plateau, but you are truly going down, less cases day after day, and an actual trend. So, Dr. Stack, you want to talk about what we'd be looking for there?
Sure. So the governor shows on a regular basis the St. Louis versus Philadelphia slide, and it shows the big hump. It's a tall spike. And what we wanted to do is to flatten that spike. And like he said, I think we can claim some success. I think we've cut the top off of that mountaintop or off that muffin. What they want, though, is not only to be a flat plateau, they want us on the downslope. They want us on the downside of that mountain or that hill so that we know that we are actually in a recovery period and we're not likely to have, at least at that moment, a resurgence. So a 14-day downward slope is a significant hurdle. And if you look at our data, and we are one of the best states on some of the publicly reported data when adjusted by population, we still have not yet had a downward trajectory. At best, we are a flat plateau.
And I think they were trying to help with your volume. Can you show how about the COVID Act now? Because that'll have the same hump. Okay, so what Dr. Stack is saying is we can't be going up, we can't be at the top. We have to have proof that we are actually going down. And when we talk about what we think Kentucky's doing, which I think is better than any model we've seen, it's slicing through that upward part, but still the number one thing that the White House is saying that we need to see that will give us guidance is 14 days of actually coming down.
We've got to be over here. We've got to be on that far right side.
Okay, can we go back to the slide deck from again the White House? All right, so that's number one, what they're talking about. Number two, when he comes back, is just to the other side of that, and that is talking about a decrease and ultimately know patients that are cared for outside of kind of our normal healthcare system. So not seeing patients in state parks and field hospitals or in hotels.
So what we need to do is one of the big reasons we've done this is to make sure that the existing healthcare community has the capacity it needs to care for all the patients who need care. So what the president has suggested here, I think we would agree with, that the existing healthcare community, that means hospitals, clinics, doctors' offices, have to have the capacity needed to treat both all the folks who regularly need care, and also we'll add they have to have the ability to have a surge capacity so that if we have a resurgence or return of the disease, which we'll discuss a little bit later is a very real likelihood, that we have to have the capacity within the existing healthcare system to provide those needs.
So number one, and again, this is from the White House, 14 days going down. Number two, to make sure we're operating well within inside our normal healthcare capacity and that we can prove that. Number three, they've got, which is the bottom right as you're looking at it, which is robust testing for our healthcare workers, for those who are taking care of people who may have the coronavirus, or as we want to open up healthcare, making sure that those that are providing other services outside of it are not spreading the coronavirus.
Now this is, oops, my volume's fixed. So this is now a real problem still. We have laboratories who are coming online and able to do tests, but we don't have the little swabs. I can see that one day here at one of these events. We don't have the swabs we need to do the test. And so what we have to have is not only the current capacity, but the proposal actually, and we'll show this on the next slide in a minute, actually requires us to be able to test at a scale that no state is testing right now, and with a frequency over and over and over that no state is able to do right now. So we agree with this. We need to get the testing capacity rapidly up so that doctors and offices and hospitals can test whenever they need to a much larger number of people.
All right, let's go to the next page of this. And let me just check because people are watching. Can people at home hear? Okay, good. More so him than me. All right, so again, these are all preparedness. These are all the things that we need to make sure that we have in place so that we don't put people in harm as we lessen those restrictions out there. And look to the left, testing and contact tracing. The White House is saying that every state needs to make sure they have significant testing capacity and then the ability to get back where we haven't been in a little while to when somebody has been rapidly tested, tracing all their contacts, ultimately isolating those that have come in contact. And that is not just being able to test everybody who is symptomatic, not just first responders, not just those that are in the danger zone, but everybody who's symptomatic, but also everybody who is in the danger zone, even if they are asymptomatic.
Right, so this means if you are going to go in for a medical procedure, a colonoscopy, an endoscopy, a surgery, probably you need to be tested before you had that procedure. Things you wouldn't have normally done, you're going to have to do. To put this in context, if we just tested 0.1% of the total population, we have to do 13,500 tests a day. That's the math I did this afternoon for a different phone call. And we've only done 30,000 or so tests already. So just to put that in context, we would exceed in 3 days the total tests we've done over the last 6 weeks. And then we have to do something that the public across the United States of America is going to have to get used to. If you have a positive test, you're going to have to work on self-isolating for 14 days, having us work with you to identify the people you've come in contact with, and having those people self-isolate, because we're going to have to work very hard for quite a while ahead to contain and prevent another resurgence.
And that's going to be part of our new normal. The fact that we want to open up, we want to start getting back to some of the things we were able to do, but at any time, somebody can test positive and you can get a call because you were in contact with them, and suddenly for about 14 days, life won't be normal again until you can get out there. This is part of, again, what everybody and all the health professionals say will be a part of our new normal until an effective vaccine or other treatments come out. All right, so decrease in cases, 14 days, making sure we can take care of everybody inside the normal healthcare system, robust testing for healthcare workers, significant testing and tracing for the public. Next one is PPE. It's the ability to overcome the dearth, the difficulty in getting PPE, especially on the private sector or healthcare side.
You've heard us talk about this on a regular basis about personal protective equipment. At this point in time, every hospital and every other healthcare entity in the state of Kentucky who wants PPE from the state has to report every day at 10 in the morning their availability of PPE, their burn rate, and then we have to push that up to the federal government. In order for this plan to work, and again, there's no politics in this, this is the federal proposal from the White House, we have to have the regular supply system independently supply sufficient personal protective equipment. That means hospitals and clinics and doctors have to be able to procure their own materials without having state and federal government be the intermediary who makes that possible. That's not currently possible. We're working towards it, but we're not there.
And a couple things we've talked.
All right, guys, just a heads up, if you're with us on the YouTube side, we are going to be switching things on over to our new stream as we continue to give you more news across the country. We're going to be bringing you that President Donald Trump briefing. That's going to be coming up here in about 20 minutes. So if you're with us on YouTube side, be sure that you head on over to our new stream. It's going to be starting up here in just a few short minutes. If you're with us on coronavirusnow.com, thanks so much for being here. We'll have more news coming your way here in just minutes.